Chat, I officially got all my streaming platforms good. Can y'all hear game audio? Uh-oh. I don't think y'all could hear game audio. Hold on. Game sound. Can y'all hear game? Chat, I officially got all my streaming platforms. Okay, no, y'all cannot.
What wonders do they have in store for
There we go, chat. Should be good.
Dusseldorf, give it up for Kiddo Ulrich! Breaking into the top. These guys want to take it to the next level.
your defending global
Yo, yo, yo.
paired with a runner-up, Swizzy and Pixie, ready to overcome any challenge sent their way.
Okay, that sounds decent here. I'm gonna drop this down just a little bit. And, gotta rename this real fast.
Are you feeling any kind of land nerves? Are you feeling confident that you're going to win this one?
I think so. This could be the one.
It could be the one. I know Denmark's behind you. For you, Focus, what's it like knowing that you have...
Okay, chat, how's the sound? How's the sound? How's the sound?
I mean, he's the best aim in the world. I think we're gonna do good, and I'm confident in him.
And Focus, what has Thomas taught you?
Okay, I'm gonna
experience.
lower.
I've learned a lot from him.
Okay,
There's so
chat,
much
how's
to
that sound? How's that
There's so
sound?
much to tell.
How's
I mean,
that sound?
He has so much experience. Have you learned anything from Focus, Thomas?
Yeah, he's new and up-and-coming talent. Like, he's so good right now. One of the best players in the world, so, yeah.
Well, let's see how you do as we drop into the first game. Right
Okay,
now,
that
though,
was
we've got to
pretty
head
good.
over to 11-2K with Acorn and Bolts.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Look, I'm here with potentially NA's last hope. Acorn, you're back on this stage. A lot of people had some criticism of your Globals performance last year. People thought you should have done better than you did. Are you feeling the pressure this weekend?
What are diamonds made of? Oh, shoot.
Oh, I know what you're doing there.
But no, in all seriousness, no, I'm not feeling the pressure. You know, it feels like I'm playing at home. I'm ready to win. I'm ready to go.
Of course, there's some rumors that you might be contested. Someone might land on your foot. You've been doing this IGL thing for a long time. Are you prepared for that?
Of course, bro. Always.
What's gonna happen if they land?
Okay, bet that.
Oh,
Let's
you're
go,
gonna
let's
see.
go.
50.
Chat, I fixed everything. I fixed all the titles,
It feels
fixed
like people
everything.
keep
Let's
doubting you
go.
guys. It feels like
Here
you
we
guys
go,
fly under
bro.
the radar. Why do you think
Here we
that
go.
happens, even with how talented you are?
You know, I think they underestimate Acorn. He's really the best IGL in the world. I'm one of the best fighters in the world, and we always show up when it matters. Acorn, he's always IGLing the perfect rotates. Me, I'm
Okay,
always
chat,
finding the
I
best
can't wait to see
refreshes, and
clicks
you
and
know,
Higgs
we
walk
always
out.
get that
This
win.
is actually gonna be so
I'm
dope.
looking forward to it, guys. No pressure. I got this. Frankie, who you got on your side of the stage?
I have got iDrop and I've got Marius. And we had to talk to you guys, obviously. iDrop, first of all, you're being contested by
Okay,
Zarko and Minute over
this
at
is kind of
Triple
crazy,
Fortress
bro.
today. Have you been
But we're
practicing
about to
your
start
balls?
in literally
Of course, we
14
practice as
minutes.
much as we can, and we're just very confident going into it.
What's the strongest part of your game right now?
I'd say fighting. Like, we're just crazy at fighting, both of us.
So in other words, you're quite up for an off-spawn battle.
Yeah, of course, always.
And I have to talk to you because, Marius, look at your fans.
Dude, the
gentlemen
fans are
have
going
turned up.
crazy
Have you got
today.
anything to say to them?
Yeah, I appreciate it a lot, and I love you too.
Now, it hasn't been the most difficult journey on the way here. Some inconsistent results in the Div Cup. Does LAN make a difference, though? Does it help you even stay consistent knowing you have fans who are supporting you?
Yeah, 100%. It's a big difference because online people, they have a better pickup.
Well, I can't wait to see what you guys do, so please get ready, because we've got to get ready on stage for some more duos.
Yes, sir. Let's see clicks and Higgs soon. Come on, come on, come on. Let's see clicks and Higgs walk out. Come on. I don't think that's done yet. Nope. Nice. But that's so tough. I swear, just walking out like that's so tough.
Here comes Agers and Ritual.
Agers and Ritual, wow. W,
The NAFNCS,
W.
yes, they want to take it a step further. They want to take it all.
Welcome, Yargu and Gorilla.
Brilliant! With a last-minute clutch performance to get them to the stage, they're not here to be counted out.
Minori and Darkos in the house. They put in the work.
See, I've never seen some of these people. Like, I've never seen these people. Maybe I've seen them play, but I just never seen their face.
It's Muzz, it's Sphinx, and they've proven
Yeah, I know
themselves
Muzz
a
is
main
good.
attraction at the top. So why would this weekend be any different?
Yo, that trophy looks tough. That trophy looks tough.
FNCS champion Veno and Curve.
Yo, Veno and Curve, bruh.
Are here to take over the competition.
Oh, shoot.
The pride of UK, it's Nathan and Nebs. We know they're consistent, and now it's time to take some risk if they want to win it all.
Welcome brand new at GRX. They clawed their way to the top of the region, but now it's time to ascend the summit.
Coming in hot, it's Envy, Tyler, and Chance, a young duo brimming with untapped potential here to carry the next generation.
No, you're not dreaming.
Clicks and hits! Let's go! Yes, sir!
Not here to play around.
Yes, sir! Hey, they about to get, like, top 10, top first. You know what I'm saying? Or you know they're about to get first.
Aegis and Ritual, you were one of the most consistent duos in NA Central. Do you think people are sleeping on you coming into this competition?
Maybe because we're contested, but I think that they know we'll pull through in the end and just get ready for a show.
How are you able to stay so consistent even when you're contested?
I think we're really good at playing when we're shambles, and we're able to make it happen whenever.
Now, I know that you've got a bit of a friendly rivalry going on with Rapid and Cold. Does that mean that you potentially might surprise meet up with them at some point during the day?
Nah, I don't think so.
But do you want to see a North American duo come out at top this weekend?
Yeah, I want NA to win no matter what. Hopefully it's us.
Well, it might be you guys, or it might be an Australian NA duo because Levin is with Muzz and Sphinx.
Yes, I am. I'm here with two lovely gentlemen who are going to be doing their best today in a potentially uncomfortable situation. I just want to start off with you, Muzz. You're looking good, man.
They're going to Muzz.
Thank you.
What's been going on?
I did manage to lose 33 kilos since the last LAN event.
Oh, wow.
Shout out to Muzz, man. What a
Nice.
legend. Sphinx. There's a lot of teams landing at Humble Hills. What
Oh, he got the
game
tap
plan
cap
for
on his
today?
jersey too,
bro, the
on
game
the
plan
XZ
just to
jersey.
show them who
Nice,
they're that-
nice, nice. I actually
All
have
of
some
them, I
tap
don't even
caps.
care. Nathan, I don't even know who you are. Never heard of you before this land. Falcons, Gerald. Just go back to OC, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
You came out with a bow and arrow. You pointing at them?
Yes, sir.
After the Osborne part of the game, you guys have been very consistent in NA. Are you worried about any of the potential teams in this lobby? What is the plan after that?
I don't think so. I think our mid games, like, they're sound. I don't think anyone can, like, mess with it, change it. I think we're good to go.
Muzz, it feels like no matter what you do in Fortnite, people still just seem to underrate you. They don't give you the credit you deserve. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think it's just because recently I've only been performing good in grand finals for like the last 12 months. So that's why, for sure.
They're going to find out today.
Hopefully.
Let's see it. Frankie, over to you.
I am with Cammy and Hari. Cammy, does this land feel
I
any
wonder what
different
Clicks
to
and
the
Higgs
lands
are
you've
about to
played
say.
before?
I'm really curious about that. I'm not gonna lie because
I think we're
no.
gonna do good, like always.
They
And I
still
think
say
you
they're
will
going
do,
squibbly,
given
but
the
I don't know.
experience you have and the duo you have in Hari. How do you feel like the chemistry is working between you two in game right now?
Yeah, I think it's really good chemistry. I think it's really good.
And you're uncontested at the moment. Is that playing into your game plan? Is that what you prefer, to be somewhere safe as opposed to being somewhere that maybe has the best loot?
Dude, that could definitely help being
it's always
uncon.
good to be uncontested, so yeah, we'll try to make the best out of it.
Yeah, and I can imagine you will. I think that we're going to let you guys get back into the lobby and get ready to go because, guys, we've got to bring out more duos.
Yeah. Wait, what? They're not gonna talk to Clicks and Higgs? What? So they're gonna talk to... Bro, what? Oh, wow.
Stepping up, it's Cole and Madden. Their game
Oh shoot, it's about to start in 8 minutes.
They keep it up here at Summit.
Coming out of OCE, it's FaZe and sure.
Say hello to Reed and Cooper. These guys are sure to put on a show, so let's see what you got.
It's OCE's top dog, Alex and Reckless, the undisputed best on OCE. But it's time to test their skills against the world.
Yo, that trophy literally looks amazing. I'm not gonna lie.
It's Chino and Pablo. They've already won the regional championship, but now you gotta do it against the best.
Give it up for X-Spawn and Doxy, some of the best NA West has to offer, and they're here to show they can't be counted out.
Big ups for the Los Angeles. Coming from Brazil, they're here in Germany to raise the roof.
The Japan powerhouses Yuma and Toyota are back. They're looking to take on the international stage once more.
Dusseldorf, make some noise for your hometown heroes, Chien and Giannis. It's time to show what German Fortnite is all about.
Wow.
We have got a player here who is currently regarded as one of the best in the world, and he's also one of the youngest here. Shark, do you mind turning around for me so everyone can hear and see you answering this question? Because you actually reached out to Teeny last year to play with him, is that right?
Yeah,
And why was it Teeny you wanted to play with?
I wanted to play him for like so many years because I just like the playstyle that he's playing.
And you used to watch him before you went pro?
Yeah.
Teeny, what was your reaction when Shark, I guess an up-and-coming player at the time, reached out to you and said he wanted you as his duo?
I mean, I was looking for duo at that time, so yeah, it was great.
And did it surprise you how well it worked?
Not really.
Not really. So tell me about Wonky Land today. We think that clicks might be landing on you.
Oh,
What are you
y'all
gonna
about to
do
get
if he
pooped
does?
on. I'm telling you that. You guys
Just
are
eliminate
losing
him.
off spawns.
It's as simple as that, I think, Levin.
I'm telling you that. You guys are
Sometimes it really
losing
is that
off
simple,
spawns.
Frankie. Look,
Glitch and
I'm
Higgs
here
are winning
with
every game.
Cooper
Maybe they
and
might
Reed
lose one
and
game,
boys.
but nah.
It's not the best of situations to be in, right? You're fighting off spawn against, you know, two of the best players in NA. What is the plan today, Reed, against those guys?
Honestly, it just depends how it goes. See what happens off spawn. You know, recently we've been splinted in some tournaments leading up to this, and I guess we'll just play it by ear. If we get some good loot, might run them down. If not, we'll see what happens.
If you do split it, but the games ain't going how you want them to go, is there a chance you just stop splitting it?
Oh yeah, if we're doing bad and they're doing good, there's zero chance we'll let them qualify. Come on.
I like the thought
That's
process.
crazy,
Cooper,
bro.
you know what it means to win on a stage like this. You've done it before a couple years back. What's changed about you as a player? Where have you gotten better over the years that helps you today?
I mean, I've gained a lot more confidence since then, for sure. I've struggled with consistency. You know, it's my first time being contested on LAN. I'm going in here with nothing to lose, so I'm gonna let everything out and I'm gonna do the best we can.
Reed sort of said it. You guys have been fighting them a lot. Like, you've had a lot of practice against them. What do you think their weakness is?
I think their weakness is, I mean, they're just trying to split it too much. Like, I feel like we're just gonna get our games griefed if we just keep splitting it, so I hope they bring the fight to us because we're ready for it.
I like the sound of that. Look, Frankie, I know you've got some great Danes on your stage. What do they have to say?
I do have great Danes. We've got Pablo and Chino. And boys, you are one of the favorites in this competition. You just exploded in Major 1. There were some questions at the start of the season, so how did you up your game?
Just work hard and yeah, just don't give up. Just try to fix all the mistakes.
And it looks like you've done that really well. However, it's going to be difficult today at Sandy Strip because you've got Kanada and Mini PO's duos also landing near you. What's the plan?
I mean, there's not really a plan. I mean, we're just gonna do whatever like comes to mind, and we're gonna dominate this.
Pablo, people are saying that Chino is the top 3 clutcher in the world. Would you agree?
Yeah,
And what about yourself?
I'm also up there.
You're also up there. Top 1, maybe 2, maybe 3. We know that these guys have got each other's backs. Let's bring out our final teams.
Peterbot's coming out soon. Boo.
After dominating EU finals, Sky and Skrull are here to prove they're a global threat. The road to a trophy lift starts today.
South America's #1 duo, Gone and Night, having dominated
That trophy looks so good. I've already said that multiple times, but wow. Boo! No, 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 no. You guys are going to do terrible today. Boo!
Give it up for Minute and Salco. Last second pairing with Dream for first. It's time to make this summit one to remember.
It's not hot in here, it's cold and rapid. They might have switched up drop spots, but the plan remains the same. Global domination.
Watch out for Hamon and Controller. They may have been second in
Controller?
Middle East FNCS, but now they're here to showcase their strength.
Call the home field advantage that was opened over early.
Whoa, everyone is happy about them.
They ride that momentum all the way to the top.
With me from the Middle East, our #1 representatives, we have FKS and we have Hero. And this is your 5th FNCS LAN, FKS. I think that makes you the most successful Middle East player in Fortnite history. What's it like to be back?
I mean, I'm so excited to be here, and I hope that I can win the tournament.
Do you think that this is the best we're going to see a Middle Eastern team do today?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Do you think this is the best we're going to see an ME team place this weekend in a LAN?
Of course, I mean, we're ready.
I think you are, and Hero. We know that the skill gap is now closing because normally you guys win by hundreds of points in your region. This time, though, you had some competition, but that's a good thing, right? Because it means you get to practice more.
Yeah, Middle East is improving and we're ready to compete against the world and be at the top of the world.
I can't wait to see you try. Okay, now, Germany, I think Levin has got a treat for you.
We got the fan favorites. Everybody make some noise for Noah and Rita! Boy, oh boy, Noah. There are a lot of players on this stage who grew up watching you, trying to be like you. Does that influence you have? What does it prove? What does it show? What does it mean to you today?
I mean, it just makes me happy. I mean, we're both old, but we still got it. You know me?
Absolutely, absolutely. Reason, everybody's supporting you out here, man. I saw someone who had a sign of your face somewhere out there. We got people representing you all over the building. What does it mean to have the fans here in full support of you?
It honestly means everything. It was always a dream of mine, and I thank every of the players here as well, so I thank you all.
Of course, you have a lot to do today in-game. How do you stay ready? How do you stay prepared to be at your very best?
I mean, first of all, we prepped a lot, but of course, I played the Reason 1v1 build fight map a lot. Best 1v1 map, make sure to check that out, and yeah, that's how we prepped.
Make sure you check that out. Noah,
Wow, bro, some
playing
map
with
promotion.
Someone who you played with a lot. Do you feel like that experience you guys are playing with each other over the years helped you in the lobby today?
Yeah, we got pretty good chemistry, so like we always just find each other in endgame and well.
Hey, I'm gonna hope you guys do incredibly well. I'm not
Hey,
gonna
the
lie,
Reason
though, guys,
1v1 map
the
is
stage
really
getting
good,
a
though.
bit chilly up here. What's going
I'm
on,
not gonna lie.
Frankie?
Well, I'm standing next to Cold and Rapid. That's what's going on, Levin. Cold, I think you've got the best player photo of all the walkouts. Can you just replicate that for me, please? Oh, yeah, and that's how you're feeling right now, right? Super chill?
I feel amazing. I'm ready to, take down the competition and show you guys what I do.
Even though you're contested?
Of course, those guys are horrible. You guys are gonna see.
Okay, we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on 4 fields. Rapid, sometimes people are saying that this man, he doesn't practice, but that's not true, right?
No, that's not true. He plays a lot.
So what have you been working on the most going into this LAN?
Wait, say that again?
What have you been working on the most going into this competition?
Definitely our end game and our chemistry.
And what was up with the end game?
We just weren't staying together, but now we fixed it.
Okay, so there's not going to be any solo clutching. You're always going to be the 2 in the 2v1 situation, Cold.
Yes, sir.
And who is your biggest competition here on LAN before I let you go? Who have you got your eyes on?
Nobody.
Keep your eyes on these 2 desks.
I mean, Fortnite fam, how can you not be hyped seeing this?
When does this
I mean,
start?
all these players come out.
Gotta
This
start
is the
soon.
upper bracket. This is so insane. I mean, you heard duos coming out, getting the reactions from the fans. It is electric here. I mean, man, I feel a little vivid. As I kind of start to think back to the game, right? As I focus in on like having a good time, like, wait a minute, the game feels like there's one thing that's super important. It's having a game plan.
Yeah, absolutely. And it feels like everybody up there on the stage has a game plan because we kind of talked about the qualification process for this LAN. We talked about how everybody had to place well to get here, and I feel like it's kind of showing in all of those interviews. Like, it's just confidence after confidence after confidence. But speaking of game plans, man, yeah, it definitely does kind of change when you do change up the format, right? We have a 3-day format, but the lobby is never going to look the same in each and every single one of these days. So I feel like in terms of preparation, right, day one duos are going to be feeling so good because they have to just straight up prepare for whatever lobby they have set forth in front of them, where we can't really see those, you know, day two duos kind of pop up, right? If we take a look at how Veno and Curve actually won their FNCS on the NAC region, dude, they were 10th going into day number 2, and then they ended up winning, right? But that's on the back foot of Veno just doing all of that preparation in between, but you don't have the opportunity to do something like that here.
It's interesting that you say that, though, because at the same time, you have duos already in the lower bracket just waiting to see who their 25 competitors are going to be. As a reminder, the top 25 do go to Sunday, but the bottom 25 play again tomorrow. There's already kind of drop maps.
Most of them are just waiting. When does the bus actually start?
But it all depends on how today plays out.
Absolutely, and of course, so many other duels as we're seeing. I mean,
I really wonder
Janus
when the
looking
bus is gonna
fantastic. And I mean, you guys
start.
heard him for a moment. Obviously, we're in Germany. Lev got to talk to him. No reason. You know, there is so much hype being in this environment.
Yo.
I can't wait.
It's definitely going to be cool.
That's
and
crazy.
Take a quick little peek right there. The preparation
Bro.
definitely comes in. Saw all of the players kind of setting up their setups earlier on, making sure that they had their drop maps, you know, prepared for that. Obviously,
Bro,
it
I
just
had to
kind of
bring a
speaks to
drop
how
map IRL.
important, how vital they feel like, you know, the all spawn situation are, how they need to feel comfortable that they are going to land first and have a big advantage because, you know, these players were kind of allotted one single piece of player each to kind of bring with them on stage, and almost every single one of them, it feels like they dedicated it to the other game.
Yeah, they have the drop map, they have it right in front of them. The thing I'm thinking is, you know, we had the practice matches, but you don't want to leak your strats in a practice match when the real deal is happening tomorrow. So now today, I'm curious to see how these kind of game plans unfold. Will we actually see Clix contest Peterbot? Will we see Skyscroll to the same strat? Only time will tell.
Well, time it is, because guess what, Fortnite fam? It is that time. Game number 1 is ready, so let's kick it on over to the casters. It's Jacob PR and the best taco.
We are here. This is the moment we've been waiting months for. The Major 1 Summit LAN from 75 teams from across the world are not only battling out for over $1 million in prize money, but the top 15 spots go to the Global Championship.
The way I see it, Jacob, today is basically bonus Fortnite Nation, and I am all for it, okay? Because we know we got game 1 ready
Yep,
to go.
game 1's right there. Here we go. Dude, this is gonna be crazy. This is going to be crazy. Oh my gosh. Game 1. Hi. Yo, what's going on, man? Wonky Land. Yes, sir.
Our first opportunity to really gather what is actually
Hello. How's it going, guys?
here across the
Hello.
minimap. Jacob, we've heard so many rumors. We've seen so many shakeups.
Here we
and
go.
yet here today, it's time to figure it all out.
Yeah, for months you've heard Clix and Higgs, Peterbot, Poyo, the rivalry.
There's
has
Clix and
been
Higgs.
So long they said no.
They
we're
look
going
ready.
Over towards Scribbly Shores. Clix is claiming, hey, we've had enough of going against Peterbot and Poyo on their terms. Now it is our terms. It's now going to be under their own conditions. But we've also seen, we heard our analysts talk about it as well. In some of those practice games, Clix and
I
Higgs
can't see
actually
those
went back
usernames.
to Wonky Land.
They
And we're
went-
seeing it again.
They went to
Clix and
Wonky Land?
Higgs
No.
are going back to the
Whoa,
drop
whoa,
spot
whoa.
that they know the best.
Clix and Higgs, they're not looking to try and drop at Squibbly Shores, not here in game 1, but they're still gonna have to contend with some
Hey.
other opponents because now you're on home
But-
turf. But
oh.
check it out, Sharktini.
Clix and Higgs actually.
expectant
You
of
okay?
this
Yeah, I'm
shakeup,
chilling, bro.
and that is
I'm
why
chilling. We are watching FNCS Major 1, dude. I just woke up like a couple of minutes ago, bro. So I'm trying to talk as much as I can, but I'm also still just trying to wake up. Clix and Higgs went Wonky Land instead of Squibbly. That's crazy. They're gonna have to fight Shark and Teeny.
Push it on over to the north side of Wonky,
That's
taking
crazy.
that loot, and eventually will fall back. But there's contested fights all over here in game one. Sandy Strip, another one in the feed. I did see Mini Prio go down. It wasn't Gino, wasn't Havoc here with Pablo Wingoose. You gotta imagine, where else did they drop? Because they're not in the mini-map.
But Chino and Pablo, though, they don't seem to really be all that minding of it. They're more than content to just keep gathering whatever they can find here at Sandy Strip. They know that there's bound to be
No fighting yet, no fighting yet.
eventually with Victor V and Kanata, but it's no real surprise to see that everywhere else it's not so sweet.
Oh,
Tap
his teammate's
trying to
already
escape
dead?
by New Sanctuary.
Uh-oh.
Things have gone awry because Flixie, he's already been knocked, so now Chat has to play
Yeah.
for the recovery.
Yeah, they're already kind of searching where that actual elimination is. We want to know as well.
What
It's
happened?
actually going to be Flixie on top of the mountain. He did get it down onto Romero. You can see him battling in another 2v1 situation.
Oh, wow.
He wins the fight. That wasn't just
That was
enough.
crazy.
That was a full wipe.
What's your TikTok again? I forgot. Chieflin. CHIFLAN. Same username. Everything's the same. Clicks and Higgs on the wonky game. Clicks and Higgs on the wonky game. Nice, nice, nice.
Are looking for that surprise factor, but Higgs clicks, drawing things back over to Wonky Land. They're waiting. They're trying to make the approach. They've sniffed out this little bit of a lurk opportunity
sir.
here. Shark gonna make sure to try.
Let's
and
see, let's see.
distance. Wants to ensure that he can back up Teeny if necessary. Overdrive grenade just to get a little bit of the movement effects here, but
Ooh,
they've still
Higgs
yet
gets
to
caught a
really
little bit.
tango, and Shark trying to push Higgs back. Clicks a little
Oh,
bit
wow. Oh.
separated, but he's
Ooh.
still got the high ground
No.
leverage.
Yeah, Shark and Higgs trading shots very, very quickly.
Yeah,
You
he
can
had to
see
heal up a bit.
underneath, Teeny trying to join the mix, but there's a little bit of a health advantage here for Clicks and Higgs, and right now it looks like they are trying to be the aggressors in this fight. We've talked almost
Oh yeah, they're
all
definitely being
morning
aggressive
long.
right
Will
now.
they split
Oh,
it? Where
they're
will Clicks and
lurking.
Higgs go?
They're
They're
lurking.
going back to Wonky Land, and they're
Uh-oh.
hoping to wipe
They're
out
lurking.
Shark and Teeny. And right now, down below, Shark and Teeny relatively healthy, but a couple of missing item slots and really, really low on materials.
Oh, wait. This could be good for Clicks and Higgs. This could be good.
Here, Jacob. This is who's going to strike first and win with their pride. Clicks, Higgs, they're not looking to fold under pressure. Shark, Teeny, they knew that this was going to likely be taking place.
Sorry,
here
Ash.
today.
No, bro.
All of
It's
these
all good.
duos, all they realistically
Username
need
is just Chieflin.
1-2
Same thing for
solid
everything.
rounds out of our
You're all
6
good,
games
bro.
matchup.
Yeah, but the longer
People
this
forget
one
all the
goes,
time.
right
It's
now
all
they're
good.
lucky they're fighting inside of the house, but Acorn and Bolts towards the north.
Oh, they had that purple house. Hey, I know that purple house real well. That's all I'm gonna say. I know that purple house real well.
But Taco, the EUFNC as champs, Sky and Scroll. You probably know them just a little bit more than I do, but I just remember a few years ago, these guys just kind of showing up on the map, the top of the leaderboard.
I thought,
People didn't believe in them, but man, has every
Never mind.
tune changed this weekend.
We'll get a
I
chance to
forgot
check
what's
back
his
in with
name
them
was
shortly,
over
'cause
there.
right now it's all about what Cold's been cooking, and right now it's Minifio on the ropes. Cold going to
Oh wow,
immediately
Cold
take
already got a
over,
kill.
Just fully boxes him up and finds that first
So chat,
elimination
I'm
here.
gonna
Really trying
quickly
to get some
look at
momentum
this real
building,
fast.
and Cold, he said it himself
Real
in
fast,
that
real
pregame
fast.
interview, Jacob. He's ready to show what he can do.
No fear at all, but wait a minute, we heard the talk. Are you gonna contest us? We figured out as the game's going on.
Okay, I'm
no.
sorry, guys.
But Peterbot and Poyo are slowly making their way up towards the north. We've seen this in divisional cups. They're looking for eliminations here, and they did get that mythic AR. So Peterbot is gonna be able to shred through these
Oh,
materials.
wow.
They already got a
They
knock-in
already
elimination
got the
on Poyo
mythic?
as well, which is why you see Yuma
Wow.
by himself in this situation.
Yeah, and poor Yuma, he's just hoping that Darkness by Singers, but Peterbot shut down.
What? Peterbot went down? Oh yeah. That's W's. That's W's. That's W's. That's W's. That's W's. That's W's.
Bail out for the reboot, but he might be stuck in the middle because everybody in the vicinity saw that elimination light up in the feed, and now Yuma, he might have just bought himself so much more time because other party, they're looking to intervene. Poyo with his back against the wall, trying to figure out where he can escape to.
Yeah, the only saving grace he has now is multiple teams look to third and fourth party in this situation. So the two solos, Yuma and Poyo, have a little bit of an opportunity to try to escape. But what they're waiting for here is for the two duos to actually start to fight it out. Until that happens, Taco, they really have little control over their game. Because if they try to move
Peterbot
out
already
early,
dead.
either
That's
one of those duos
crazy.
will spot them out as a solo and try to play aggressive.
All I
That's
can
crazy.
think about is what took place at Globals, Jacob. When we
Dude,
saw
Poyo looks so
in that
like
game one. He made the aggressive
he
effort
knows
against
he's
Victor
good.
V, got put down, and it definitely made a serious impact for the rest of those matches. Will that happen here
They're
today?
leaving
Is he reliving
Poyo?
the past
What?
moments? But only Poyo
They're
can
not
really
teaming
save
up?
him in this one.
Yeah, and you got a huge shout out to Asia Yuma. That is not an easy elimination there. That's not an easy player to take down, especially when you had already lost Koyota. You're by yourself, back up against the wall. If Yuma went down, he's spending 20 or so minutes watching his screen, trying to figure out what happened.
Chat,
But
I'm gonna
big
try to
boys
get this
make
up.
Big boy plays, and Yuma is looking to stay alive.
I like this though. Definitely
Clutch
a bit
and
of a
Higgs are
180
still
from
alive.
Some of the action taking place a little bit northwest of where Acorn and Bolts are at.
I don't think anyone died off spawn.
Always regarded as such a strong IGL, and I'm very excited to see what exactly he's been stratting out, because every single one of these teams here today has just
Acorn
been
and Bolts.
anticipating some kind of bamboozlement. Nobody feels safe. Nobody feels secure in their original strategies. You've got the counter strat for the counter strat for the counter strat, and now we get to see it all come to fruition.
Yep, now looking at Swizzy and Pixie.
They are chilling.
Interesting moment coming into this.
They're
Pixie,
literally chilling.
knowing he has a global champion by his side in Swizzy. When it comes to Dark Dominion, Taco, you don't see too many, when it's uncontested, players leave Dark Dominion early. They build this surge base here. Swizzy's going to be responsible for a lot of their early game damage. Meanwhile, Pixie, he's farming up extra
Poyo's still
material,
trying to
extra
make
heals, so
something
that way
happen.
If they have to overstay their welcome in the zone,
Wait, no
it's
way.
not a worry.
No way.
Poyo, though, definitely a little bit more concerned currently. Trying to see if he can make a play.
No
The
way.
reboot. Is anybody close enough to try and gauge some warning
There's
shots
no
towards
way, bro. I thought they were
Moment
gonna
that
be
he
out
begins to glide
early.
down, but kind of reflecting back, I think that's where B is really going to have to reconsider.
Wow,
when to hit the
bro.
brakes. I understand you get that isolation, you put Yuma into a
Yeah,
position.
no one's
where
gonna
it should
shoot him out the sky.
realistically
No one's
just
near
be a
them.
clean wipeout,
Wow.
but that's just not going to be the case. Nothing here is guaranteed. All of these teams
There's
have
Vino.
to fight their way to this
Oh,
competition.
Vino
Yeah,
died,
it
I
seems
think.
like it's not only Peter Bot faced with early game trouble. You see Veno gliding down. You see the gray pistol in his inventory.
Yeah,
so
he definitely died.
just got rebooted as
Yeah.
well. So not only we have one of the greats all time, but we have the current NA FNC as champions with a few early game struggles. But at least Taco,
This is
they
interesting.
got the reboots back. The only big question for them is what is it going to be when Storm Surge pops?
Only time will tell. But no, Riley and Reason, though. He said he's put in a lot of effort working on that Reason 1v1 map, getting in those creative sessions. Practice is everything. But now you need to put it into reality. And for right now, they don't actually have to enter an exchange with Pablo or you have to go on Panzer, but the tides could change very soon.
Yeah, as long as they have enough gold, they already have control over
There's
the
still
vending machine
43
towards Sandy's
teams.
Strip, so
Wow.
when it comes to the zone, it's not necessarily going to be a worry for the next two. Miko and Malibuka quick to rotate, though. We know they're landing over towards that Frigid Fortress, the actual main POI, so they're going to get a majority of that loot. But instead of staying up there and getting early game surge on players like iDrop, Marius, Minute South for the contested fight, even Noah Riley and Reason, they went ahead and rotated towards the south early. And you're seeing a few teams do that compared to online leading up to this. A lot of them will kind of stay in the zone, especially
Everyone's
if they
just
had
kinda
those
chilling.
extra movement abilities.
There's not much
Got
happening.
No reason to be nervous, though. He's just got to remember who he is, and it's crazy to think about that they've sort of slid under the radar as a team.
Well,
favorite.
Reek
I
is
think that there's
stacked.
just so many stars making appearances here at this global level competition, Jacob, that it can be
So-
easy to kind of
What?
have a handful fall out of that spotlight.
That's
but
so
they're
annoying.
starting to build their way back in. Same mentality
I'm so
for
mad
Reek
about
and Cooper,
Can you
too.
get my
Side
third
by
monitor?
side,
Because I want to
Harley
have
and
clicks on
Jarku
that.
getting a little bit more
Clicks
caught
is
up than they would
streaming right
like
now.
to.
On the other side, big damage. Krillian to Jargo, a little bit of the bait and switch. You distract him on one side, I'll get the wall and the elimination on the other. Mini Pio, I think, making the right decision. Why stay when you're weak, all ready to try to fight a disadvantage 2v2? He immediately tried to rotate on over, saying, hey, I know we're not going to be working together for now, but I'm going to come back for your reboot card later.
Love the fact that Focus and Thomas, though, have just fully infiltrated what I believe is the leftovers of Sky and Scroll's initial surge base. Comes as no real surprise, though, to see Teeny and Shark still caught in the action here with Clicks. They really want to try and see if they can get a clear elimination spree against this duo, but it's just not going to be easy because Sharktini, they're the ones that are actually underneath on the surge threshold. They're forced to try and take this fight. Shark knows that he needs to be quick on his feet. He's got to try and find some consistency here. Maybe he can chop out the floor. Maybe he can break into the box, but 1 versus 2 can always be dangerous.
Yeah, and Shark is somebody, when he plays online, there's a little bit of ping differential here. He has a little bit more freedom, but they're not able to break through the boxes. I think Clix and Higgs know exactly what's going on. They're above that damage threshold. They're just trying to keep them out. Wait for the timing for when Storm Surge actually activates, because when it does, Taco, every 7 seconds, 25 damage. But why wait for that? Teeny is down. Higgs gets that first elimination. We thought maybe they could split it, but Clix and Higgs don't want
It's
to.
just frozen.
And now
Yeah.
they realize Shark's by himself.
They're up
2v1
500 surge. Yeah, they just got an
situation.
Elam.
They have options here,
And now
Taco.
they're gonna
Do you
rush.
disengage
They're
or do
rushing
you go
this.
for the eliminations? And right
Oh
now,
yeah, they're
it's
rushing
looking
this.
like they want both of
Yup.
those.
Shark, you've been here
Go,
before.
go,
You've
go.
done it so many times in the past on your region, but here in a LAN environment, things are
Oh,
very
Higgs is 4
different.
HP.
He's dropped
Oh.
down to his last handbits
It's
of
okay.
HP.
He's gonna heal. But he's 200
There's
below surge. There's not much he could do. Yeah, and then Clix hit him. Come on, this is. Yep, they got him. They got him. Yes, sir. Oh, look at Higgs. Look at Higgs. Higgs ain't taking it easy.
Thinks of that entire situation, and he was the man that got both of those eliminations, and this is the moment that started it all. It was a lurk play from
That's crazy.
underneath. He
Wow.
dropped
Oh,
Teeny
Higgs
down,
lurked
he
on
gets
him
the knock,
and just killed
even
him.
gets his med kit
Wow.
canceled against Shark,
And he
led by
2v1 that.
2v1. It's lights out.
Basically.
It's exactly what Clix and Higgs needed. You're trying to establish
That's definitely what they
dominance
needed.
on
They got
the
8
rim,
points
and
now.
that's sending a very clear message. But for Tyler and Chance,
Oh, Chance is already dead. And his duo's almost out. Yeah, his duo's dead. About to.
they know that they have more than enough damage to kind of wait this one out. And
Yeah,
that's going
Chance
to
is
be a
dead.
battle of
Yep.
attrition. That's one
They're all
Minoti
dead.
and Darkos have no issues fighting out. They'll be able to claim 1 elimination and all that mess.
Yeah, you don't necessarily
Hold on,
see
chat.
where the
I'm
other
gonna
teams
switch
or
something
players
real
are at in
fast
terms of that Storm
so I
Surge
can
leaderboard.
have
But if you're a team like Minori and
boom,
Darkos, you're
there.
above that damage threshold, deep in the zone, and a team is just trying to bulldoze into your box, that is a huge red flag.
Oh, they
and
are
they played that
chilling.
one perfectly. As we rotate out of
That's good
Dark
to know.
Dominion, you see players rotate through the top, but right here, Veno and Curve knowing the map perfectly.
Okay.
They go right underneath and they try to
You
take
have
those
2
tunnels.
TikTok accounts. Chiefland 12 and DCing Chiefland. Yes. I actually have like 4, but 2 of them really don't have much following, and they just were there to be there.
And I'm sure Veno, he's definitely been
So I have 4
strategizing,
TikTok
definitely been
accounts.
trying to
But
factor
yeah,
in
those are my
every
2 main
single
ones.
possibility, but
I got
as the
Chiefland
zone
12,
comes
yes,
in,
and then
as some of
DCM
these teams get
Chiefland.
more and more
And that's my dad's account actually. He like owns. He doesn't. Yeah, he owns that one. He does all the posting on that one. He does everything on that one. And then the Chiefland 12 one, I think that's mine. With 7,000 followers, and I promote that one. I post every single day on that account, or try to post every day
Wonder
on
how
that
many
account.
players at this edge of the zone as it continues to pull towards the north are
And then I have 2 TikTok accounts that are just, 50 followers. We were gonna try to promote them for something, but it just didn't work. Oh, wow. Yeah, they are cooked. Yeah, they are cooked. With no mat. Yo, they're 2 above surge. How is it possible to be up by 2 surge? Oh, now they're up by 22, but still. How? Oh, now they're below 92. Like, what kind of surge meta is this? Oh, his duo died. Oh, they're both dead. Oh, wow. 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 That's crazy. Chat, I'm waking up a bit. I'm waking up a bit. Oh, Pollo's dead. Pollo's dead. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Pollo's dead. Pollo's dead.
And with so many other teams already looking at him, will he even get a chance to touch down? Just barely.
Peterbot's 150 below. He's going down. I'm telling you, he's going down. He's going down. He's going down. He's going down. There's no way. It says Chiefland is the same. Yeah, I don't really know. I'll have to look. Oh, Peterbot's dead. Peterbot's dead. Peterbot's dead. Let's go. Go,
That
bro.
was exactly what Benno
Let's
and
go.
Kerr were waiting on. Benno loves to
Yeah, the 7,000 followers does say Chiefland, but someone actually took the original Chiefland. So, if you look, the username is Chiefland, but the actual, or that's the username is Chiefland, but the actual username is Chiefland12 with the 7,000 followers. It's because someone stole the actual original Chiefland account before I even made my TikTok account. Which is just crazy. And there's nothing I can do. It's a bot account, so like they don't post anything, so it's hard to get that account taken down or anything. So I'm just gonna leave it as G1 I can't do much else with it. I mean, it doesn't matter. Not gonna lie, Peterbot going out that early is crazy.
It's not a reason to get desperate. You can find damage all along the way, and that is their plan from point A to point B. They're trying to elevate themselves on top.
Not a
They
smart
fall below
idea.
the damage threshold once more, but Pablo and Chino are doing their best to get high ground.
It's insane
Bye
just how
for now.
quickly
Take
that
care.
sword
No problem, bro.
threshold
You
can
too.
turn
You too. Take
against
care,
you.
bro.
And Pablo Chino,
You
they're
too,
still
man.
sitting at just 75 below, but when they base all the way up
Have a good
towards
day,
the high
brother.
ground, they'll have a better opportunity to try.
Blix and Higgs just got another Elam.
They're looking to make the jump. They're looking
Wow.
to go up. They want to
It's
see if
man
they can
another
be the
Elam.
ones to
Watch
take
this.
over, and they'll at least force Chino and Pablo back for a
Yeah, watch
moment,
this.
but
They
it is
just drop him.
topsy-turvy upside down because Camby
Although
and
Higgs
Bonnie
is
from
low.
across the way just looking to take everybody out, but Clicks,
Was that their
he
kill?
still got the
Oh no,
ball.
that wasn't even their kill. That wasn't even their kill. They got the Elam, like they finished it, but that wasn't actually their kill. That's crazy.
To take that high ground, but Clicks and Higgs, that's something that's been their game plan since the NA Central FNCS. Bahari, Cammy, they did all
Hey,
that
Pete and
damage.
Poya
They
already
disrupted
being out is
everything,
crazy to
but
me.
it's them on top of the castle. They already have 2 Elims, and when you look at their loadout, from the slap pizza to the medkits, they have 2 different win conditions.
They've got all sorts of tools at their disposal, but whether or not
This
teams
is
are going to
crazy.
look to challenge here,
Oh wow. Oh wow.
Clicks and Higgs, they'll opt for
Yeah,
frontside low
they're
ground instead.
a
They
little
know they
shambles
have to
because
go for the high
I can
ground
watch them. I'm
temporarily,
watching them on
but
another
Cammy
stream and they're
they got to
bitch.
reestablish Malibuca and lost
So
Vico along the way.
They're not doing terrible. Okay.
Won't get a chance to take shots.
Focus to the
Malibuca
big
boxing up,
screen.
but
Let's see this.
only hard match left, and they are going to be spent at a cost here. Cold
260
and rapid.
builds left on
Seemingly
them. It's
pinpointed this
crazy.
solo operation.
Oh, and Malibuca's daring. He tries to go ahead and get aggressive on the Cold and Rapid. Saw that one coming. Immediately answered defensively, and now they're peeking over the top.
Wow,
Do
Rapid's
we
gonna
have
get
high
hype.
ground? Is it worth it
Yep,
to
Rapid
invest?
got the
I
hype.
think it is yes, or at
Rapid's
least for
gonna
now,
get
we gotta be
hype first
careful.
game.
Agers, Ritual, they're in the rings waiting to try to, for a moment like that, to strike onto high ground. Clicks and Higgs, they lost it because of the builds. They had no more. They were forced
Yeah.
down below, and look at the spot.
They
they're
died
at.
top 15. That's not terrible. That's not terrible. But Clicks and Higgs did just go down top 15. I just watched it. Yep. It's okay though. They had 2 kills, so they're at 30 points when most people are only at 20. Like, look, like he's at 34, but I mean, not really. But like, look, he's at 26, but Clicks already has 30, so they're doing decent on their points. They have to have another good game, because some people are already at 54. I'm not gonna name who, but or they're just gonna show it. It's Cooper. Cooper's gonna get 40 or 50, 54 points. Yeah, they're gonna get 54 points just right there for that kill, and they're probably even higher too now. I wonder who's gonna win first game. I think it's gonna be Cold and Rapid. I think it's gonna be Cold and Rapid win game 1. Cold and Rapid win game 1. There's no way. Let's see. I think that's definitely possible.
He's got to do it all his own.
Yeah, and at this stage of the game, top 8, you got 5 players running around as solos. At least half of the placement points have been awarded. So this is the stage in the game where you really become a different
some
figure.
some people got 60
elimination
points.
on Minori. Pixie using the last of his heals. He's just trying to scrape together any extra placement.
See what he does?
Free shot from the backside of the box. Hero.
Oh wow,
tries
he
to
dies.
get it, but
GG's,
Pixie gets sent
40
right
points.
back to the
Oh
lobby.
wow.
He truly might be the hero.
And Hero feeling good after
Reed
that one.
almost at 70
total
points.
is a solid
Jeez,
start
bro.
here in game 1, but Reed Cooper, they want more
Wow.
than that. They want to see if they can win this one outright. Front
They
side
might.
fully in their control.
Nope,
Look at that.
Reed is
Reed's
dead.
gone down.
Reed is
Cooper
dead.
was starting ahead, and Reed wasn't able to
Wow.
withstand the pressure. Yeah,
Reed
no,
and Cooper went down in 1 second. Wow.
They hopped know, Golden Rapid all around high ground. Yakko.
I mean, that was
they're all
insane.
below. Hero is still in the backside of the zone. He's disrupting everything.
Who's
until he
going to
eventually
win?
falls.
Who's
Yakko
going
and
to
Panzer,
win?
They do get the elimination. They make
I
it
think
back
it's
for
Cold
the
and
tempo
Rapid.
outside of the zone and pick
It
up
gotta
the
be Cold and
materials.
Rapid,
Rapid
right?
Cold, they see how
It has
weak
to be
they
Cold
are.
and
They're
Rapid.
dropping
There's no
down from
way.
above. They're trying to
They're
keep the
crazy,
recognition
bro.
intact, but he gets sent flying up.
I'm calling it now.
With a ramp.
Cold and Rapid are gonna win this.
2v1 situation here.
I'm just assuming.
Cold, they trade shots, but Cold will
Oh.
not go down.
Wow. I was right. Cold and Rapid won game 1. Wow.
Just had the ultimate cutoff there. They knew exactly what needed to be done, and they took every single step possible to take over.
Guys, that was an absolute masterclass in the high ground. Stand up so Dusseldorf can see you. Cold, how did you know that the time was right to take height?
I mean, that's all Rapid. You know, this is what he does. You know, he's the best IGL in the world, and he showed it right there.
So all you needed to do was listen. So Rapid, how did you make that call?
Makla, Descent Height. That might have been the easiest lobby ever.
Do you think that people just were not wanting to challenge on height anymore? Because you had it for like 3 zones, unchallenged.
I mean, yeah, nothing they could do.
Nothing they could do. You make the drop down, you're up against Yakko and Panzer in that 2v2 situation. Who's making the call to go upwards and try and get that shot? Because you were flying Cold.
It was kind of both of our call. You know, like we knew that we needed the kill points, and that's exactly what we did.
You got so many eliminations in that game. So from here onwards, 5 more games to make it out of the upper bracket. You're not going to play it safe, are you?
No, we're not.
I can't wait to see even more eliminations from you guys. Do you own the high ground now? Do you own it?
Of course, I own every kind of ground.
Well, these guys, they found that victory royale a little bit too easy. So let's see if any of the duos can make it tricky after the break.
Hey, chat, that was kind of crazy. Okay, let's go look over here, chat. Dude, I want to show you guys this. This is what I think is amazing, bro. It shows who won FNCS every single year, bro. This is tough. Look how tough this looks. I mean, that is tough, bro. They show every... I mean, this is literally so tough, bro. They're showing every single person that won FNCS. Or Pro-Am. Or anything, really. Look at this, bro. That's just crazy, bro. I actually think that's crazy. Now we gotta wait 2 minutes.
crazy. The weather change here in Germany. Suddenly a cold front's coming in. That's right. It happened. I cannot believe this just happened. Game number 1. Cold and Rapid come out swinging.
Come out swinging, man. A big change
Cold
in
and Rapid,
strategy,
yeah.
too. It looked
I mean,
up
that was
like,
crazy.
What the heck? Cold and Rapid are up on the high ground. For anybody that doesn't typically watch NA, man, usually you can find these guys mid-ground, low-ground, kind of feeling comfortable down there, but you
I mean, they
heard
did
them
play
after that
mid-ground,
game,
and
like,
then
yeah,
they
man,
also played
kinda
high,
just
too.
Sent it.
Yeah, and he said it was free too, which is the most interesting part. I mean, if we looked before that, there were so many height retakes.
Yeah, I mean, they were on
They
mid-ground,
just
and then
took it
they
at
went
that
up to height.
perfect moment, and I mean, it was just playing it by the book.
Yeah, they're
after
still
that,
playing
but
mid-ground,
not only
low-ground,
did they
mid,
secure a nice clean
and then-
win. Look at the amount of eliminations that Cold is just picking up back to back to back. These AR shots do
And then,
not
yeah,
miss.
then they get height.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be all about the refreshes. You can see them continually picking up all of those eliminations. And when we were kind of jumping
Okay,
around
now
from
let's see
QB
the
to
leaderboard.
QB,
I'm excited
when
to
we
see
were
the
watching
leaderboard.
height kind of get crazy, right? When we saw like 4 different teams kind of find themselves up on the high ground over the course of, what was that, like 60 seconds? The material counts for all of those teams were just so shambles that they had no chance to actually hold it for the rest of the game. So when you tune into a team like Cold and Rapid, and they are picking up those eliminations, they are picking up those refreshes, they're picking up those extra materials, they are in a healthy enough spot to actually go for
That was
the high ground and
crazy.
hold
They
it,
almost
and
lost
that's
that, too.
exactly what they did.
Absolutely crazy stuff out of Cold and Rapid. Remember, we just need to be in the top 25 to secure ourselves a spot in on Sunday for finals. And after this game, I feel like we are looking really, really good. I can't wait to see the standings as well, because remember, all of these dudes are thinking the same thing. We just need that good game. We need to make sure we're keeping up in the top 25. But seriously, Cold and Rapid, what the heck? I love that you kind of call out. What are they doing on high ground? What's crazy too is even looking in for a moment there, Clix and Higgs decide, hey, we're gonna go for this height, and everyone in the lobby was like, hey, don't let that happen up there. What are we doing?
No, Click and Higgs actually had a very good approach to that high ground. Ritter was like, oh my gosh, they're getting a free chop. They get the chop. The high ground team's kind of falling down. They had no mats. They were just like that close from actually stealing away the high
Yeah.
ground. But unfortunately, yeah, the lobby was like,
That would've
well,
been a good
no,
game.
We're not going to let that happen.
Not today.
If that
Look,
actually
guys,
happened.
After that last win, guess what? We've got a listen in from that moment. Take a look.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to you in a second. You're not really connected by much.
Okay.
I should have probably connected to you nice.
Looks like that's like a high team. If you see a map, make sure you comment.
You literally just gotta make sure we're like, we're up here. Okay, misses, we can jump down to the side of the hill and get a little bit closer to them. I think we should. Think that,
Yeah, do it.
yeah, I'm missing this, I'm gonna go down.
Top
You don't have, you can stay up if you want, you can stay up.
I like that.
50 up, 50 up. Yeah, I'm gonna try. Nice.
Hey,
Let's
Vince,
fucking
go
go,
on now,
baby, come
boy.
on, let's go.
Calm, cold, collected is how this duo
Wow,
was
bro, they
feeling. And
like. I mean,
look,
that's crazy.
They were excited, but it looked like it was just another day.
Yeah, they
for
did not
Battle
seem
Bus.
too
I mean,
excited.
It looked like a normal day for this duo. The
Yeah.
confidence is there. We heard it in the pre-game interview, and now closing it out. Look, there is one thing I do want to bring up here. It's not my EU bias, I promise. Not my EU bias, but all the top 3 teams that were in that final zone land at the northeast side of the map. We had a northeast zone.
Whoa,
Put that out-
six,
put that
seven
out
to
there.
this. All right, let's take a look at
Okay, let's
real
see the
fast. We
leaderboard.
gotta take a look at how everything else is shaping up for the
Okay.
rest of the lobby.
Cold and Rapid in first.
Look at the points are crazy, but
Wait.
want to highlight here.
Clix
for you,
is not top
second
10?
place, Yapko
Wow.
and Panzer.
Clix
Showing
is
up
not
in
top
this
10 right
2v2
now.
NA versus you. I'm sorry, being unbiased. This was crazy.
Oh,
right? We even
but,
saw some shots out
yeah.
of Yapko and Panzer.
He needs 12 more
taking down
points just to
Reed
get
and
top
Cooper
10,
just
so he might be top
I mean,
15.
shout out to the 3 duos here, right? You had Cold and Rapid, obviously, full chilling up on the higher gun. And then you had Yapko and Panzer, one of the only 3 duos left. And the other duo that was kind of alive in the mix once we got into the top 10.
I thought they
was
was going to
Reed
be in the
Cooper.
top 10,
But
but
as soon as Yapko and Panzer kind of
it's all
had an
good.
opportunity to take it to Reed and Cooper on the low ground, I'm not gonna lie, it happened so fast. Panzer and Yapko just hit some clean shots. Watch this kind of phase in right here. Clean shots from both of them to go ahead and secure the second place. And in the mix, we also see Hero off in the distance. Hold up,
Hold up, Hero.
He had a good chance, too.
Champs as a duo, but yeah, Yapko
He had,
Panzer,
like,
they're
a
out of
really good
match. They
chance,
made
I'm
the
not
aggressive
gonna lie.
play. and it worked. I was getting a little nervous for Cold there when the
Yeah,
initial
he
shot
cracked
from
both of
Panzer
them.
came through, but in the end,
Yeah, that
Cold
was
Rapid
crazy.
did take
He
the win,
almost
but
won
hey,
that.
second place, kicking things off as a reminder, it is top 25 to move on to Sunday, so all of these teams we just saw are looking incredibly strong.
That's right, man. Every single interaction is going to matter, right? We only have 6 games to end in the top 25. And as you kind of called out, we saw Hero from Middle East in that moment, top 3 as a solo, mind you. In the chaoticness that is this crazily stacked lobby, Hero shows up big and clutches.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be feeling good after a game like that for all of these teams that are picking up just so many points. Be curious to do some math over the course of the day to kind of get some expectations.
Wow, that's
for
good.
What 25
That was
will-
crazy.
will top 25 will actually look like. But yeah, game 1 right here coming out of the gate swinging. It might just be the only game some of these teams really need to actually pick up enough points.
Yeah, a lot of the pressure is lifted after that for these teams that got not only top 3, even top 5. I know FKS Hero, they're happy they switched to South Latte
Yeah.
Landing for this day. The question is, I mean, FKS Hero aren't contested, but for example, Cold Rapid are. So now they have kind of that freedom, that lifted pressure to play a bit more aggressive now.
I will say, though, Cold Rapid were kind of expected, like you said, to be contested. I don't think they were in that game. They did actually take advantage of some of the contestation that's kind of going on towards Sandy. That's where they picked up some of their early elims, picked up some of that early surge that they could kind of, snowball into the end game. So keep an eye on the early game towards that way.
And I do just have to wonder, obviously this being the first game in this environment for many of these teams, maybe it's their first time. There's a lot of jitters, right? When you kind of get put in this situation, you're not
I mean,
at
wow,
home
this
in-
is crazy,
in the
bro.
comfort of your home, the comfort of your setup. You don't have your
Reed and
shoes
Cooper
kicked off.
fourth.
You don't have your desk a certain way, right? Your monitors.
Acorn
this
and
is a
Old
completely
sixth.
different environment. So, this being game number 1, I'm just gonna chalk this up to like, hey, just let's get game number 1 out of the way. Now we can kick things off crazily, right?
Look, a big team that I'm looking at in terms of the pressure, the nerves, perhaps, it's Sharkantini. They were contested at Wonky Land by Clicks and Higgs. And
Yes,
this is a
sir.
team that they have what it takes. They've proven that they have what
Nah,
it takes, but
nah.
I'm sensing a bit of that pressure. I'm sensing a bit of those land nerves. Now, the
Yeah.
good news for Sharkantini is that they have all, upper bracket to play out, get top 25, and then if they make it through, they have a whole other 8 matches on Sunday to truly show what they're capable of.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big talking points over towards Wonky Lane was confidence levels. I mean, Clicks and Higgs, for whatever reason, played this long game, kind of talking about, hey, we're not even going to be landing Wonky. And then, boom, surprise, they're here. And now Sharkantini might be kind of caught off guard because we could see in that early game how much respect they actually gave towards the way of Clicks and Higgs. Like, at one point, we were kind of looking around and was like, wait, whoa. Are Sharkantini even landing Wonky? They did eventually land, but they took, like, such little loot that Clicks and Higgs were kind of given almost the entire POI
Yeah.
for free.
It's crazy too how long I felt like that fight went on, right? Like, when we saw these practice games. Don't want to dig too much into those, but we saw this go a certain way, and to see like this super long, we're in the zone, and even in that situation where Shark was by himself, it's like, oh man, let's close it up. Shark's like, oh hey Higgs, go down to 3 HP. Hold on a minute. I was like, wait, hold on. Is he about to come back? Is he about to clap back?
It's funny, when we were watching that, I remember Zeke was telling me, he's like, so God, I think they're taking a little too long. Like, this fight has staggered out too long. I'm like, it staggered out too long 10 minutes ago, right? Like, they've been here way too long. This
Yeah.
is not finishing. So the pressure, it might be on both ends, but Clicks Higgs are definitely looking more confident for now.
Obviously, one of the big talking points coming into this weekend was the NA on NA action. One of those instances, of course, was Cooper and Reet versus Aiders and Ritual. They did not fight in the early game, but we actually see both of those teams find themselves in the top 10, right? Cooper and Reet in 4th place right there. Aiders and Ritual in 7th place. So, honestly, I feel like both teams potentially kind of feeling comfortable splitting that split chop up towards the north side of the map. I know Reet and Cooper were kind of talking about it. Hey, if the day is going bad for either one of us, I'm expecting the fight to be taken by maybe somebody, but I don't really expect it to happen, right?
I mean, I don't know. Time will tell. What I'm seeing is a lot of NA teams on that top 10, top 5 on the leaderboard. So I'm curious to see if that trend's going to continue, or we might see things mix up a little bit as the day goes on.
Absolutely, and I wanted to focus here on Cammy and Hari, right? We saw them for a little bit, right? Back on height. Tokata, you were saying, wait a minute, is this a blast from the past or what?
Look, if I was a couple years ago and I'm, sitting down and I hear you come and tell me, hey, 2026, we're at an international event, it's Cammy Hari. They win the first game on high ground. I mean, there's a duo. Cammy has already been ahead of the meta, but it was more a low ground team you would expect. But now recently in 2026, especially going to duos, we have seen them play a bit more high ground. We have seen them play a bit more aggressive. If you think back to Cammy and Seti, they haven't been the strongest
Wow.
fighters. And
He
now
just
I
sat
am
there
seeing
with
a
his
lot
phone.
more confidence with this duo.
And you're talking about kind of
How
controlling
many
the
more
high ground,
minutes
but
till
any
next
single
game?
time we see one of our duos kind of take high ground around 8th zone, anytime we kind of tune into our POV, immediately turn your eyes to their material account, which is exactly what I did right here when it was the case of Cammy and Hara, because yeah, they had high ground. They had 30 builds to work with. Like, you're in 8th zone, you got so much more Fortnite to play after that. There's no way you can kind of continue throughout the rest of the end game with that material count. You're going to have to make something happen, which is why I'm always a big fan of judging any of those type of plays where the early high ground takes kind of happen.
Yeah, I mean, when you take height with that low math, it's kind of an all or nothing. You got to get a refresh then and there because you're not going to be able to keep building out. You're not going to get forward height. Like, you are all or nothing in those moments. And the amount of teams that tried taking height after that, not only Clix Higgs, it was just back to back until eventually Cold and Rapid at the perfect moment took it, and they had a good amount of materials. So it was a pretty, by the book cleanup.
Yeah, what's interesting too is remember, like, obviously when we watch these things, there is an overarching meta, right? But then the moment we not even just summit, right? It doesn't matter what stage of the competition is. There's always a meta within that meta that develops. And so it's interesting that, like, even in this game one, that high ground really, no one was willing to just let it go. How many times have we seen just like, oh, hey, a team just showed up and on high ground and they've just been up there. We keep saying the same thing. Hey guys, let's look up, but hit the summit. Everyone's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm just gonna peek up. Someone's up there. Let me just help that out.
Yeah, I mean, the end games obviously are going to play out extremely differently from
Dude,
game
he
to
looks
game.
so,
I
like,
do want to kind
upset.
of turn
Did they
the
go down
conversation
early or
over
something?
to the early game. Obviously, we did talk a little bit about wonky lane, right? We got Clix and Higgs.
Or wait, no, they did.
Arctini.
They did, yeah.
Obviously, because Clix and Higgs are landed over there at wonky lane, guess who's going to be uncontested? Peterbot and Plyo over at Squibbly. With that being said, right, they want to be uncontested. They don't want to take that early fight off spawn, that is. Early fights are kind of their bread and butter. You can see they're kind of pushing around the map, but I feel like they kind of got humbled a little bit that game.
Look, I'm going to shout out my man, Levin2K here, because we were talking to Pete yesterday, and there's this thing that, happens every now and then. Pete gets really confident. He goes in quickly to try and get a quick finish, but either he takes a big loss of shield and HP, and then he has to heal up. Pollo makes it there, they take the fight again, and they win it. There's pretty standard, they get a bunch of eliminations over time, but you're in an international event. I mean, if you go down, you can see it kind of just sets you up for a staggered situation. Zone pulled, east from them
How many more
after
minutes
that.
do we have?
I think you gotta kind of just,
Till next game.
focus up, take the competition a bit more seriously.
Interesting stuff. I'm actually curious. You guys kind of talked about this early game and, Clix and Higgs versus Sharkatini. We actually have elicited from the beginning of the game. Let's take a look.
It's a keyboard player. We're double scroll wheel. Yeah. They have to sidekick us so they guarantee lose. Yeah. I'm trying to think, bro. Why are they doing this?
They want to have a good game one.
Yeah, Higgs is
I don't
right.
think they landed here, bro.
I didn't see them, bro. God, I didn't.
I saw one short, but it could have been for jungle.
No, they did land there though.
I'm gonna throw a fake shock.
Okay.
So smart.
Ready?
Yeah, go.
Stay crouch.
40 cracked. No,
Full
no,
crouching,
not cracked,
full
not cracked. Not making noise. Nice.
Oh my gosh, Higgs.
I'm King Shark.
Wow, that was crazy.
Just so crazy. I love, again, this is like what's the best part
Clix and
of
Higgs.
LAN is immediately getting to hear directly from the players. Even in that moment, right? Like, what a crazy play. Hey, I'm setting up
Oh, they're
shot. And you even saw it there. Shark's like, oh, I heard it. Oh,
Yeah.
oh wait.
And you got to think, right, for Sharkatini, over the course of the rest of the weekend, they're going to be thinking about that moment.
They're top 16 right now. Top 16. First game, top 16. Not terrible. Not terrible.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's also pretty
Not
cool
terrible.
that we kind of listed
2
in a
eliminations.
pretty pivotal
Got
part
top
of that early
15.
game in the sense that
30
Clix and Higgs were kind
points.
of confused
Top
as well. They were like,
16.
wait a minute, like, did they land?
They gotta
Like,
lock
where
in.
were they? He was like, oh, I think one landed short. I think one was like over there. So they actually didn't even kind of know what was going on. I mentioned that. I was like, wait a minute, are they even going to land there on them? So Clix and Higgs are kind of feeling the same sentiment.
I was just as confused because Sharktini had a very similar drop to Demish and Darm, who are, I mean, they're close to Wonky Land, but it's a completely different drop, and they were like on the same height, and I'm like, what's going on here? Like, where are they? It was the same confusion that Clix and Higgs were having. But then
And
the
Clix
fight
and
ended
Higgs
up
are
staggering
4
a
or
lot.
16th,
But as we
so
saw
I mean
that
that's not
overdrive
terrible.
Play, I mean, that
Not
worked
terrible.
incredibly well. It got them a pick. They were put in a 2v1, and Higgs did get dropped to maybe like 5-10 HP, but in the end, they won.
You got
the
dropped
fight,
to
and that's
3
really what
HP,
mattered.
but
Absolutely. So, guys, what do you think? Again, we're just trying to be the top 25. We're trying to be the upper half of the lobby after these 6 games, 5 more. What do we need to change for game number 2?
I mean, for a lot of these teams, it's got to be the early game. Obviously, we've talked a lot about the teams who kind of found success during that game, but I feel like when we jumped into the game and watched for like a minute, there was like 90 players alive super, super fast, which means that basically 5 teams instantly went down, which is kind of to be expected because we know that there is a lot of teams that are kind of contesting each other around the map. The approach to the early game is going to be the difference for a lot of these teams.
Well, it's time to see if they can make those adaptations. Again, this is game number 2. Nobody freak out. I'll do it for
wait.
you. Casters, over to you.
Oh, it's coming soon. Game 2's coming soon.
Disappoint, that is for sure, Jacob. I mean, I know that we were definitely expecting to see a little bit of those drawn-out fights, the original starting points getting a little shaky, but it's going to be an uphill battle for some of these teams already.
Yeah, you kind of look at the Clix and Shark fight over at Wonky Land. Even though Clix didn't have the most phenomenal performance, they outplayed Shark and Teeny. Can that repeat? Game 2 is here, so let's jump right in.
Here we go.
Each game passes, you kind of have to look at your spot on that leaderboard. We
Here
know
we go.
it's top 25 that get that qualification
Top
to
25.
Championship Sunday, and the bottom 25 have to do it again tomorrow. So you don't need to win every single game. You just need to do good enough.
Yeah, Clix is doing pretty good.
All they really want to win right now is the off-spawn contention. Nebs, Nathan, though, a little bit faster to the punch, but not going to be able to connect the shots. No lineup. Muzz skirting off into the building. We'll be able to gather some resources, so these two are going to have to meet head-on at a later point.
Yep. For now, it's just kind of load up, give ourselves a little bit of a fair fight. Chap, Flixie, Romero and his duo. This is something that we caught very, very early on.
Game 2.
I believe it was Chap that was able to get both of those eliminations, and then we saw him down later because of the third parties. And now it goes, they both grab their respective floor loadout, and it's Flixie
well, that was easy.
that gets the best of Romero first.
Some tough breaking point right now for the Argentinians. Lewa going to be left to try and pick up the pieces here, but for Chap, he's now going to look to just prioritize keeping.
They only got 12 points though. They're a bit behind, I'm not gonna lie.
They would obviously love to have some more elimination points if possible, and not only that, but you got to keep your head on a swivel in these lobbies. You can never stop anticipating a third party intervening.
Oh, third parties always happen. Always.
I saw some action going down in the feed as well for Latte. That's not too far away from here. But Yapko, Panzer, Jonas, Fellows, they're the ones across from each other. And another one of those contested fights where, yes, they can go ahead and play aggressive towards one another, but in the early portions of this, they will at least want to give themselves a loadout so they're not playing mostly on luck.
But I'd argue that this is a much worse position currently for Jonas and Falos, because you have to remember, Yapko Panzer, they've already had one solid lobby, and in a 6-game format for top 25, most of the heavy lifting has been completed. So now,
guys, I got some really bad news. I got some really, really bad news. Yep, it just showed in the top left. Clix and Higgs just went down very early to Shark and Teeny. I don't know what Clix and Higgs' plan was.
I wish Zeke would have asked them what they needed to
but
do different.
that was really bad.
They did exactly that. In game 1, we saw them fly high.
I hope they show how they rush, because I have Clix's POV.
To take over Wonky Land. This time around,
I mean, what kind of peak was that for Higgs? I mean, that is really bad.
The first down is there. Clicks in a 2v1. You can see him trying to
I mean, that's so bad.
It's too little, too late. Shark and Teeny.
That's really bad. I'm not gonna lie. That sucks. Wow. Clix is dead early. I mean, there's not much I can say. They rushed so terribly. I don't know what the plan was there, but wow, they're already dead.
Clix and Higgs, we even heard it in their call out briefly before this matchup started. They were expecting them to play it much more passive. They know.
Yeah, I don't know. They knew that, and they still kind of let it happen. Yeah, they're already dead. I mean, they've been dead. That's crazy.
At Wonky It's been happening all season long, Jacob. And sure, that was just in the EU department, but even at a global level.
In that game, Clix and Higgs immediately just rushed and did not really care. Like, I mean, they cared, but they really,
Yeah, you can kind of see right
they were more passive, and they just literally shockwave to them, and they just had. They did not have a good position.
He actually took down Agers from Fridge.
Yeah, that's really bad.
Really playing a role in that fight. Noah Riley's going to go down. Razan's going to be by himself. 1v2 situation. Well, let's see how good his practice map actually is.
Reason is doing what he can to try and get away, but Veloz looking to chase this one out. They need some kind of recovery point, but Reason, he might be running straight into the heart of where Yapko is currently based up, but Veloz
Reason's running.
might be forced to give up the chase. Don't want to
Oh,
expend
they
too many
gave up.
resources too early on, especially when you know that Painted Palms currently belongs to Panzer and Yapko. The juice just isn't worth the squeeze, so Reason will manage to escape, but it might only be a temporary relief because Yapko and Panzer, they might have a good idea
is
of
he
where
making?
exactly the solo's at.
Yeah, and you just got to
Is
be
he
very
making a
cognizant
surge
of where the
base
zone
as
is
a
actually
solo?
pulling, because right
Yo,
now
what?
you can kind of see the edge of it. So it seems like it might be pulling away from the northeastern part of the map. Only time.
Hey,
will
I'm not
tell.
gonna lie, that
Scary
really
going
sucks
for Lurk play.
for
They
Clicks and
already
Eggs.
win their off-spawn fight, but that's not going to be enough. Quinjen Twy, it looks like they're trying to sneak up on them that already have their base secured. So it might not be the best idea. So I do like this out of Syaz and Scary. Instead of trying to push in a fight that you might not need, they go ahead and disengage.
What's
and continue
happening
their
over
game.
here?
BOT, unfortunately, a victim of
Oh,
Thomas
he did.
HD and Focus. At one elimination, we're going to try and propel them forward as they're looking to get the secondary component.
And
LB
he's
Works
dead too,
just
wow.
barely managing to get away, but it's only going to be a short-lived
That's crazy.
instance. Focus and Thomas get a little bit of a run back here to see how exactly that all broke down for BLT, and unfortunately, yeah, Thomas just too quick with it, waiting on that opposite angle.
Yeah, almost makes you wonder, is that a part of their strategy after
What's
kind of
Sky up
realizing in
to?
game one, we might need to get a little bit more aggressive for Surge, whether it's close range or long range. But Thomas, Focus from Riptides to that elimination, they're already on the move. Sky and Scroll as well from the
Yeah, they're
north side
pretty
of
chilling.
Battlewood. They did exactly what Veno said they should have done. Switched up their game plan because what they were doing should not have worked. And now Sky and Scroll, instead of overstaying their welcome at Battlewood Boulevard, they instantly rotate the Dark Dominion.
I've already recognized the fact that this lobby is moving at a different pace entirely, and they don't want to be left behind. Staying one step ahead of the pack is always going to be
Clicks and
difficult,
Hanks going down
especially
early, though, was
with the way
so
that some of these
bad.
other teams are playing. Hobby and Aminish, after that first game
Oh,
performance,
he's
they
probably
found
gonna try to
themselves
get some
just
third
inside of
tags.
the top 10, and they're looking to hold
Oh,
on to
what's
that
happening
position.
over here?
Fights don't stop.
Little
Jab and
damage.
Flixie from one to the next. They win their off-spawn fight. And
Oh,
sure,
it's just up to
essentially,
him.
that
Ooh,
new
that's not
Sanctuary would
good.
be uncontested to themselves, but after that, you see them rotating out through the tunnel. They put themselves in a 2v1 situation. Nutty's going to be the only one down below, and there's really no options. They closed off each end, and they're really trying to make their numbers
Dude, I don't
advantage
think this
work.
guy's gonna
Pressuring
escape.
in zone after zone. Nutty's
They're gonna
trying
key
to go
this.
ahead and run away now, and this might
Or
be his
he's
only
trying
chance
to
of
run.
survival.
Oh, he just shocked his teammate
Flixie
backwards.
sent a little bit further back than what had originally been intended there, but Chap's still willing to get Chase cut off yet again by the top
No
of that
way.
tunnel.
Wow, he's
and
gone.
that might have been just
Wow.
enough delay
That's crazy.
for Nutty to slip away.
That's
but
crazy.
even still, Jacob, relatively low on materials, doesn't have any metal, needs to get a reboot off for Gabzetta, and there are other teams still looking to try and enter New Sanctuary.
Well, they have
Whether
no
or not
points.
they're
They did
also a
bad their
team
first
that's
game,
hurting
too.
for some hard material, looking to try and refarm some of those elements. It's
Or maybe
not
it's
going
just
to
that
be
glitch.
very easy for Nutty to find this reboot anytime soon.
Yeah, for Chap and Flixie, though, I like that lack of desperation for that elimination. They say, hey, he's going in New Sanctuary. He's going to have to come out eventually, and they're just going to wait instead of waiting and moving in and possibly getting lurked, just like you see Janice and Cheatin doing here to Controller.
Just trying to
Amon,
lurk.
I'm not sure if he's there anywhere nearby,
Let's see
but
if it'll
he
work.
desperately needs to get some sort of a signal because they are gearing up
Oh, they
right
got
now
the
to
best
break through the
lurk.
wood. Land a good shot
Yep.
on a Controller, but he got the signal just a little too
Box.
late. He's in the box. They're not
Go.
trying to let him out, and they do
Wow.
not let it happen. That first
Wow.
knock, that one's going to be easy. Haman is almost nowhere in
Yeah, that
sight.
looked pretty
so for
easy
Cheat
for
and
them.
Janice, that was a free elimination.
They definitely need to start establishing some territory pretty soon here. Amon, though, stuck inside of their surge base, but if he's that
This is
high
crazy.
up,
Hey,
Jacob,
that's a
you
good
have to
base because
wonder
they
how
didn't have to
exactly
build
were
much.
Cheatin and Giannis
That's a good base.
able
They
to
didn't have
slip
to build
by the
much, but it's
watchtower,
pretty
and now
nice.
Amon forced to try and figure out, do I stick around? Am I going to be able to disengage? or will I just be lit up the moment that I try to escape my position?
I will say the saving grace, though, for him is the zone is pulling away from that spot. So eventually, everybody will have to go, and he'll get at least a chance at that reboot card. But you can kind of see in Cheaton's inventory, literally seconds.
How's
before
Cold
he
and Rapid
vanishes
doing?
in there.
101
they're
points, nice.
lacking
They
a
got
ton of
decent
food.
loadout.
That elimination's got to help them
Cold
tenfold.
does. Cold has a
Jump
good
on
rap.
our winners of game 1, 101 points. Cold and Rapid. They said, hey, this one for them was a little easy. They got high ground. I don't think anybody had a chance to look up.
They were playing that first lobby as if it was an opens, Jacob. It did not seem like it was a Summit Major LAN appearance because they just had so much control and they never once hesitated with any of their decisions. So the composure very clearly matching their mentality right now. But Yuma, Koyota...
Listen, Clicks and Higgs, I'm still shocked about that, and I'm not happy about that. That's really bad. Oh, they only got 12 points.
You know, they're likely to be lurking.
Cold and Rapid, what's happening?
Just caught completely off guard, completely
fighting.
sandwiching this duo. They're both so low on HP, and Rapid, he knows there's only one good thumb shot left to make this elimination happen.
Yeah, Cold, Rapid. It almost feels like they chased these guys down in game 1. That's how they're able to get their early surge and eliminations, and they're trying to stick to the game plan. Zone is moving over towards the northwestern part of the map, so as soon as they can find this elimination here and clear a path, they won't have much to worry about outside Reed and Cooper. We're at Latte Landing.
Really
they know they have their long launch pad then, so they're not in a rush either. And this has kind of been the meta this season. With the shockwaves, with the gauntlets, you can go ahead and travel a long distance in a short time. So you're seeing with the surge changes coming in.
Oh, there's Curvin Vino. What are they up to? What are they up to?
But the bigger issue that was building there was where Cooper was.
Oh, they got vending machines. That's
he
nice.
had the full cutoff point there for Mini PO. He's forcing them to rotate through Painted Palms, and eventually they're going to run straight into where Yapko and Panzer
Pete and
were
Pollo are
at,
on the
just to try
top.
and evade 2 other duos. So it's not like they have a clear-cut path in front of them. Meanwhile, Peterbot and Pollo, they're also taking a little bit more of a scenic tour.
I guess they don't see Curve.
Want to start trying to
Curve
build
and
a little bit more
I guess.
cushion zone in the points department because 8 is not where we would anticipate to see this duo after that first lobby.
Yeah, and underneath, Benno Curve just rotating on by. I thought for a second maybe they're just lurking around, but nope, you just can't freely pass Peterbot and Pollo when they're that high in the sky. They got a huge vision advantage over everybody else. But Benno and Curve sneaking by, making sure they don't take a single shot
crazy.
of damage up top. Peterbot and Pollo, they're gonna use the fizz, the shockwave. That's how they're going to make it to zone. Alex and Reckless, they moved in from the far eastern side of the map over towards Sandy Strip. And typically for teams that do land on the outskirts, they do rotate into POIs just like Sandy Strip to go ahead and replenish what they're missing from their drop spot.
One above, one below. Reckless on the rooftop. Alex now starting to rotate back through his duo's building as Reed, Cooper checking back in on them. And what's been brewing here at Latte Landing, recognizing the fact that they haven't been taking that immediate engage with Agers and Ritual. These 2 teams from NAC kind of just recognizing the fact that maybe we play to our own strengths before we look to try and take out the other.
Yeah, and this is one of those spots I've been talking about, Latte Landing. There's a launch pad back here that takes you higher and further than most of the other launch pads on the map. And then you mix it with the Flowberry Fizz like you see Reed and Cooper doing there. You almost fly so high, you're out of render distance, but Peterbot and Pollo, they didn't get that same chance. It didn't work out in the same manner. They end up in a scuffle underneath, but it's not just them. It's not just Curve and Benno who are also nearby. There are 3 teams directly here with 2 more on the outskirts.
But this isn't the first time that we've seen Pete and Pollo essentially getting cut off by Benno and Curve. I don't know what Benno's been getting up to, but it really feels like he's got a lot of cutoff points set up specifically to engage with Pete and Pollo. Could be pre-firing that we are only in game 2 after all, Jacob, but Benno, Curve, they got their damage and now they're getting out.
Go into the tunnel where they have that secret porta potty to go ahead and teleport themselves through as Peterbot and Pollo continuing to try to move towards the west. But that's Hari and Cammy there on the other side. And they were honestly disruptors of that last game, probably being a huge focal point of why Peterbot and Pollo got down. I'm not sure if this is an act of revenge or just maybe early damage for Storm Surge. Either way, Peterbot looks to not slow down here.
Pete Pollo definitely been
Oh,
very
they're below.
aggressive, and that's exactly why 143 below on Surge damage.
That could be
They keep
good, though.
taking these odd shots over
I don't
at
like
Cammy
Peter
and
Bot.
Hottie. They're bound to get a little bit of bite back here. Hottie nearly getting the finish there onto Peterbot, but good tags exchanged from both ends. It's going to mean that Pete has to step back. Pollo now looking to take over that aggressive front, but
Ooh.
Pollo eats another decent punt tag there from Hottie. Cammy doing a great job at just keeping everything closed off.
Yeah, and you see they got what they wanted. They won the exchange
Oh, wow.
for the most part, but they get caught lacking. Peterbot not missing a shot, getting that first down on the Hari. But you see, Taco, they're still 27
They're
below
still
the
below,
damage
though.
threshold. They needed more
That's
than
crazy.
just a full elimination worth of damage, so they have to continue to be on the hunt. Right now, it looks like they're looking for Cammy as a solo, but you see there's plenty of opportunities right in front of them.
That went from being the dream scenario for Cammy and Hottie to
Oh, wow.
an absolute nightmare. And now Cammy trying to see if he can enact his
Oh.
own revenge here. But Pete, quick with the cutoff. Pete here to remind everybody exactly who he is in this moment. But he'll be forced to just keep things moving forward. He got the damage he was after. He doesn't want to spend any more time here on Cammy. And he's left Cammy in the dust, stuck dealing with Surge and everything else in between.
It's a 5-tick zone. There's no more heals. He has to make it in now. The timing has never been perfect. He gets into the zone. The elimination to Cammy. The siphon comes in, and now
Peterbot
what
is above?
happens
Oh.
is they are
Yeah, he's above.
the damage threshold, Taco. But when you look at their loadout, they're in desperate need of loot.
Oh, yeah, they are.
Might be able to clash with a handful more teams. It all depends on whether or not they actually want to try and
Dude,
make
it
some
would have
sort
pulled the
of an
wonky,
inside
so if
approach.
Clicks and
Also
Higgs
have to remember
didn't
that
die
there
on
are going to be
wonky
other
game 2,
duos
they would have been
looking to
fine. Like,
try
they would
and
have pulled
scale
every
up this
zone.
mountain face. The zones over
That's
by
crazy.
wonky can be very brutal.
That's
to
literally
actually retain
crazy.
Any sort of materials, and when you are a duo that's already clinging on for just those last little bits of scraps, Chino, Pablo, kind of a similar position here. They might have a little bit of damage to be just above for the moment, but will that stay true?
Yeah, in the next zone, that's going to get flipped upside down more than certainly. See Minute down on the side of that mountain. You said it yourself. Making up and scaling the summit here is going to be near impossible. Only the best will survive. Scroll, Sky, they see them down to just one individual. Sky, and he's below the damage threshold. 132, essentially needing an elimination, and he needs it now. Storm Surge will activate, and he will take that 25 damage every 7 seconds.
Probably happy to just be leeching off of Size as Flowberry Miss Grenade, but first, can he break out away from Size? Looking back, sees there is a solo behind me. He might be able to be the cutoff point, but
Uh-oh,
instead,
Sky's teammate is
recognizing,
dead.
I've just got to keep things moving forward. He's such a
Scroll
low
is
material
dead.
count here, though, Jacob.
So
He can
to
find
Sky.
that solo. He can
Below
get the
Surge.
elimination. The refresh would buy him so much time instead of having to play for the
Never
backside
good.
zone.
Yeah, and if climbing the
Oh,
mountain wasn't
Peter
hard
and
enough,
Pollo are
Peter
dead again.
and Pollo go down before
Wow.
they reach the top of that mountain. The zone pulling all the way across, so we're gonna go through varying different elevation changes, and if you don't have the materials, Taco, good luck to you, but Sky somehow finds a way to get above the damage threshold. 50 teams still alive, so even so, Storm Surge deactivates here. It will not officially turn off in this game
Pete and
until
Pollo
there's
are
40
dead.
or less players standing.
Sky is so trapped right now. Vico and Malabuka definitely sniffed out his position, but they also know why take the risk. They have the options, the opportunity to try and make their
Dude,
way
everyone's
towards
below
the
on
next
Surge.
high
Wow.
ground point, and Sky still as a solo from behind takes down Science, takes out Repairs. The siphon kicking in. The lifeline has been extended, but can he actually make it up the mountain face? Another siphon to bail him out momentarily, but for Strokey, he might just be the one to shut Sky's fate down to a limit here. And Sky can't
Wow.
continue working his way up.
He
He's out
tried.
of this one, but at least got 3 eliminations.
Yeah, even though those eliminations were good, he just got no mobility from it, and that's what eventually caused his downfall. But you can see they're not going down without a fight. Our top 25 teams left in this game. That means placement points are starting to play a role. And with every team that falls, they'll cascade further and further until you get that victory royale. And obviously, eliminations make the difference throughout the test of time
Yep.
in FNCS. We've seen it play a role multiple times.
Guess who's on the high ground currently? It's Acorn
Oh, wow.
and Bolt, and this is practically their backyard. Starting off over by Storm Station, they haven't really had to move too far away from home, and almost 1,300 damage above. They are completely smothering this lobby and not allowing anybody to even remotely consider Predator trying to challenge them on height. All they've got to do is keep spraying out that secondary height layer, and even the duos that are trying to see if they can overdrive their way forward, they're just getting cut off entirely. Bolt and Acorn, along with the rest of the lobby, the catastrophe is taking place. No one can survive.
Yeah, as we see, going off the side of the mountain again, going down. Maybe a little bit of hills in the way for Pablo. Chino, you see they have very little materials, no extra heals. Even though Storm Surge is no longer a worry in this game, it's about where they're going to get the elimination. And Giduo from the flank is able to get one. He gets back to back by himself to make miracles happen.
Hey, better than a last-minute fill, and what else could you possibly ask for than getting those points delivered at your front door, man? But Vico, Malabuka, now looking to see if they can have possible challenge here on height. Malabuka still looking. They're gonna drop, but it's momentary. They see Tyler, Matt and Cole, too many duos. A little bit too close for comfort here. Malabuka without any material. He's waiting to see if Vico can actually play catch-up, but Vico left behind. He's just got to find his own elimination here. Refreshes everything currently, and there's no one in front of him.
Oh, we found old builds. This is absolutely perfect. No material left. Even with them both still alive, they reunite finally back into the same box. But this is where they need elimination. The zone is going to push some players over, not directly in their path, but give them a chance, just like that. A much-needed Elim was found by Malabuka.
Yapko and Panzer are still doing their thing, though. 5 eliminations already for Yapko, 6 in total for this duo, but they know there's still a team hanging out all the way in the high ground. Will they get the chance to chop?
Oh, wow.
First, we're going to bring down Giannis. Next, they're going to look towards Victor B. They're seeing if they can chop out his floor, but Vic just barely managing to escape in the moment.
I'm calling it. Acorn and Bolts are going to win.
Look at what they are doing to the rest of this lobby. They are forcing all of these teams underneath them to just burrow underground.
Look how many builds they have, Taco, because it's going over their mountain. Yes, I said it. Acorn and Bolts, they've claimed this mountain. It pulls up towards this drop spot, and they are not letting up off the gas. This is their perfect opportunity, not only climb up that leaderboard, but potentially take first. But there's still so many waiting in the wings. You see Shark, Teeny still alive, Vico fighting for every inch in this game. He gets the down on a Darn. The siphon is needed by Vico, but the onslaught won't stop. Demus is there, trying to get revenge, but he falls as well. Vico stands tall.
Vico's right at home, finding that fragger opportunity, and now playing catch-up to the rest of the lobby, but Shark, he's been taken out. Yapko and Panzer are going to be the first to catch up to him. Bolts, Acorn, still causing so much of a delay, though, in terms of where Yapko goes
I'm
next.
calling it, bro.
Drop,
Acorn and Bolts are going to win.
Their line of sight, trying to see if he can huddle underneath some of these leftover builds, but Bolts, Acorn, they're taking their sweet time. They know that there's a handful of solos underneath them, so why rush it as Vico's clearing out the lobby all by himself?
Still trying to find more eliminations here. Top 3, most of the placement points, but essentially 2 solos against the duo of Acorn and Bolts. And now the zone pulling down the mountain again. A perfect scenario for Vico to stay alive just a little bit longer to get that top 2 situation. But now what do? You're going against Acorn and Bolts. They have 6 eliminations.
Nah, I think Acorn and Bolts win.
They have 2 different win conditions, because if they want to wait until the last zone, they can shockwave out and win by heal off.
Look, I am all for everything that Vico has been able to accomplish in this lobby so far, Jacob. The fact that he has converted this into a second place opportunity for him in Malabuka is incredible scenery. But now, with the pullback, Vico is left trying to just stay in alert position. Bolts is off on the hunt, but he's still staying right next to Acorn's side. They just have so much white heal ammunition. They don't need to rush it. Vico only has so many more options before he completely runs out of space to work with. As Acorn Bolts, they continue to spray away at the builds. Vico doing everything in his power to try
Acorn and Bolts, I'm telling you, win this.
We are only watching the inevitable unfold here, Jacob. Vico might be able to try and shift things up,
He only has 20 builds.
To pull out all the stops here, and it doesn't look like it'll be enough as Bolts finally
Acorn and Bolts win.
Elimination's good to go.
Yep.
Not a victory royale.
From the backside of the mountain to the top of the summit, Acorn and Bolts have just won a game, and that's back-to-back with NA on top, and they have to be feeling out of this world, Frankie.
Acorn and
Yes,
Bolts,
sir.
the Cardinals were
NA.
saying, you must be feeling out of this world with that victory royale.
Yeah, very ecstatic. We pulled every zone, you know, very lucky, but of course, Acorn was IGLing very well. Nice height tarps, and you No, we're one of the best duos in the world, so nothing's gonna stop us.
You're looking like it. Acorn, sometimes the commentators say that you take a little bit of time to warm up on day one. You don't have day one here. You've only got 6 games to do it, but it looks like you're feeling yourself right now.
I mean, yeah, I seen Cold Rapid win a game. You know, we had to follow them. And they on top, baby, let's go.
Have you guys all had a conversation in North America back in the player lounge to say, you know what, let's do this. Let's take this away from Europe.
Oh yeah, we're all doing it for NA, you know.
Yes,
and
sir.
Minds, of course, one of the best orgs in the world.
Well, guys, you definitely gave us all a show. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, game number 3.
Guys, I still want to look at this. This is so tough. Hold on. Like, bro, look how tough this is. From World Cup to FNCS to FNCS to Pro-Am to FNCS. Like, this is so tough, bro. It even shows their names, bro, on who won. Like, this is so tough. Oh my gosh. This is literally so tough. And then mystery. I think that is super tough. Well, there's no audio right now, because we're on break, but it will be coming soon. Let me see if this has any audio. Yeah, none of them have audio right now. We should be getting audio in like 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Yep, right now. There we go. Yes, sir, Muzz. Here we go, we're gonna see the leaderboard in a couple of seconds. Let's get it. Here we go.
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the FNCS Summit. We got Mini Miner, we got 11-2K. For a moment, I'm gonna put my NA bias mask on. NA on top, baby!
Yes, sir.
I got you.
Yes, sir.
All right, sorry about that. I'm gonna take my NA bias mask off. Crazy stuff. Big W here. Mini Hill.
Big W here for...
Look, I'm happy for my boys, because it's a great win.
Yep.
It's great, and they needed that, especially with all the question marks around them being NA's last hope. It's a good sign of what's to come, I think, for those two.
Yeah, really nicely played from these guys as well. I think they identified, of course, that the zone was going up on this absolutely gigantic hill. They took height really early, and I think if we've watched a lot, if you guys at home have watched a lot of Fortnite at the higher level, we've seen that if you take height early, Levin, it doesn't usually go too well. But because these guys still had so many of those builds, and more importantly, all the teams down below spent so many builds trying to get up that hill, they could just ride out for success here and did really well at it.
Yeah, and ultimately a comfortable game for these two, right? It's a very favorable zone. They didn't have to spend much of the game sort of running about all over the map.
Hey, NA's cooking up right now.
That sort of momentum as they get into the end game to play for height. We know it's something that Acorn can do, even if it isn't what his go-to strategy is. And, you know, Bolt said it in my interview with him. He believes Acorn is the best IGL in the world. That confidence to follow him and then
this
deliver
leaderboard.
with the
I know we're
fragging,
getting close. We
it's
got
a
5
good
minutes till
combination.
next game.
It's so sick to see this, right? Like, again, and what's tough, right, is there are so many incredible, like, any duo in this lobby could win, and I'd be just amped, right? Because this is kind of like a sneak peek at what like a globals could look like. So to see them come out on top, massive stuff. Take a look at these beautiful standings. Yapko and Panzer currently sitting in that #1 spot. What's interesting as well, the teams just in front and just behind them fall early on, right? This is a huge window for them to make a move. And man, with duels like this, Mini, the moment you give them that opportunity.
I was like, I know that's not
Yeah,
first
that's absolutely
place.
right. I mean, they're making
That's
the
not
most
an
of those
NA
games,
team.
those early 2 games right there. 17 eliminations for them as well, Evan. This is a duo we've seen on
I don't think
EU
Flix is top
going very well here as
25 right now.
I think Zeke might have pulled the trigger on the whole NA on top thing a bit too soon, better, because that was an EU team on top, broski. What's going on?
No, my NA bias mask is currently off.
Okay,
That's right.
It's fallen off quite quickly, actually. What happened
Hey,
there?
let me come back to EU. It's all good. I'll come back over. Yeah, anyway, seeing them all go crazy as well. And even in those last final moments, right? Seeing Vico super down low as a solo. Again, all of these singular interactions, these little decisions that every single player makes will make a difference, right? Because remember, we're just trying to stay in that top half of the leaderboard right now. And clutches like this are what we need.
Well, it makes a difference. I mean, we remember at the beginning of the day, we were saying, Vico, you posted on socials, you were nervous at the beginning of the day, right? We're not seeing too many of those nerves right here. And a really, really important game for these guys. You saw it on the leaderboard right there. They jumped up 10 places by getting the 2nd place right here. And it wasn't easy.
And they
for
would have
them
done
on the
good
side
that
of this
game
hill. I
because
just
they
mentioned it.
pulled to
All those
Wonky.
teams down below, these guys are one of them. Low on the materials, had to rely on their aim, which Vico is very good
They
at.
pulled
And
the
ultimately
Wonky
very,
for
very
a
good
couple
game for
of
them, making
zones.
advantage of that sector.
Yeah, and I'm glad we get to see
he would have
people
been
try stuff
fine.
a bit, because really and truly, there are not many players on
Means
this
it would've
stage
been a
that are
really
better
good game.
fraggers than Vico. He is one of the elitist in the world, and
They played
if
so
you were
dumb.
feeling any nerves like you were alluding to, Mini, they surely have got
Clix
now
and
off
Higgs
that game.
didn't go
I
after
love
the
that he mouthed
game.
it. I don't know if you could tell. He said, I
And
tried.
they were on the game.
I tried. And you know,
Before
he
Clix
did.
and
And
Higgs didn't
those,
win.
in that circumstance, man, you look up, you're like, yeah, this is a little bit, because Old Man Mountain did take
What is
his
it?
toll. But again, we just seen a handful of really good games back to back. And then we'll be okay, right? So I'm excited to see them. I appreciate that Vico, of course, he's pretty emotional, but he's very content. He's like, hey, he wasn't even like, oh man, I can't believe. He's like, yeah, I tried. You know, I did what I could. Sky and Scroll as well, another EU team though, going crazy. I'm excited to see more from them. But man, again, it's just like with so many names in this lobby, dude, it's just like, it's like a feast, right? It's awesome.
I was glad to see them make it a bit deeper, because that first game, Mini, it scared me.
Yeah.
We obviously watch EU, right, together.
A lot.
We're not used to seeing Sky and Scroll not deep into an endgame, and so I thought, I hope the occasion hasn't gotten to them. Clearly not, because this is exactly what Sky was doing when they won an FNCS on the EU. Clutching up in these endgames, in big moments, in uncomfortable situations, hitting shots like this. And again, we want to see more of it today.
And this is one of the things we were talking about all season long. Both of them are so good individually that no matter what one of them goes down, the other one still has all of the firepower necessary to clutch up. And that's what Sky just did right there. Yes, of course, it wasn't an amazing game for them. Yes, of course, they're not moving their way up in the leaderboard absolutely massively. But what is important for them is just keeping them in the tournament, keeping them inside, of course, that contention for the top 25. Because realistically, I mean, we expect these guys to qualify through. So when they make it to endgame as a duo, when the zone is on a massive hill, expect to see these guys on top.
And earlier with Tokata and of course Vivid, we kind of talked about the meta within the meta. What are you guys seeing now with about a minute out? Obviously, kind of what you called out, Sky and Scroll, dude, we're seeing them win games, we're seeing them go crazy, but suddenly we're finding ourselves in a solo clutch situation. It's got to be the quality of this lobby, right?
It's difficult. It's also very difficult to sort of predict what's going to happen in these lobbies. You play EU, you play the scrims, you know the teams around, you know how your drop spot's going to work, how they play Surge, and that's a key element of their strategy. But when you come up in this lobby against all these other regions playing their own styles, their own strategies, ultimately it's tough for them to predict what's going on.
I think as far as meta within meta goes, right? One thing we saw in Game 1 and here in Game 2 is teams who maybe we don't traditionally consider height teams being opportunistic, being aggressive towards height when getting favorable zones, right? Cold and Rapid, again, it was a zone where they had a bit more to work with than the rest of the lobby. They thought, let's
What
take
time
height.
does this
Same
end?
thing with Acorn and Bolts there. If you are a team who maybe you don't usually play height, if you had a favorable zone, maybe you do have to go for it.
Yeah, man, again, it's with the top 25, you know, we just need those few games. I'm almost wondering, like, is there still a bit of those nerves? I know we're only 2 games in, but we're almost halfway through, right? We need that pop-off game.
Well, that's the thing. You have to throw the nerves out the window now as we get onto the rest of
Yeah,
this
but
tournament.
isn't
If you
there
need a
normally
win,
a
you need a
time?
big game.
Doesn't it show?
Height ultimately still is a very, very good way of going about that. Even if a lot of the other teams aren't playing it, it almost gives you that green light. But of course, if you're one of those teams that are outside of that top 25, so many other teams will be thinking to do the same. And that's when it becomes really messy, especially with these overdrive grenades. Anything can happen. So it's a bit tame right now, but of course, we'll see how things develop.
I'll be honest. I'm looking at these guys on our screen here. Deemish, Dom.
Yeah.
I think I saw, shout out to my guy Spudson, I think I saw him talking about them where he was talking about all the different EU teams that people have been bigging up going into the competition, right? People are looking at Vika Malabuka, Shark and Teeny, Sky and Scroll. Why are we not talking more about Dom and Deemish? I think they've had, I guess by their standards, maybe a slightly more quiet year compared to the quality you'd expect for them. But you can never count these guys out because every time people did over the course of last year, they overcame expectations. And I think there's a good chance we see them do that today.
Yeah, and I was speaking to their coach Sven, and he was saying, of course, they've had a few issues. Of course, the drop spot situation this season's been really difficult. They've had to switch around. They haven't found that home. And even this weekend, they've had to switch drops as well. Of course, they're now going towards that west side of the map. And I think the key word that I use to describe these guys, particularly this season, is just adaptability. Every single time they try and change something up, they try something new. They're just such a great team together. Of course, Sven's going to be helping with that so much as well. It just seems to work for them. And that's such a valuable asset to have in this lobby in particular because, again, as I mentioned earlier, you don't know what things are going to happen. You don't know who's going to be rotating where. So if you can have that adaptability, it's going to pay dividends.
I have decided to be the designated vibe assessor and vibe monitor at the LAN. You know, watching every player's vibe, figuring out who's comfortable, who's maybe a bit nervous. Every time I've seen Deemish and Dom, they just look comfy. They don't look like a young team who has only ever played at one big LAN and maybe are still feeling a bit nervous. They just seem like ready for this occasion, and that, you know, goes a long way in these types of cups.
That's interesting, Love it, because even at the beginning of the show, when you guys had that opportunity to kind of talk with different players, there was several that were kind of like, hey, this kind of feels like home. This kind of feels like
They haven't
I've
shown
been here
Peter
before,
Bot
or I
once.
have been here this many times. Like, that is such an advantage, right? For some of these players seeing their first LAN, they're thinking, this crowd is really loud. This desk isn't my desk. I have this comfort level at home that isn't here.
Yeah, I think the beauty of us being, you know, another year into VFNCS is earlier on, right? We used to be at these events and we used to go, half the lobbies never played at a LAN, right? And it's like now you sort of look at people and you're like, no, these guys have been here, right? And you do feel that comfortability. You're right. I think it goes a long way. You don't have to think about, oh, am I going to be all right? Am I going to be nervous? Like, you just know what you need to do on the stage.
Look at this leaderboard. I just looked down. I took a little look. I look. Benno, Curve, up 9 places in 9th place right now. It's crazy, you know, when you start to look at the disparity of the points, crazy. You're like, oh, Yapko Panzer 172. What the heck? 10th place, 76. Even Darkos and Minori there. You know, these games will go any which way. But to see Curve and Venno, dude, you know, we just love Venno. We're Venno stands here.
I don't love Venno anymore.
Oh, sorry about that.
He's coming for my job. All that analysis he was doing, bro.
I was shaking.
When I saw him reach for that telestria, I said, I am finished.
Yeah, he was like, can I draw? And I was like, oh, he wants to be a commentator. He's trying to be an analyst.
You might as well have said, oh, sorry, can I take your job real quick? Instead of saying, can I draw? Because, I know, I mean, that's what he is, though. He's a great mind in the game, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's absolutely crucial in terms of Curve's development as well. We've seen him just rising to the occasion time after time, and being with someone like Venno is going to pay dividends for him as well.
Fantastic stuff, guys. I'm getting word. The next game is ready to go. So, casters, take it away.
With
Here
EU on
we
top
go.
of the leaderboard, NA winning back-to-back games. I'm gonna invite a little friend on over to let us know what he's thinking about the action.
Listen, man, I was feeling too energized after watching those first 2 games. I had to go ahead. I had to jump on with my pals right here and get into the mix and see what's going to be happening live.
And this guy sees NAC succeeding. All of a sudden, he wants to keep
Okay,
this
now
up going.
I see clicks in
Vivid, how
POV.
many teams are you going to pick
Hold
up
up.
here?
I'm watching
We're gonna
clicks in
find out
POV.
in game 3. Ready to go.
Let's see how he does. See this off spawn. Game 3. I think Quake is going no problem.
all have to.
They do?
Yeah.
Why?
Because it's broadcasted.
I'm gonna
That's
be
weird.
hyping all of the teams while
You can hear his
I'm
game
up here
audio, you just
taking
can't
the
hear his mic.
opportunity to call
Or
out
Higgs.
all of the boys. But we know
Here we
kind
go.
of where the focus has been in the early game. I feel like Wonky Land, we got to go ahead and mention that. We got to go ahead and take a little peek that way because if
Clicks
we take
got
a look at
best.
the score
Clicks got best.
overall, it's got to be
Clicks got a
1-1.
shotgun. Wow.
But a quick
Clicks
movement before
literally
we
got
jump
best.
over there.
Nice.
Chap and
Oh, Higgs
Lixie
is
on the other side of the map.
literally 1 HP on the dot.
2-0 off spawn at
Higgs
the
is
new
dead.
Sanctuary. There was a couple of scares in game 1 where after those eliminations, Chap did go down, but Flixie picked him right back on up. He said, no, not ready to have you go down just yet, but they get beat. They get
Wow.
beat by a long shot by
You had
Romero
to.
and Lewa.
Lewa and Romero have been waiting for the opportunity to strike back. They've really got to get some points building
That
on the
sucks.
board, and they need it to start now before we're done with the halfway point. But trouble is still striking
That
everywhere else.
sucks.
Agers and Ritual, they are chasing down Cooper, Reed, Higgs, Clicks, being absolutely ran down by Teeny and Shark. There is no escape. Vivid, you might have picked the wrong opportunity to jump on here.
Trouble
Yeah, that's really
in
bad.
paradise. If you take a look over how good Clicks and Higgs have been doing all spawn over the past couple of days, the confidence is probably what led them to actually make the final decision to land at Wonky Land. But I can't lie, when the stakes matter, when everything matters here on the upper bracket, man, falling short.
Yeah, let's see how this off-spawn fight actually went. I did see some third-party shots coming into the mix, but Higgs gets beat off-spawn
Higgs
for
kinda
the floor
sold.
loot. Teeny takes him down. He's trying to run away, but eventually it gets all cut short. An interesting decision, though. We did not see them try to chase down Clicks
missed
as
the
a
gun,
solo,
though.
so we can see the return of Higgs.
They know that there's just too many
They
other opportunities here,
both
but
of the
Agers
teammates
first,
went
he's gonna
after
look to
that
bring
gun. I don't know
down
why
Reed.
Higgs was trying to go after
Cooper
that gun.
somewhere left stranded now. What was originally just,
Higgs
you know,
or
pleasant
Clicks
vibes
has to
between
somehow
the two
clutch
NA
this.
teams has immediately turned into a clash here as
This is
Ritual
really
and
bad.
Agers, I feel like they're on the hunt right now for Cooper.
I mean, they should be, right? Maybe they're a little bit jealous. Hey, listen, this duo was landed at our same drop spot. They're a little bit higher up on the leaderboard. Nah, we got to take the fight to them. So Latte landing up there. We can kind of see how that one is painted out. Cooper obviously going to be wanting to run away, but it looks like Jacob Ritual and Agers are kind of on the hunt. They might have a little bit of information as to where he is currently at.
Yeah, they just realized they just want to make sure he's pushed far enough away so he can't sneak in and loot the north side of Latte Landing. So they're going to go ahead and work their way from the north all the way down to the south. And because they already have the early sense of the zone pulling towards the north, they're not in a hurry either. And this is one of the biggest changes to Latte Landing with the golden fishing spots. It's almost a guaranteed chance that they're able to get some sort of gold loadout.
And other teams are still looking to try and seal their own fates with these early off-spawn battles. Golden Knight looking to disengage. Tinka resigns. They don't want to draw any third-party intervention here, and they're already looking to just try and create a little bit of space here. Gonna start cranking up, but there's only so much material left for them to work with here at New Sanctuary. They're gonna have to eventually look for either a fight and a refresh or just a full retreat here, but it's going to be tough because Chap Flixie, they look like they had primary control in New Sanctuary.
Kind of channeling that aggressiveness that we were talking about earlier on, right? Brazil, they love to play that aggressive game. We've heard it in interviews. It feels like the region itself just plays so fast, so aggressive. And then when you show up here on land, everything kind of slows down. So there's going to be a big adjustment here for duos like Gone and Knight. As you can see, they did try to go ahead and push Rezons and Tinka, but quickly being held off. And once they kind of reassess, are like, wait a minute, we do not have those materials to continue to play the way that we want to. Full reset, and they do got to be careful because these type of fights, they make a lot of noise for all of the other surrounding duos.
Yeah, and this is just one of those sides of the map where it can get messy from the new Sanctuary inside of that bowl, which is the surrounding land. It's almost hard to get out as you jump on board Peterbot and Poyo, making a quick rotation south towards Humble Hills. They're trying to go ahead and interact with some of these contested fights that we know Muzz and Sphinx, Nebs and Nathan are doing at Humble Hills. They've seen them go north, but they've been followed by Hari and Cammy. So it's interesting decisions how we're going to see them play this one out because 16 points. I don't think anybody would have guessed them this low on the leaderboard coming into Game 3.
Now, things have definitely dissipated a little bit there too. 4P and Poyo, you can tell they weren't able to find anything in Humble. They're just going to default back on over to Squiggly Shores, but Pablo, Chino, here at Sandy Strip, they have plenty of company nearby, probably more neighbors than they're actually looking for, at least for the early starting measures. But Sandy Strip, we knew it was going to be triple contested since the start of this day, Jacob, and I really can't help but wonder whether or not some of these duos are going to choose to stick around.
Well, I do know for sure that Mini Pio and Fukun, they've already kind of left Sandy Strip. We do see them there now, rotating with the zone, but I was talking to Kanata in between one of those games. He said, yeah, we made them leave. We only have to deal with one team now, it's Chino and Pablo. So, I mean, I wouldn't be too excited because there are huge threats to this lobby, but at least one less team that they have to worry about.
Vico and Malabuka here towards Frigid Fortress. I feel like those first two zones were pretty favorable. Whenever we took a look at the leaderboard, pretty much every single team that landed on the northeast side of the map, I saw a little arrow upwards next to their name, obviously picking up big points, but you're going to have to go a little bit higher than that. Yapko and Panzer right now sitting pretty first place, 180 points, and I can't lie, the biggest difference, it's all in the eliminations.
And that's also a very worrying factor for so many of these other teams because we know top 25 can be forgiving, but at the same time, what if you are a duo that's trying to contest the team looking to claim their drop spot outright for finals? And that's where Cooper finds himself in a bit of a hole here currently, forced out of Latte landing by Agers and Ritual, but he had nowhere left to run to. Latte is just so far north of the map. The
Reet
only
is dead. It's all up to Cooper. Cooper's 22
into the
HP.
hands of other duos.
Yeah, and it's just unfortunate that the zone is still floating around the north side of the map, because if we had a far southern zone or even towards the southwest, but most of those teams would be out of here already. Maybe a few sprinkled around, but it'd be definitely easier than this. Getting pushed by Jargu, sliver of HP. Carillion from the
Cooper
other
and Reet
side,
are
they
out.
pick up that elimination. And there's one thing about Carillion and Jargu. It's a team you can almost never count out. They got into that last opportunity, switching teammates. They get into the FNCS finals at the bottom of that bubble.
And you can see their kind of slow approach to that fight as we take a look towards another fight that has seemingly reached a bit of a stalemate. We're going to be looking at a Minish and Javi. They hear that overdrive grenade go off. They're going to be taking a look. They're not going to fall short to a little bit of a fooled plan, similar to how Shark and Tini did earlier on. They can actually see the players disappear off in the distance, so they know they actually did use that grenade to go ahead and rotate out.
Like the idea there, though, from Fox and Hero. They don't need to stick around. They've actually had a lot of success already on the starting point today. I believe they were in that 8th place position on the leaderboard entering this halfway point of today's competition. So the only things really left to do is wait and see what are Chino and Pablo going to do with this legendary POI.
Oh my gosh, what are Pablo and Chino going to do with it? What is the rest of the lobby going to do with it as well? Take a look at the map. I can't even count that high, Jacob. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams. I think there's like a solo in there somewhere as well. The zone seemingly is going a little bit further south of Sandy Strip, but every single team is looking to claim some early real estate towards this POI.
I think they heard you, because as you said 7, another team floated. Wait for us. We want to join the party as well. And there's so many others in the outskirts. So for Chino and Pablo, they kind of have a little bit of advantage here. They were the first to set their flag at this POI. So every team that rotates in thereafter will not know exactly where they're at, what builds are theirs. So you got to be very, very cognizant of getting caught off guard.
Size and Scary, they are one duo that is yet to throw their name into the hat for contention over by Sandy Strip. They're still hanging out near Builders Barracks, and Size, Scary, the Spaniards hoping to try and represent, but at the same time, Jacob, coming from that EU nation, they've had a lot of experience with dealing with aggressive fighting styles, and yet still here today, sitting at only 20 points.
Yeah, I'm not too worried just yet. This is game 3, so by the time
Blitz
this
and
one's
Higgs are
over,
at
that's
30
when you really look at
points.
the leaderboard and see how much
Oh,
the
Higgs
point
found
thresholds
some
control
shield.
your destiny. But coming into this one, I was thinking, okay, you need
Clicks through
3
2
decent
minis.
performances maybe to get top
Yeah, I
25.
mean, they're pretty
2
good. I
pop-off
don't know what
games,
Higgs'
or in
loadout
some
is, but
cases, if you're
Flicks
Yapko,
is
Panzer,
decent.
Cold Rapid, or Acorn and Bolts, you might just need one.
Peterbot and Pollo back and forth between POIs, right? They continue to try to find some sort of successful aggression. As you can see right there, 1 elimination on Peterbot right now. I did see off screen that's actually
Peterbot's still in
come
Storm
off
too,
of the
though.
back of a reboot, so they were fully aware of the opportunity with that. And I did have sort of like a drive-by conversation with Faxity. I was like, dude, we got to be feeling good, right? Back-to-back NA wins. He was like, dude, I want Peterbot and Poyo to get in the mix, though.
Yeah, this is just so tough, though, because they are looking to get involved, but sadly, Minutes, Alco, the last thing that they ever wanted to see is Peterbot and Poyo barreling down on their position. Cammy and Huddy still hanging out by the lighthouse, though, tells me that they're just going to be looking to trail P and Poyo. They're not going to allow them to freely rotate, and that's going to potentially be a thorn in the side there for P and Poyo later on.
Yeah, huge annoyance because they're a team that you kind of said it yourself when you were talking to Fax. They like to get aggressive. We want to see them get aggressive. But this isn't just an NAFNCS. This is the best of the entire world when it comes to Fortnite. You're not going to get the same opportunities. Those windows will be smaller. And I think they're learning that with each and every game goes by. And that's why you think you see a huge drastic change out of the game plan in Game 3 for Peterbot and Poyo.
Yeah, and keep a close eye on all of these teams like Noah and Reason, who actually went ahead. They left Sandy a little bit earlier on, right? We did see them kind of base up on one of those tall buildings. As you can see on the north side of the zone as it currently stands, what do we have? 4 duos kind of posted up here, ready to catch all of those rotates from all of those Sandy teams that we just kind of talked about. Because the zone pulls a little bit further south, all of those teams are eventually going to have to leave Sandy, which provides a great opportunity for anybody that left early to kind of base up and get all of the damage that they might need.
Reason just being proactive, shooting out trees, preventing other duos from having the opportunity to hide behind that natural terrain coverage. Curve and Veno, though, entirely different strategy. They're still hanging out in Battlewood Boulevard. They're hoping to see if they can pick up some additional points here off the eliminations, and they might just find exactly what they're after. Hamed trying to escape. He thinks there's nowhere left to run as Veno just easily clears those 2 out with Curve.
Yeah, that's one thing I've learned on NA when Veno won his inter-regional championship from EU and NA is you don't mess with the guy in his drop spot. Multiple times in that major final, teams were trying to steal away his loot. He just chased them down and sent them packing back to the lobby, which kind of helped his game plan because of Surge. But not everybody has that luxury being uncontested. Muzz and Sphinx know that to be a fact. Nebs and Nathan are contesting them off drop. It does seem like in this game they're splitting it, but what does that do to their loadout and their confidence?
Little check-in here with Pablo and Chino. We know that they land Sandy Strip, 280 damage above right now. They're going for some troll. They're going for a little bit of a sneaky play onto some players, but everybody in the surrounding area is taking full advantage. They've done big damage on the Pablo and Chino. They're going to be forced to refresh right now. When we tune into them, they were 260 above, but as soon as they went ahead and took that fight, seemingly took about 100 damage, and their net surge dropped by just that.
That was scary.
Ager's Ritual, they might have been one of those duos involved. Possibly even Pukun and Minifield. Shots were definitely exchanged. I don't even think it was Darman Demish. They just immediately coned themselves off, prevented those tags are gonna be through, but Pixie won't be able to weather the storm. Can Swizzy fare any better here? Still getting lit up by these surge tags. He has to find a full elimination, 192 below. He knows that there are players fighting nearby, but will he actually have a chance to strike?
Yeah, and he's officially on a clock. He has about 130 of HP to heal in this situation, which is not much. We're in the 5th zone. Now he's taken behind. It's going to go 2 to a 5 tick and active surge. All that damage is going to start to add up, and he is still below the damage threshold. 346. That's almost essentially 2 eliminations here that Swizzy needs to get by himself with his back pushed up against the wall. Even further now is Doxy, maybe X-Pawn as well, are trying to get elimination of their own.
Yes, Mary, no opportunity to go ahead and let Swizzy get any damage here as they're going to be using the overdrive grenades to go ahead and disengage. That is worst case scenario for Swizzy. For somebody that needs to do 300 damage, you want to be close, you want to be personal, because the shotgun is going to be your best friend. But as you can see right now, the chase is on. Not only does he need to go ahead and pick up both of these eliminations seemingly right now, but he needs to get in the zone. Finally, a tag comes in, 12 HP to work with, 2 ticks left. Swizzy's going to be going down.
There were only so many places
dead.
left for Swizzy to actually venture through, and Doxy X-Pawn, they just played that one excellently. They knew that he was trapped. He had nowhere left to run to, and just like that, we're right back here at Sandy Strip, and the cube is going to be his worst nightmare right now. Storm and Theo. It sent everyone flying, but Chino, what kind of aim course is he running over here?
I need his routine right now. That was one of the most insane things I've seen in quite a while. Not only getting the knock mid-air, but cleaning up the eliminations, and that is exactly why they land at Sandy Strip. They know teams will float around and try to use that as a mode of rotation. We've seen
P and Poyo just chilling with 350 above, only 20 points still. That's kind of
Super hard to
crazy.
make those rotations when there are just
Muzz
so
is
many
still in
teams
the
around.
game.
Speaking of hard rotations, Peterbot and Poyo landed all the way on the west side of the map, had to make their way all the way
No
over
placement
here
points
to
yet.
Sanctuary. That being said, I feel like they found themselves in a very favorable position.
Yeah.
500
Oh,
damage
wow.
above, as I say that, drop that down
Poyo
to
got hit
300. But
decently.
they have pretty much the higher ground secured as it currently stands. We know they love to play higher ground taco. Can they actually hold on to this throughout the rest of the game?
This is definitely the best sort of position that we have seen Peterbot and Poyo all 3 games so far today. Sky Scroll, on the other hand, though, way
Bush
up
and
here,
Higgs
just
are
been
dead.
separated from the rest of the lobby, trying to see if they can just break in to the edge of zone, hoping that they get a chance to try and take out any duos that might be looking to try and cut them off, but instead will find a secure position to start tarping out, securing space, and now they can take the chance to look back.
Yeah, this is the point in the game where you have to stay alive. You've been in it for 7 zones. There's 26 teams. One more falls, and you start to get those placement points, so you don't want to have to look back and say, we wasted a lot of opportunities here throughout the tournament. Placement points are now starting to come in. 25 teams still up. But you see 49 players. That means someone in this lobby is running around as a solo.
Malabuka and Vico, right? They almost found the opportunity right there on Yuma and Koyoto. As you can see right now, the zone is actually pulling north. And when a pull like this happens, any team that's already based up here is going to have the opportunity to pick up the higher ground. And that's going to be Yuma and Koyoto as it currently stands. Tuning in with Sky and Scroll. We just looked at these guys 45 seconds ago. They had 21 materials to their name. Elims are going to be helping out with that.
And that's exactly where Sky was able to get the party started here with Chance and Tyler. The moment that they claim that front side low ground position, they are right back in the most comfortable driving seat. That's exactly where they had so much success in the EU Major 1 Finals, and it looks like they finally managed to replicate it here in Game 3. But Demish, Darm, talk about a duo that has been on the upswing all 3 games so far today. They've just been establishing their own territory. But Vico Malabuka, big knock opportunity here, taking out Veno.
Yeah, they don't even necessarily need this fight. 3 players go down, no more Storm Surge. 1100 for them. Some shots coming in, so they're going to fall down just a little bit, but they're holding their ground. They know they have extra materials, so they're not afraid to overbuild and spend those mats.
Taking a look bottom right, I see Sky and Scroll already kind of establishing that low ground that they are known for. Cold and Rapid throughout the day. They've been known for coming out swinging, right? Winning game number 1. But I would imagine now that all the other teams are kind of feeling comfortable towards the higher ground, maybe they go ahead and go back to what they're used to.
But even with this elevation not really being a huge turning point, because we are in that south section of the map, Teeny, Shark, they're still on the high ground. They're still looking to take players out along the way. Shark able to help bring down Yapko, and they are still looking for more.
Even Poyo's down here, unfortunately. At 28 points.
High enough to avoid the rest of the lobby just yet.
Yeah, especially in a meta where you got Shockwave and you got that Fizz Grenade, so you gotta expect things to happen at a moment's notice. Even Hari came, he trying to go ahead and Shockwave forward, but they stayed on both separate ends for Sky and Scroll. They're making sure nobody can get a free flank. Meanwhile, Peterbot and Poyo, they're in the thick of it down below. They're trying to get as much damage, maybe even elimination. As of now, they're good on their loadout. They're good on loot, but they know eventually they're going to need an elimination.
So easy for this duo to quickly kind of change targets. Why nobody is pretty much safe when you are anywhere near that duo. They're going to be needing an elimination, and just as I say that, Rezon finds himself on the opposite side of things. Peterbot's going to be dropping down. The mats come in.
Peterbot's
now they
coming
go ahead and
back.
make
They
the
got 40
rotation
points.
necessary that they
Clicks
need.
and
I'm
Higgs
sure
are
we'll
going to
be
go
finding
down
another
significantly.
elim that they're going to need, of course.
Well, we saw a big solo clutch for placement points out of Vico in the last lobby. Can Malabuka do the same here in Game 3? Overdrive grenade with a little bit of a stimmy effect on the movement, but look at Cold and Rapid. I isolated in the mid-ground, trying to take out players as they look back. Sky and Scroll, though, just left to their own devices here, completely trying to shut down what Cringe and Twy have going on, but instead, they'll find themselves looking to stay moving forward. They still want to control front side. They still want to make sure that nobody else is going to be able to take over.
Yeah, sometimes for Sky and Scroll, you need to stumble before you wake up.
That means
start
Clicks and
to
Higgs
play
are going to go
your full
down
potential. And this
significantly.
game is a real example of that.
Ooh,
Same thing for Rapid and Cold. They won game 1, and then they had a huge hurdle in their path for game 2, and this is a chance to make up
they're
for
at
it.
40
Meanwhile,
points.
Vico, Malabuka, one of the most consistent
64.
teams we have still alive in this lobby. Even as a solo, as Peterbach tries to run down one, but he's the one that ends up falling. Poyo now alive, but shots coming in from all directions. You see him scrambling around, trying to build and protect himself until he officially runs out of mats.
We'll have to see what Poyo can do right here, trying to find some sort of calm in the chaos right now as he takes one quick breath right here. Malabuka, no opportunity for him to kind of slow down right now. He's kind of feeling the pressure from duos all around him. He's going to be taking the opportunity to go ahead and jump into the storm as Scroll and Sky, look how comfortable these guys must feel. They have claimed the low ground.
Thomas and Focus had the right idea. They wanted that front side level. Poyo still doing it. Resigns, taken out. Malabuka now as a solo won't be able to keep the ball rolling here. Sky finds that elimination, but now back on height. It's Rapid and Cold, already looking to try and drop a little bit further. He wants the refreshes. He wants the
I think Rapid and Cold win game 3. Rapid and Cold are going to win.
It's an even exchange here, but Poyo coming out on top because Twy is no longer in existence.
Yeah, gets that elimination. Almost stolen by Cold and Rapid up above, but now they drop down. They said, hey, we're not going to steal that one, but they're going to
Sky and
take
Scroll
you
only at
out.
100.
Cold and Rapid on top, on high ground.
But they're
right
not
now.
winning.
Winners of game 1. Sky and
I don't
Scroll
believe
are
so.
easy
Oh,
FNC
he just
as
killed Cold.
champions, and then you have Cringe.
Wait.
He can play the Thorn in this
Wait.
entire mix.
But he just got hit for
Rapid. He's
100.
looking for opportunities to go ahead and help secure this 2v2. He's trying to pick up all the materials that he
Sky's
possibly can,
dead.
trying to look for some
But
angles.
Scroll
The
still.
overdrive grenade comes
He
up.
just killed
Sky and
Rapid.
Scroll want to take the fight to Cold and Rapid. Scroll does that. Finds the Eden,
It's
finds the
Scroll
map on the Cold.
versus-
They're going to be looking for the opposing player as well. Rapid, though, somehow amongst all the chaos, ends up on height.
And Scroll, just like that, realizes his duo's in trouble, but Scroll, he's gonna take over. Rapid,
Scroll got second. Cringe got first. Wow. Game 3. Cringe wins.
Finally get their chance to strike back. Cringe from overhead. He gets the leverage. Scroll with only 2 builds remaining. Can he find the closing shot? Just needs to get that max hit off the Chaos Reloader, but sure enough, Scroll can't do it. Cringe has won it out, and that's gonna be game 3 for Cringe and Twy.
We had Cold and Rapid. We had Sky and Scroll. We had Cringe and the Shadows. And like thieves in the night, these guys have just stolen away game 3 at the Major 1 Summit LAN. You got to imagine at this point in time, when you're playing that long as a solo, to come out on top and actually win the game, they have to be feeling great.
Cringe and Twy, can you believe you just took down Sky and Scroll?
Sky and Scroll, really?
It was Sky and Scroll, it was that 2v2 situation. Talk me through it.
I mean, like, shit was just easy, I'm not gonna lie.
Really? Was it really that easy? Because it looked quite tense for all of us watching.
I mean, bro, it wasn't that easy. He had to solo clutch it.
Well, you know what? British players, you know, we have to talk a big game. So talk to me about your game then. What is the plan here in Dusseldorf?
I mean, you just run around, eliminate everyone, and just win every endgame you make.
And it's interesting because I feel like some of the European teams have actually struggled with the zones with Net Surge. How have you been finding it?
Net Surge? I mean, you just run deep and chill. That's about it.
So all you got to do is just W that key.
Yeah.
Yeah? King the W.
Yeah.
So, Dusseldorf, what do we think of Quiet and Cringe? Okay, then that's 3 games done. We're going to have a short break. When we come back, we'll be assessing all the action so far.
to the FNCS Summit. Cringe and Twy get themselves a victory royale in a 1v1 situation.
Hold on.
Yeah?
I want to put my UK bias hat on.
Oh.
And I want to say UK on top. Cringe and Twy doing it for the boys.
I forgot my hat.
I got one for you.
You got another one.
I got one for anyone that wants to join the bandwagon.
UK fans out there, represent.
Oh man, you guys can't kill me like this, all right? You gotta give me some time. Man, congrats to them, seeing them get a victory out in that situation. I can't believe it as well against Sky and Skrull, man. For like just a moment, I really believe Sky and Skrull, this is it, their moment, game 3, they're gonna strike. And then Cringe said, sorry about that. I've made my way here based on my skill, my merit, my prowess. Skrull, you're gonna have to sit down this time.
What a performance from Cringe here at the end. I mean, to take down Sky like that, to 1v2 the best duo in EU coming into today. I mean, what a performance from him individually. This is a duo that we've seen rising up throughout the course of EU, a team that we have expectations of because of their talent level, a team that's developing and coming through. And yes, we're going to be biased because they're UK. Yes, I'm sure Resub at home is watching. I think he's actually in the arena. Very happy. He'll be very happy, of course, because Cringe is Scottish. But this is a team that are actually genuinely improving. They're getting better, bias hat off. They're looking good.
Yeah, great fundamentals, great mechanics. I think we know that. You saw that at the end, right? Cringe wins because he has the really nice right hand, and Skrull in a situation where you just couldn't even see it, right, to hit the shot back. I think the big thing with obviously Cringe as well is in solo situations like that, he sort of burst onto the scene last year as a solo player, right? And because of his results in solo, so you know he's comfortable in those moments where he is alone. And obviously that arrogance, that cockiness sort of helps him as well, right? I'm glad Twy sort of brought him back down to earth. Like, no, mate, it was hard, but you did it, you know?
Yeah, he's like keeping him humble. You know, that's a mark of a really good friend, right? Like just dial it back a little bit. On the other side, obviously, Sky and Skrull, you know, what started as a really tough start to Summit upper bracket. Now, you know, suddenly we're starting to pick up the pace, taking it all the way to a second place with a ton of eliminations. I feel like this is a Sky and Skrull we're kind of used to seeing.
I'd have to say, yeah, right? I think we've seen games like this from them in the EU Major Finals where they are just together. They are able to sort of get through on this low ground. I think Vivid called it out really well where you could see what they were trying to do very early on into that end game as far as establishing low ground. And even though there are more teams trying to do it, right, after seeing their success, they are still just the best in the world when it comes to claiming that layer.
Yeah, I think it was around 10th zone. They took that front side low, and I was like, yeah, really, really nice zone. Front side of a low take from these guys. And ultimately, because they played it so much, they were able just to bat away any of the competition. I think Thomas HD was down there at one point as well, trying to take it. Unfortunately, of course, couldn't close out the game successfully, but what's that, 10 eliminations for these guys? You mentioned it, Zeke. Not the greatest start for them, but a huge comeback, and that's what individual games can do in this form.
Yeah, and that might be enough to just suddenly shoot them up the standings, right? I mean, especially like, look, Twy and Cringe 7th place, just below them, Sky and Skrull. It only takes one really good game like that, Mitty. So I love seeing that out of both
Rapid and
of
Cold
these
still
duos.
got second.
It just looks so good, right? And even all the way at the top, Yapko Panzer still firing on all cylinders, Vinny.
Yeah, it's great to see. I mean, we've all known that Panzer has been a very, very exciting talent ever since he sort of burst onto the scene in trios with Mr. Savage and Mongrel. A lot of people were saying he carried them to the success in Major 1 of trios. Then he's just keeping on developing, keeping on improving throughout that entire time. And now in duos, finding that teammate in Yapko that's really complementing his game style and gameplay is really paying dividends for him right now.
Yeah, I think the thing with these two is they've been rather inconsistent in EU, right? If you've been following EU, they have weeks where they look like, okay, this is the real deal. These guys are going to be one of the big teams in EU. And then they have a lot of weeks where it's pretty anonymous. And I think a lot of us were wondering which version of Yapko and Panzer we're going to see on the stage today. We got the best version possible, and I'm happy about it.
Dude, they've got to be happy about that too, right? Like, hey, we're looking good. We're on top right now. Let's just make sure we bring that energy back for finals, right? Wanted to also highlight Peterbot and Poyo. Finally, we get a game out of them where they are together. We do see this often, right? It's either Poyo or Peterbot as a solo, but finally kind of recognizing, okay, look, this is a high caliber lobby. If we're going to find that success, we need to stick together.
Yeah, we haven't seen that scariness, I guess you could say, for these guys for a little while now. Of course, last Globals not performing to their level that you'd expect from them. Of course, Major One still, of course, qualified here, but still not quite performing as we would expect. And even here today, it's been a bit sort of reminiscent of that 11. They've had their moments, they've had their ability to fight. We've seen them getting a few eliminations, but it's that togetherness, it's that over-eagerness maybe to try and go for these plays.
Yeah, not to be a nostalgia merchant, right?
Okay.
But when you look at the last time we saw them as a duo on a stage like this, when they won Globals, they were playing a very different game to the rest of the lobby, right? That was always the big talking point. They had all these different advantages that meant that the game they were playing was different. Here in this lobby, they're having to figure out how everybody else is having to play the game, right? And that has been one of the themes of them this season is, you know, when they are in the situations where they have some huge advantage, can they play really good, fundamental, solid Fortnite? And I think they're starting to get there. They're starting to figure things out. It's a rough start, like you said, Zeke, but still plenty more games. And I think for these two especially, it's just about making sure they're playing on Sunday. No hiccups that send them into the lower bracket.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's a really good point, too, because you got to think back in NA, they kind of conditioned the lobby, right? Everyone's kind of like, Peterbot, Pollo, they're kind of close by, but dude, you're looking at 6 other regions that don't care. They're like, I don't care who you are. You could be Peterbot and Pollo. I'm still going to take the fight because I'm still trying to be top 25. In second place, though, we did see Cold and Rapid, though, still holding strong. I mean, they're looking good, guys. I can't lie. It's crazy, too, because we see this all the time, Levin. People just, like, continue to look at Cold and say, like, he doesn't play the game. He's not good at the game. He's not doing this. But here we are at Summit. I feel like he shut some of those people up.
He did. Yeah. And to the people who've been saying that, 2 days ago, he was the player in the practice room who I saw playing the most of anyone, right? And so I think, you know, people like to hit Cold with that narrative of not playing, but ultimately, Cold is one of the best players to ever touch this game. Not just in this lobby right now, period, in Fortnite. And so I think Cold, in this moment, he's starting to feel it. I think Rapid is feeling confident as far as the game plan goes. We know they're looking to take these, you know, do these late height takes, which have been somewhat successful throughout the day. I'm feeling really good about these two.
Yeah, really impressed actually with their calmness in a lot of these endgame moments. We had a really nice listen-in earlier on, and we were expecting maybe a little bit of excitement. Of course, they're on height, they're winning the first game, they're looking really good, but just the way that they communicate, the way that they're navigating these games, it is almost just a walk in the park for them when they're in those positions, and that just speaks volumes about their confidence going into this weekend as well. I think they understand it's not necessarily about having the best day of your life today, it's about qualifying through, and if they can continue to play as they are today, taking those height takes at a really nice time, they should be just okay.
Okay, I like it. I like it. Well, hey, look, right now we're at the halfway point of the competition. The players, we've given them a bit of a break, a bit of a moment to kind of collect themselves, prepare for that second half. But Tokata setting by right now with some information on the zones.
Thank you, Zeke. Look, I want to break down 2 pivotal aspects of Fortnite competitive. So 1 is Storm Surge and 2 is zones. If we look back at Storm Surge previously, it was the minimum damage threshold needed depending on the zone to not start losing HP and shield. Now it's net surge. So it's not only how much damage you do, it's also how much damage you receive. So if we look at today and see how it's impacted the players, the rotations, and specifically the zones. Game 1 ended right here, a little south of Frigid Fortress. And if we look at the teams, the top 4 teams of that first match, we had Cold Rapid, we had Reed Cooper, FKS Hero, and Yapko Panzer. Now, I'm not sure if you're seeing the trend I'm seeing, but all of these duos are incredibly close to where this zone ended. Now, you could say, okay, maybe it was a fluke, you know? We know zones have been important in Fortnite competitive. This is the first event of this caliber where net surge has actually been in play. So if we take a look at game number 2, the zone ended north, right up here. Guess who won the match? It was Acorn and Bolts, and they land right inside of that zone. Second place, Vico Malabuca. They land Frigid Fortress. I don't even have to draw arrows because you can see how close these duos actually were to that final zone. And you can say, okay, I'm seeing the trend, but what about game 3? What happened there? Look, I'm not even going to break down all the teams. It ended right here. Our winners, Cringe and Volko, I know Levin was getting hyped about that, land right here east of Dark Dominion. And as you can see, there is not much distance that you have to travel to get to the zone. Now, we've only seen 3 games been played out today. We have a lot more competition to look for, but if you think about it, you as the fans watching, keep an eye out for where that zone pulls in these next matches and which duos are looking the strongest, because I think we have a lot to learn. But let's head back to the desk to continue breaking things down.
Dude, I like that Tokata guy.
He's cool.
I like that.
Have you met him before?
He's pretty cool.
I need to go meet that Tokata guy. He's real cool. Interesting information there, though, from the zones, right? Like, again, it's so, I love this moment, right? Because, you know, we come to a summit, we kind of bring all of these teams from different walks of life and places on Earth into a single battle bus. And we kind of just get to break down that data. What do things look like? How do the zones impact? How do we affect the other regions, the other players in the game? It's so cool, Lev.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think, you know, when getting into the nitty-gritty of what Takata was sort of trying to highlight there, I think the big thing with net damage is obviously it means you have to be more conscious of the damage you take. And we saw Cringe and Twy. They said it. They were like, yeah, Frankie, the game's easy. We just sort of run deep and sit in storm. If you're one of those teams where you pull a favorable zone, it means earlier in the game, you're able to just set up, sit in a position where you don't have to take damage. You don't have to put yourself at risk of taking damage. You have everybody else rotating in towards you, and you can sort of little Tfue peeks out the base, take a couple shots, sit back down. You ain't even got to use any shields, right? And I think that is why we're seeing that trend here today.
Tfue peaks in 2026. I love it. But if you're one of those, I love it. But if you're one of those teams that are rotating and you've got a far pull, it does become a lot easier to actually take a lot of that damage. So that's why those teams aren't doing so well.
Crazy stuff. Well, guess what, guys? As we are at the halfway point of the competition, we're going to check in with some of our players right now. It's Yapko and Panzer who are standing by with Frankie.
Thank you so much. Panzer, you might not have got a victory royale yet, but you've managed to make 3 endgames incredibly convincingly. Why do you think you've managed to have so much consistent success?
I mean, I don't know. I just played my game, so...
But you're calling your game. How would you describe your game at the moment?
I mean, just scout around, rotate early, and get search.
Does it help that you're able to take on another Joe Osborne and often win?
Does it help? I don't think it changes anything. It's pretty quick off spawn. Sometimes if we split, it's probably even worse, but we'll make it work.
What do you prefer to do? Do you prefer to get that early surge?
I don't even know. I don't mind. I think being con or uncon, the surge doesn't really matter because we just like kill the insta right now. But if we fight more, it's worse, obviously.
But I feel like you're not a team that's going to play it safely for placement. You're always going to be looking out for those elimination points too. So how do you judge the risk in each situation, Panzer? How do you make the judgment call as to whether to fight or leave it?
I mean, if you have loot like a spawn, we're just gonna kill them, obviously. Like, I got shockwaves, I'm insta-running them, like, so...
And what's held you back in the endgame so far from actually taking a victory royale?
It's probably the last moving. Like, we just need one more refresh, maybe like one more zone pull. Just a little bit more luck, and we can probably win next games.
Well, you might as well give it a shot, guys, because you've already qualified for Championship Sunday, so congratulations. Let's head back to the desk.
You know, it's interesting. I feel like there's this like a thought in the back of my mind is like, are we seeing the very best out of all those players? Or are they kind of thinking, hold on, let's just save a little sum for Championship Sunday?
Oh yeah, no, definitely. This is not the strats that they were preparing for Championship Sunday. Particularly if you're a team that expect to qualify through, I think you have to keep some of those strats under wraps. You have to adapt to the lobby that you're in, of course, but there's definitely going to be some things that we can look to see what they do, I suppose, on Sunday.
The key word for today: conditioning. Right? If you secure a spot, you qualify early. How can you condition the teams around you? Make them perceive you to play a certain way. Make them expect things that are going to throw them off when you decide to change things up on the Sunday. It's all about conditioning.
I like that, the kind of preamble to the game that is finals. Ooh. Now, guys, I'm getting word. We actually have a very special interview lined up. Typical gamer. Where is that you? What's up? Oh, you're dressed up as your icon.
Yeah, this is me. Now I'm still got some pins in me, but I think for the special meet and greet I'm having tonight, I'm gonna be looking like my skin, which is really cool.
Dude, first off, of course, congratulations. You've got yourself that icon. How does it feel? I love the video that you can put out, like, I've been waiting, and then it's happening. You're celebrating. How did you feel, though?
Oh, it feels incredible to finally have an icon outfit in Fortnite after all these years. I mean, oh man, there was a lot of emotion, especially during my launch stream. I didn't expect to get hit by a wave of emotion like that, but it was all great. Seeing everybody come out and support, what an incredible moment.
That's awesome, bro. And I love, too, many people may not know, but the fact that you kind of got a little kind of like a nod to your wife, right? I remember commentating her all the way back in like fall skirmish, bro. Talk to me a little bit about that.
Oh yeah, well she outplaced me in the first pro-am that happened. So Samara's been playing Fortnite for a very long time, and it was so great to be able to get a nod to her. She used the Ruby skin a lot, and I was able to call it Redway Ruby, which is of course her last name. So also the back bling that we have in there, it's just like a personalized version of what she uses too. So, and I have my wedding ring, which is awesome.
Dude, I love that. Of course, how's it feel, you know, knowing, I don't know, you might have one of the coolest pickaxes we've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually crazy to see people rocking it during the tournament, and I think we'll see a lot more people rocking some typical gamer stuff on Sunday. I just have a feeling.
Yeah, just not, no big deal, just a slight little feeling. Well, I mean, interesting, don't you have your own thing happening right now?
Yeah, so it's a meet and greet in person. It's going to be a live stream as well in Seattle. So if anybody's in the area, come through, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm really excited to meet everybody.
So sick. Well, TG, thank you so much for hanging out with us for this little interview. I want to give you the floor, though. One, make sure to let fans know where they can find you, and then anything you want to say.
Yeah, I mean, you guys can find me on @TypicalGamer on everything. My icon outfit's in the item shop right now. Go pick it up. Code TypicalGamer, #Epic Partner. And I'm excited to see everybody at the live event in person tonight. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, TG. Congrats again, man.
Thank you so much, Z. Have a great day.
You too, bro. Man, TG, dude, it's sick, bro. It's sick.
TG is such a legend. I actually have a story about TG. For the people who don't know, way back in the day, there used to be a bundle in the game, and it was called 11-2K, like a tackle time bundle. And I remember there was a clip of TG. This was back when everybody wanted to see, you know, him get in the game. And he's reacting to the bundle in the store, and he goes, "Who's this 11-2K guy? They just give anybody bundles now." And I was like, "Oh, you know, I used to watch you growing up, man. Like, you're my guy." But, you know, yeah, no, I confronted him about it, you know, when I saw him in person for the first time. And he did apologize to me and said he does love me. So I respect him. I'm glad he finally got in the game himself, because he deserves it more than, you know, anyone, man. That guy's an absolute legend. Shout out to TG.
We can say it back to him now. Who's this TG guy? They let anyone
They just let anybody get an icon skin now, you know?
He deserves it. He's been waiting a long time, and he's even a good competitive player as well. I remember him playing with Noah W Plays. It was a few seasons ago. They made like Heat semi-finals, like that sort of stage of competition. Pretty good competitive Fortnite player as well. So definitely holding a few skills in that locker as well as his new icon app.
Yeah, man, so awesome. Congrats again, TG. Love that you have the icon. If you guys want that, go check it out. It's in the item shop. Once again, congratulations to him. Also, he called out if you're in Seattle. Hey, come hang out. You might be able to meet and greet, say what's up, TG, give him a big high five, say I'm gonna use your pickaxe forever. All right, guys, let's get ready though and focus back in the onto the competition. What are we excited to see, right? We're now halfway with 3 games left to go. And I feel like if I'm outside of that top 25 bubble, I'm starting to think, okay, I need to kind of put together something, right? Like, we need to pull out some kind of strategy. And again, look at Skyhands in 8th place, right? Up 30 placements off of that game.
Yeah, I mean, I want to know who's outside of that top 25. I'm really curious if there's any big surprises. I think initially the first name that's jumping out to me, Aegis and Ritual, we saw them have a good start, right? I was really surprised by how good they had done after game 1, but they fell out. And that is not where you want to see them right now.
I'm looking at Pixie and Swizzy as well. Of course, a team that a lot of people were looking at going into this weekend. They're a team that have sort of been improving throughout the season. They had a bit of a rough start, came into the major finals absolutely, I suppose you could say, dudded day 1. They was way down on the leaderboard. And then day 2, they came out flying. So they're a team that knows how to perform in the latter half of competitions. Can they do it now?
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Clix and Higgs, 35th. That is not where they want to be. The past 2 games, Shark and Teeny have given them that work of Spawn. And it's not necessarily what we were expecting, especially after how impressive they've done in some of the practice games yesterday. But Shark and Teeny reminding Clix and Higgs, we are top dogs in the server, off Spawn,
Big W's.
wherever you want to fight us.
And if you think about it, you could almost say going into this weekend, they had 2 plans. It was either to land on Peterborough or it was to land on Shark and Teeny. If they now think, oh, let's go to plan B, it's now landing on Peterman, right? That's not a very nice plan B to have. So do they have plan C? Do they have plan D? We'll have to wait and see about that. But I think this is the point of the tournament, Zeke, where you have to sort of categorize yourself as a team. It's like, right, are we a team that's trying to break into that top 25? If so, how do we go about doing that? If you're a team that's already in the top 25, how do we hold on to that position? Do we take as many risks? And if you're a team that's in that top 25 comfortably for Sunday, how do we then condition the rest of the lobby?
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I'm looking at this 41st to 50th, and there's too many, you know, Brazil teams, Middle Eastern teams. I want to see some of these smaller regions really sort of push their way in. One of the most exciting parts of Summit for me was, you know, the 15 qualification spots. This was the best chance, or this still is the best chance we have had in a long time to see a lot more of the teams from those regions take up some of the global championship slots. And I think it'd be a shame to see them fall short here.
Yeah, man, it's got to be weighing on the back of your mind, right? There is so much pressure, and you could kind of say, like, all right, maybe we take it to lower bracket, but again, if you make the same mistakes, you just have that one chance, right? And then that's it. You can't even look to compete for one of these top 15 spots. So, you know, but yeah, as we remember, we can't forget Yapko and Panzer, rather, at the top of the leaderboard, currently leading in eliminations as well. So it's very, very difficult. Take a look. Yapko at 12. Actually, it's just kidding. Tied with Vico. Ooh, Vico.
Big Vico. Get it right. Mr. Big Vico. I think
my bad.
The thing we said about Vico earlier, right, is this guy is one of the best fraggers in the world. Showcasing it here on the stage. I think the great thing about all of these guys here is we know how great they are as fraggers. In the case of Dom and Sky, it's interesting you have two players who actually are the IGLs or the leaders of their team, and they're still leading the way when it comes to the fragging. Again, it just shows how talented some of these boys are. A lot of EU, I might add as well.
A lot of EU on there, yeah. What's that about, Zeke? Was your hat gone missing?
Was this an EU only list? Is there like another list of the top fraggers that
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm completely unbiased, Zeke, right now, okay?
You have to
Calm down. I'm sure you guys can kind of hear it as well. You can see it on camera. Players are starting to return back, start to take their places up on that battle bus to continue the competition. And, you know, as I'm looking at some of these faces, man, I'm seeing some of them excited, happy. Others, I can tell, they've taken this time. They've really utilized this time to try and say, hey, we have a plan. We need these 3 games now.
Yeah, we saw it in the background of those interviews. They were actually VODing. They were looking at some of their VODs. They can't do it up on the stage. I think some people maybe at home don't know that. You can't sit and watch the VODs after you go out of the game. So that's going to be some vital time to not only do that, maybe talk to some of their mental coaches, some of their in-game coaches as well, even some parents, just people to help you calm down a little bit, particularly if you are a team that's lower down on that leaderboard. This section of the tournament is really where the experienced players, the players that have played on this sort of stage before, will now come good because they're able to utilize that time really effectively.
Yeah, I think for a lot of these teams, you know, especially the ones further down, a lot of it's going to come down to looking for opportunities within the lobby in their area, right? Is there any loot we can cut off? Is there any way we can just get an advantage on some of these teams that have been getting the upper hand on us around where we land? And yeah, you just have to pull out. All you need is one really good game for some of those teams who are just on the outside, right? And so you just got to make it happen now.
Yeah, and you can't forget as well, if you're a team like Yapko and Panzer, right, who are currently sitting in first place, you're thinking to yourself, all right, well, I'm good. I've qualified. Maybe I could even look to maybe contest some of these other teams, push them down to the lower bracket. You know, that's where this situation starts to get really complex, right? That's where the mind games start to come into play. Well, I know Mini and Lev, they kind of go here. I'm doing okay. Maybe I go show up there, slow them down a little bit, right?
It can make a difference. I mean, that's something that you were talking about earlier, Levin, that conditioning. Easier said than done, though, of course. I think you have to identify whether you are a team that's actually guaranteed to be qualifying through before trying anything too crazy like that. But you're right, it's something that those sort of teams, Yapko, Panzer, will have been looking at. How do we now condition the rest of the lobby so that we have a potentially easier run on Sunday?
We've seen a couple teams said it before the tournament even started. There were a couple players who said, I think I saw it in the case of like Shark and Teeny, right? Shark was saying to Clix, if we are in a qual spot and you're not, we don't care about the rest of the games. We're just making sure you don't qualify. And that becomes a very scary prospect if you are a team in a similar situation, which there are a couple teams in that spot right now.
Yep. Use that example though, right? Clix and Higgs are thinking, okay, so game 1, we got it. It took a long time, but we wiped them, and now game 2, we come back, they clap back instantly. Like, what the heck? We have 3 games to try and put something together. And again, like, think about that day 2. Think about that lower bracket. Even if we use the same example of Clix and Higgs, they're currently in that upper bracket, right? They suddenly drop down in the lower bracket. Well, their plans have changed. Maybe someone else is looking to come to Wonky. Maybe someone in the lower bracket says, hey, wait a minute. If they come down into the lower bracket, maybe we would be willing to contest Wonky, right? And that's just one duo, Lev. How many other duos are kind of waiting for that opportunity in the lower bracket?
I think there are a few.
Yeah.
I think based off what we've seen, let's go back to our example of Shark and TD. I don't think anybody in the lower bracket is looking at these guys as we might want to land on them, right? Especially after what we've seen so far. And so I think it just goes to show what you do here, even if you are in a secure spot, still does matter. Like you said, for those teams of, you know, you ward them away and say, okay, if we do qualify out of lower bracket tomorrow, stay clear of Yapko and Panzer. They are not the ones you want to fight. They are going to hurt you. That's what you want to do in this lobby right now.
And remember, the players that do end up dropping down to lower bracket, it's extra scary for them. It's not just who they're contesting, who's going to be at their drop spot. It's also, you genuinely don't know what the rest of that lobby is looking like. Yeah, you know you have 25 teams that are already in that lobby, but there'll be some teams, of course, 25 of them on this stage that will also be in that lobby as well. So you just cannot plan for anything in advance for that lower bracket lobby. So you just want to make it through here. If you miss this opportunity, it's going to be such a loss.
Yeah, no, for a lot of these guys, you just don't want to even put yourself in that situation, right? Shark and Teeny, look, Shark's first time on a stage like this, I think everybody was curious as to whether or not he'd crumble, you know, with the pressure on him. I've tried my best to speak to him a bunch throughout, you know, the days we've been here, and he's just adamant. Every time I speak to him, he's adamant, Levin, I'm fine. Like, it's like, everyone keeps making this a big deal, like, oh, am I gonna be nervous? I'm okay, like, I'm gonna be fine. And we know Teeny has done this many times before. I'm happy that they didn't let that first game rattle them completely. They were able to reset, switch up the tempo, and start winning.
Yeah, that's kind of like the cool part about the upper bracket, right? Is like it is in a situation where like, hey, well, day 1, you're gonna have day 1 and day 2, kind of 12 games to kind of collectively, you know, see how that goes. Like, well, day 1, you've got 6 games to just be in the top 25.
Yeah, and to be honest, like, you don't even want to be thinking about day 2. You just need to make it happen here. Because day 2, it's the lower bracket. It don't get much easier. You got top teams in that lobby. You got guys like Iomzo and Josh waiting for you, sitting waiting for you. It's like Iomzo's like a hungry bear, right? If I told you, hey, there's a hungry bear in that forest, you want to go in that forest? You're going to tell me no. You don't want to go there, right? And it's the same thing with lower bracket. You don't want to go there where these guys are waiting. They're hungry for an opportunity. Those were the guys who did well in the second chance. They took that chance incredibly well, and they will take it tomorrow if you aren't careful and if you slip up. And so you have to make it here in these next 3 games.
Yeah, you're right. All those teams have performed when their backs are against the walls, and that's exactly what's going to be happening now tomorrow. You just don't want to be going there. You can't see it as, oh, if we don't do well today, we've always got tomorrow, because you cannot rest on that whatsoever. So for those teams that are outside, I'm really excited to see what Clix and Higgs do now. I genuinely don't know what the solution is for them, particularly now that Shark and Teeny have started to come into it. They're looking really good. How are they going to affect their gameplay? Do they switch up their entire drop spot? Do they end up landing on Peterbot? We haven't seen those guys having an amazing performance so far today. How are they going to do contested? Is it worth wasting a game to try and contest them? It's going to be tough to say, but it's been a fantastic day of competition so far. And this is when things really start to heat up.
And what's interesting too, and I love, like, this is so complex. The more you think about this whole situation, the crazier it gets, right? This is, upper bracket is a double-edged sword, right? You come in, you kind of show off maybe some of your strategies, some of your plans. But you got to be thinking in your back of your mind, well, those 25 duos are watching me day 1.
Yeah.
So I'm already burning myself mentally trying to play and show that I can be in the top 25 day 1. Oh, I missed it. Now I'm going into day 2 and everyone's looking at you going, hey, I just watched your entire day yesterday.
Yeah.
Those things that you might have tried to do yesterday, I've already come up with an opportunity to strike back.
But then you can think of it in the other way. It's like, is it more valuable to get the experience on the stage, to play day 1, to look back at where things are going wrong? Or is it more valuable to watch what happened in day 1 and look back at those VODs?
I'm very happy to see this duo looking strong, looking good. Again, close to that threshold, but no reason, if you've been watching them in EU of late over the past sort of couple months, even the past couple years, it feels like they always just sort of teeter around that line, Mini, where they're almost there, and in the last couple games, they make a final big push and qualify. And I think there's a good chance we see that happen today.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, we're looking, you know, Reason as one of the really consistent LAN performers. He's been slowly but surely improving on each one of these lands that he's qualified for.
Yeah.
So it's actually nice to see him in this position and hopefully doing the same on Sunday, because his trajectory has just only been going up.
It's just straight improvement.
Yeah.
He's been at every single FNCS land since Invitational, and at every single one, his placement has improved and improved and improved. Is that trend going to continue? Or is the reason 1v1 money too much that now you don't even care about the competitive? I hope not. He seemed to suggest not. He seemed to suggest, you know, he's using the map to keep his skills sharp and performing at the best level.
He wants to win, doesn't he? He's one of those sort of characters. He wants to win. You know, I think that's going to only make him sort of take the chains off a little bit in terms of the 1v1 map. It'll hopefully, you know, help improve as well. But no, he's gonna be really confident this weekend, especially since he's just been performing so well on that.
Yeah, and you got to think too, in front of a crowd like this, home turf, like there's even that little bit of added extra pressure, right? Again, that's these situations are so complex. I know sometimes you can kind of look at a situation like this, well, yeah, top 25 easy or whatever, upper bracket, lower bracket finals, okay, cool. But the more you just start to dissect and really dive into these little tiny details, it just very quickly gets out of control. Now, of course, like we said, this is the halfway point. 3 games left to go. Boys, if you had to give advice to these duos, outside of that bubble, what's the advice?
I think stick to what you know for this next game. You don't want to try anything too crazy. But if it does come down to those final 2 games, even the final game, go for hype. The meta allows for it. Although it is messy, you could be that team that takes height and wins the game. We saw it with Sky and Scroll jumping up 30 places. For the teams that are just outside here, probably not worth it, but just try something different, try something new, because yes, you do have day 2, but you want to get it done now.
Mini says, stick to what you know.
Here we go.
I say, pick up your game plan, rip it up, and try something new. Let's go crazy. Let's get wild with it. You know, you only need the 2 good games.
Okay, well, Levin, it's time to find out which plan they're going with, because the next game is ready for us. So, casters, over to you.
Hey, I'm right there with you, Levin. I think
Finally, game 4 is
the
arrived.
original game plan to pieces at this stage, Vivid, because they don't have much time left to work with. It's only 3 lobbies, and the margins are very slim for error right now.
I'm sticking with Mini Miner. I've said it multiple times before. I like sticking to what you know.
What if it doesn't work, though? What if you're in that game 5, game 6 situation? I agree with Levin that you might have to just kind of throw it all to the wall, leave no stone unturned, and really leave no regrets behind, because at the end of the day, there's nothing to lose. The
Here we
second
go.
half of the day and game 4 is ready, so let's jump right in.
Clix and Higgs are going wonky again. Hopefully they will not lose this one. They're at 30 points. They need just like first place.
Probably one of the names that sticks out most, though, from during that halftime segment.
Gotta be
Clix
Clix, right?
and
Yep.
Higgs.
Yep.
Sitting in
I
that
literally called
35th
it.
position currently, just outside of the top 25. Granted, Sky and Scroll have already proven one good match, one strong
Clix and
elimination
Higgs got the
counter
pad.
can
Okay, Clix
change
and
course
Higgs are
entirely
chilling.
and catapult you
So far.
to that threshold you need to just go straight to finals.
Yep, now we got another team joining back into the mix. They may have left at least one game before, but Mini Pio and Fukun are back at Sandy Strip. So we're back on over to our triple contested
so
fight.
3
Interesting
teams
enough,
in
it really hasn't
Sandy, wow.
affected Kanata and Victor
And
V on
yep.
that other side.
Yeah, taking their quadrants there. Quick little peek over here towards Wonky Land.
Yep,
Clix
Shark and
Higgs,
Teeny
they
are
gotta
still
be
here.
feeling the pressure. During the halftime, I got the opportunity to talk to Clix. He was like, yeah, we're fully aware of the situation. It feels like Shark and Teeny are already qualified. They can pretty much do whatever they want to us right now because they gotta be feeling comfortable.
And that's exactly where Shark and Teeny are headed. It is setting up home base here in Wonkyland to try and prevent Higgs and Clix from having those comeback measures. Still, job's not finished. You have to remember that because of the lower bracket's existence, nothing is necessarily solidified just yet. You still have tomorrow, worst case scenario.
Yeah, and while you have nothing to lose, don't want to give up on those opportunities. Voco and Fringe just outside of the bubble as well. Contested fight against Visual and Braids. Both of these teams perform phenomenally on their respective regions, but when you're in a contested fight like this that honestly made some changes before the Summit land, and they weren't necessarily
Fringe
the
does not
best
have many
for a
bullets.
contested fight, so you really got to go ahead and get all of the loot to yourselves.
I'm going to be a hawk when we're taking a look at all these POVs. As we do take a look towards the elimination feed, Cole does go down.
Fringe
But
just got
on the
one.
screen, we've got
Clix
Vocal,
and
we've
Higgs are
got
fighting.
Fringe, both picking up their respective eliminations, and that's going to be a clean wipe for them. An 8-point swing is going to put them on 50 points.
On
And
check.
when we were taking a look at the leaderboard, right, that 25th place threshold was right around there. So that's going to be helping them out tremendously.
Well, it looks like a decent amount of teams that weren't necessarily faring the best here have already decided to try and switch things up. But Clix, Higgs still entangled here with Shark and Teeny, who have decided to just take the fight straight to them. They want to be direct. They've had so much success in these past two lobbies. The moment that they've instantly tried to collapse, but now it's Shark. 100 pump. That's going to be all in his shield. He has to fall back. He's waiting for Teeny to take the reins here, but Teeny, patent alert strategy, trying to see if he can find a separate angle, trying to see if he can get that closing shot onto Clix or Higgs. But for right now, the leverage sits entirely with Higgs and Clix.
Yep, even though Shark and Teeny almost all but qualified here to Sunday, you can kind of see why. They're just trying to shut down Clix and Higgs, not let them feel comfortable. Get them out of the game early so that way they have a much harder chance making it through the lower bracket and eventually possibly contesting them. So it's really going to come down to how much Shark and Teeny want to continue to put this pressure down. On the flip side, though, for Clix and Higgs, you know, I was talking to a couple of the co-streamers myself, you know, from Boop to Faxity and Ozzy, to where it's like, what does Clix and Higgs need to do? And right now, we kind of all were agreeing. You either need to fight Shark and Teeny, or you just need to run away. And right now, it looks like they're going to fight Shark and Teeny.
Absolutely. They do have the position as they currently kind of get out from the boxes that they have been sitting for so long. They now officially have the high ground. Team's looking to take the fight to Clix. He gets one shot in. Get the shot on the Higgs as well. He's done so much damage that they've got the advantage, but Clix does get a little bit of a return shot. That's going to be 58 damage towards his way. Shark's going to have the advantage right now. He's going to be coming in with a spray. Clix is looking a little bit lost. He has no materials to work with. He's going to be playing zero build as Hay does get knocked.
The problem there is that Clix is looking one way, but Shark and Teeny, they've got him straight in the middle, and Higgs, only so many options remain here currently because Shark, he's immediately trying to get on the impressor one more time, 100 pump, and that's going to do it. Higgs trying everything in his power to escape, but it's Clix who gets pickaxed in those final moments. Clix and Higgs have left the lobby so early in game 4.
Salt on the wounds, the pickaxe into the emote. Again, Shark and Teeny are in a situation where they literally almost have nothing to lose. They are so far inside of that top 25. They need multiple games of going down off spawn. Even in the replay, Clix gets caught out of position by himself. And Higgs, even though there was an advantage in terms of HP, he just tried to lurk. They caught him through the builds and then eventually pickaxe him back to the lobby.
Man, my reaction was if I had just eaten a sour candy. So brutal to kind of watch that one happen. Still 2 opportunities left for Clix and Higgs. Let's hope for the best there as we're taking a look at some of our other teams around the map. Reet and Cooper, Kerillian and Jargo still up here towards the north. The Storm is going to be playing a part of this as it currently stands, but they're happy to kind of chill out and hang out up here.
Kerillian also definitely very content to get this first knock onto Ritual, but he's not finished. He's still looking to keep everything pushing forward. And Kerillian, while we will take a moment to sit back, Agers gets put into the dirt there. Double elimination pickup. It is a very quick start for some of these teams.
Yeah, this is almost like a Cinderella story for Jargo and Kerillian. They were literally almost not making it here. A few roster changes at the last moment, and it works out. They catch fire when they need it most. Thomas and Focus kind of doing the same things, landing over at Riptide. You know, they usually make their way down towards the south, but this time around, they went up north just a little bit towards Squibbly Shores, and they're still finding the picks that they need.
Vico and Malabuka, yeah, they're getting all of Frigid Fortress to themselves, but they know there are some teams surrounding them to the south. FKS and Hero are going to be finding their early demise to a team that's not too happy. They're taking some loot in the surrounding areas. FKS just gets beamed in the open. Shields are all gone, and Vico knows exactly how to play aggressive. He knows the mechanics of Fortnite so well. He instantly gets in and finishes that one off.
And part of that was just a little bit of a hiccup at the starting point there for Hero and Bacchus. They were doing what they could to try and salvage their starting point. We know that Bacchus was left in that really awkward position to begin with, but they're not the only duo. It's kind of just looking up and seeing what's going to happen to this leaderboard development after Game 4. iDrop and Medius, they're dealing with Twi and Cringe currently, who are riding off the momentum of that third place victory royale.
Yeah, and right now, with our top 2 players in damage, Hold and Panzer, our top teams out of this lobby, this is going to allow for the players at the bottom of the leaderboard, right up to the middle, to get more points. Because those guys were winning games. They were siphoning them out with eliminations. But now Cringe and Twi, 119. It's not necessarily a battle for first. You only want top 25, but you also want to push your competition out. You want to beat them both in-game and mentally as well.
And establishing the idea that
Curve and Venom always
mentioned
doing that
around
creeping
50
tech.
points was that 25th
They're
place.
so good
That's
at it.
the halfway point. So we just kind of double that over the course of the next 3 games. You can kind of expect that threshold to be around 100 points. And look at this, just a patented strat from Venom and Curve. Anybody that finds themselves anywhere north, near the southwest side of the map, just gets lurked on. His focus is going to be on the receiving end of that one.
And the big thing here, the one word that's sticking out to me right now is what Levin highlighted on the desk, conditioning. Curve and Veno, they haven't necessarily ran the same thing back twice, but they are trying to condition this lobby to not be able to anticipate where it is they're looking to set up base. They're pushing out into Riptides, they're pushing the south sections of South Boulevard, and it's just very difficult for these teams to find their footing. And Focus, Thomas, the strong competitors, but Veno is just going to immediately send the lights out there for Thomas, because they're now waiting to see whether or not they even are aware of the fact that Darman Demas are nearby.
Yeah, Darman Demas probably watching the feed. Thomas, Focus, they go down. Well, that's Riptides. They immediately made their way on over, and they're pulling a play out of the Veno playbook. They're working on Curve and Veno. They're just trying to make sure that if they make a mistake, they're going to be there to answer the call. And you can see, when it comes to materials, they're good. It's the bandages that worry me out of Darman. You can see why he's even kind of rotating on over to Riptides. They wanted the mending machine, but they get damaged. That's the cherry on top.
And that's all they were really looking for. You could see how long they waited for Curve and Venom to kind of retreat, for them to actually go ahead and open up the shots right there. They didn't really want them to be closed. They were just interested in getting some of that damage. So the eliminations were not really on their mind, just kind of playing it safe and making sure they can kind of find themselves in the end game. Veno and Curve got to be feeling pretty good about how they are doing so far in this game. And Sky and Skrull, as pointed out by the man himself earlier on, continuously find themselves in bases around Battlewood that are just up on these little hills over here, right? All they're interested in doing is just getting as many tags as they possibly can without taking any damage.
Still, going to take some time here, because the real winning moment for Sky and Skrull was just finding themselves jumping up so many placements on the leaderboard. And Vico, Malabuka, they're not content with what they've been able to accomplish so far here today. They're looking to be very safe in terms of top 25, but still, they want more. They want to take out as much opposition as possible, because they don't want to allow anyone that they might view as being interested in what they have up for grabs at their starting point on the map. Yuma, a little bit of a question mark surrounding this duo, because we know that they've been kind of trying to infiltrate Dark Dominion, but it's difficult to control this POI.
Yeah, especially when you got Vico and Malabuka, a team that's on fire, hunting you down. They got that first elimination, and they made sure to keep pressure onto Yuma by himself. And just really keep note, because Swizzy and Pixie are also in Dark Dominion, and they made sure to keep the fight contained underneath, where they knew no third party had a chance.
But as soon as the elimination comes in, Malabuka seemingly just stalls out, holds that right-hand peak. He knows that somebody's around him. I have no idea how he has that information, but Vico and Malabuka, they look scary, as it looks like they have one thing in mind, just to play aggressive. And somebody that's kind of came out this weekend on Friday that is looking pretty comfortable with 116 points, it's Kanata and Victor V.
They definitely got to be feeling really good about their current state. They know that they're not necessarily at a huge risk of falling outside of that top 25, but you still want to keep things pretty tidy. You still want to ensure that you see the whole mission through and are on that battle bus for finals come Sunday.
Yeah, and you got to think about a team like this for Victor V and Kanata. Victor V, kind of the young superstar, especially on NA West. He really got his first shot playing with these kind of known players with Paper. The next year, he played with paper, and Epic well, qualifying for the Global Championship in both of those respective tournaments through NA West. And now he was playing with another player in Kanata, bringing out the best. And I've said it for years, Victor V has the potential to be one of the superstars in NA. He just needs to be playing with the upper echelon players, bringing him out of it. The potential, and I do think Kanata is that player that's been doing such a good job. He called that I'm going to NA West, I'm not only going to win, it's going to be a cakewalk, and that's exactly what we saw.
A couple of our teams still stranded out in the storm, right? We saw Cammy and Hari. They're kind of making their way over here. They tune in to iDrop and Marius. They are also still in the storm, and again, I'm always looking towards those points. 40 for the duo right now, which puts them surely outside of contention. As you can see, top right, 33rd, it surely does. So there's actually a lot of pressure on them right now. And look, no surprise, Benno and Curve crouched once again.
Benno and Curve trying to see if they can creep up on anybody unexpectedly over by Battlewood Boulevard, but there's no room for stopping iDrop and Medius. Seems like they were able to pick up what they were after. They were trying to camp out that tunnel, hoping that somebody would opt to try and see if they can actually path through it, and the patience has paid off dividends here because they're looking at the cutoff, but it's going to be teeny that iDrop actually finds overhead.
Yeah, that's got to be a big boost of confidence, taking down kind of the team that's just kind of taken over EU for the most part, saying it loosely because Sky and Scroll are there as well, but I'm talking about the new gen teaming up with Shark, 46 above the damage threshold, and Shark is in a position here so we can't necessarily play for the reboot, even though we are rotating on over towards Battlewood Boulevard. Vivid, Taco, you guys know as well as I do, once you hear it where he's starting to reboot and eventually it pops off, everybody looks your direction.
I mean, we're in 5th zone and seeming like Sky and Scroll just moved for the first time throughout the entire game. They were still in that box. I'm sure they're going to be max materials because just that little bit of a tower that they had, it was like too high. They used nothing on it, and they were able to sit there for the entirety of the early game. They got to be feeling pretty good, especially with the fact that the zone is landing in their home.
See, that might be a new view for you two, but I know over in EU Major 1 Finals, that was one of the most familiar scenes to anticipate from Sky and Squirrel, but Jonas Veloz, they're gonna get that ball rolling here. X1, unfortunately, not gonna be able to push back, and Jonas will find an elimination, but you need more than elims at this phase. You need to start converting those into strong placements to really play leapfrog with the leaderboard.
Yeah, just relying on elims means you're just kind of relying to steamroll the lobby. And I think in game 1, we saw that early Peterbot really kind of thinking it was going to be an easy fight and kind of going down early. Chap and Flixie rotating on over. A rather safe rotation for the most part. They're 500 above the damage threshold, but they're using these dips inside of Battlewood Boulevard. They get natural terrain so that teams can't secretly lurk on them or get shots, but they make it to inside of the zone. There's already 1, 2, 3, 4 teams waiting for them on the other side.
And that's what makes it so tough sometimes when these zones do pull so far away from you. You have to rotate into anybody that's already kind of set up. Vico and Malabuka once again going for the elimination. They see Muzz. They know exactly what's kind of going on over here. They go ahead and pick up an easy elimination in regards to how they can go ahead and establish that. And Shark looking for eliminations of his own. He's a solo, and he just picked up 2.
Gerald and Vazen didn't stand a chance against Shark's domination there, but 255 above, he got enough wiggle room to at least box up momentarily, restore his shields with these last couple of big pots, but more importantly still, the solo points that he's actually been able to build. Normally you wouldn't want to bank it all off of elims, but when you've got 5 to your name, it does make a difference after they've already had strong performance from these last couple of lobbies. Just making it off spawn seems to be the difference maker.
Gets the memo there in that moment. All the lobby does. They see him out as a solo, and they got to put pressure. Mini Pio is the first one to fall. Vazen's there. He peeks through the Fizz, gets the elimination onto 1. This is looking like a montage right now with Shark just crossing names off his list. And I'm getting that old Peterbot feeling of years past. Like, yeah, he's a solo, but for some reason, I'm not worried.
My gosh, Shark, and look at him. He is still in the mix of things right now. He could go ahead and take a back seat to the ride that we have here in the late game, but he's looking to still get active. And when you think about it, he really does need to 35 builds left to his name, but I'm mainly looking at that HP that he has left. He has nothing in his inventory that can go ahead and help support him over there. Take a look at the other side of your screen. iDrop and Marius, they are under pressure right now. Storm Surge is striking. He's going to try to make something happen, but he goes down. 44 points to his name.
I'm starting to feel like Vico might have heard he was leading in eliminations. They're tied, and now he's like, nah, I want to be first place instead. But Malabuka's still looking to play catch up, and even still, Shark all by his lonesome. But with the way that he's playing, he's got the confidence of two behind him. It's evident in all of his movements. Even going to get an opportunity to try and replenish some of his loadout off of these vending machines. But trouble might strike when you least expect it, and Malabuka Vico have just been completely causing so much chaos in this lobby. Finally, going to catch a little bit of punishment for it. Slightly greedy with their wraparound, looking to not tarp it out fully. So they were spotted, lit up a bit, but still 712 above. They don't care about the surge.
Yeah, even if they go down here, I almost all but 100% got their spot secured. 200 points, almost leading the pack. If they win this game, that would definitely be certain. But you see Peterbot, Poyo, Shockwave into the front side of the zone. You see Reet and Cooper elevated on one of those electrical wires. Everybody just really pushing themselves to the limit. They realize, yes, we don't go home today. We can't get eliminated, but this is the best shot we got at making finals.
Shark here still making the solo clutch kind of happen. Only 18 builds to work with. He's completely fine in terms of HP now. Oh my gosh, an entire loot llama just drops right in front of him. He's going to be able to use that. And on the other side, Pablo is also a solo, but in a completely different scenario. 133 below. He's got to make something happen soon.
Just waiting for the zone to keep closing in. From the backside of the zone, he might be able to find some other players that are struggling just as much as himself. Only he's hoping that he'll be able to eliminate them first. Darkos has been knocked. Reet and Cooper, another one of our duos that's definitely looking for a big-time performance here. They want to see just how far in the leaderboard they can jump. And Pete, Poyo, well, things have been a little bit slow today. They're looking to amp it up now. Cole has been dropped. And now Pete, Poyo, looking for the biggest refreshes, but they don't even necessarily need them.
A complete anomaly. Peterbot and Poyo going in the 8 zone with 0 eliminations, but finally they pick up the one that they need to continue the run here. As you can see, the hunt is on. They're continuing to look back towards the rotating side of zone. They want to start to ramp up the eliminations.
Yeah, they're probably realizing at this stage in the game, the early game eliminations might not mean as much as just having consistent performances throughout the end game. But Reet and Cooper, they get contested on the high ground. Sayaz and Scary are now in the clouds. They're able to look down and put pressure on the rest of the lobby and even find the elimination onto Cooper.
Let's see who's gonna win game 4. Peterbot's dead, or Poyo's dead. It's just up to Peterbot. Ooh, Peterbot got cracked. Curve went down. Ooh, Curve went down.
Just took down Sweezy.
They're waiting to see just who they can actually snag up here.
Victor B just took down
Vico.
We still got Vico. We still got Peterbot.
Playing the low side, but
Top 12. Peterbot just got a kill.
Shark just went down.
Big Vico went down. Shark went down.
Peterbot very soon, because when he gets rolling, it's hard to stop that guy.
Top 11, top 10. Who just died? Cannot, no, Shark's dead. Yep, Big V dead. Top 9.
Yep, Peterbot now with no builds, forced to lurk down below.
Peterbot's dead, top 8.
But it only so much before
Whoever's on top, Sky and Scroll are still alive. That could be dangerous. Whoever's on height, I think, might win too. Kanata's still in here, solo. Yeah, Carl, or Tart, I don't know who that is, but Kanata's barely alive still. Top 7. Sky and Skull are still alive. The people on height just dropped down. I don't know why they did that.
Sketty just trying to look
Okay.
down onto the teams that are underneath where he's currently situated, doing his best to crouch around, but Science and Sketty are still holding
Yep, they
down
just
height.
dropped down.
Finally, they'll be forced to converge with the rest
Sky and
of the
Scroll
lobby
are
here.
still
Yeah, it's hard to feel
in
the pressure. They felt
here.
like they were too high. They wanted to get into the mix. They dropped all the way down. They look for
I
some
don't know
shots.
why they
Sky and
dropped.
Scroll gonna be amongst the
Scroll
duo
is
that's gonna be
almost
getting
dead.
right there. They have the advantageous ground. This is exactly where they want to be.
Oh.
The solo was in the mix. He's trying to cause chaos. It's
Oh,
gonna be
Sky
Gary.
just killed him. Oh, but he died. Oh, wow. The team on height just won. Maybe them dropping down was the smartest play. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Maybe that was the move. I think that was the move to go for height. Wow. They literally went for height and then they dropped down, and I was wondering why they dropped down. That's crazy.
Congratulations. Complete stand-up Sires, Scary Sean. Here is the camera. Dusseldorf, please give it up for Sires and Scary Sean. And you can see there are Spanish flags waving in the audience. What's it like to take a victory royale on your first ever LAN?
Yeah, it feels like really nice to win a victory royale. We knew we were gonna win. Like, it was so easy. It's easier than a big one in Europe.
Easier than you thought it was going to be. Again, we're seeing this with the high ground. Duos seem to be getting it for free. How did you know, though, that you could take it from Reet and Cooper? Because that was an incredible challenge.
I mean, we just saw they was like kinda lost it, so we just used a shockwave and we killed them easily. I don't know.
Well, I mean, you did eliminate Reet in order to take the high ground from them. What is next for you guys now? Because with a performance like that, you have to be qualified for Sunday. Do you think it's going to be so easy to take the trophy?
Yeah, to be honest, yeah. To be honest.
To be honest.
Yeah, to be honest, yeah.
Well, listen, we've got so many Spanish fans, as we've already heard in this audience, so please, one more time, give it up for Science and Scary Sean! We're going to head to a break.
the FNCS Summit. Man, we just had a crazy game. Tokata, they did it! Scary and Syaz got a victory royale on land!
You do not understand the excitement I had. Look, my knee still hurts. I was watching, shout out Zuha, coming from Spain, doing a viewing party in Spanish. Syaz Scary, the only team, both players representing Spain, win the match. I mean, we're back in EU Major 1, where they were primed up, they were teed up from height, finishing off the game. I don't even know what else happened in that match, because the only thing on my mind, I'm sounding a bit biased, but was Syaz and Scary winning, okay?
Can you tell he's excited?
No, I couldn't tell.
Oh, yeah, not really. Really nice game from these guys, though, of course. Another great height hold from one of our teams. This is a team that a lot of people had their eyes on coming into this. Like, how are they actually going to perform? Because if you look back at Major 1 from EU, they were third after day 1. They were looking really, really good. A lot of people were like, hang on a sec. Could this be a top 3, a top 2 from these guys in the Major 1? Unfortunately for them, their day 2 wasn't quite as good. They didn't keep up that momentum, that fighting prowess that we seem to see from them in every single fight. But what they did, of course, was qualify here and show what they can do in this game.
Exactly, and what I saw from this team was confidence. Back in Major 1, you said they were third place. It's not just because they were getting good placements. They were getting a ridiculous amount of eliminations alongside that. And today, in that last match, we just saw a little bit of that spark that they have, and I'm hoping that they can continue forwards. But let's take a look at this leaderboard.
10th place, baby! Look at up in there in 10th place, up 21 placements. Again, this is why we continue to reinforce. It takes one good game, Tokata, one good game. Suddenly you're rising up the standings and finding yourself well into that top 25.
Yeah, it is top 25 today to make it to Sunday. And then not only that, on Sunday, top 15 will be qualifying to the Global Championships as well. So there's a lot on the line from these players, but we still got to get through today. Just 4 matches have been played. And we're getting closer and closer to finish off this upper bracket.
So listen, because you are Brazil biased, I'm currently EU biased. Hey, you see Vico Malabuca take over first place? I've changed sides. I've changed sides here. They've suddenly decided it's our time to strike Mini Miner. I mean, I'm not surprised, right? This is Vico and Malabuca we're talking about.
Yeah, this is a team that have been very, very consistent throughout today. They're doing what we know this team can do. And this season, going into the major finals, it was a bit up and down. We weren't really sure what to expect from these guys. Then, of course, it was the 3rd place in Major 1 finals, and we saw what we expected from 2 powerhouse names in Vico and Malabuca. And this game, Tokata, was absolutely no different. These are little lurk plays at this stage of the game. It's so difficult to pull that off. And I think it speaks volumes of their confidence at this stage of competition because, yeah, we used to speak about Vico as this sort of up-and-coming player. He is no longer like that. He's a veteran on this stage and on this land. So he's someone that's going to be brimming with confidence, and you can see it in their gameplay.
And what I want to bring up as well is that not only did they perform incredibly well, but that was a Battle Boulevard zone. They dropped north of the map at Frigid Fortress. They went all the way down south. We talked about net surge. We talked about zones, rotates, and how it was looking to kick things off today. But after this 4th match, not only did they get a zone on the opposite side of the map, they still managed to rack up a very good amount of points.
Was Vico singing there?
I think he was.
Was he singing?
I think he was. You know what's interesting? Remember, I don't know if you guys saw, at one point Levin was saying, hey, I'm like a vibe checker.
He was.
I feel like, right, he was like, I don't know why, but I feel like Vico, Malabuca, vibes are really, really high. Yeah.
He nearly left him hanging there. That was
he picked it up, though. He picked it up, though.
Good.
But seeing so much joy from, obviously, so much representation, I would just really quickly wanted to let you guys in on a little behind-the-scenes action. When we saw Scary and Syaz on the high ground, at one point, I was like, yo, Tokata, are you seeing this? They're on the high ground. He said, no way, and then ran out of the room. And I was like, wait, where is he going? I come out here. He is jumping for joy. They've won. They're having a great time, waving the flag. I love it. Now, why don't we go ahead, though, focus back into the competition. Let's take a look at the standings, because remember, we only have 2 games left to go. We need to try and end in the top 25 to move straight through to Sunday's finals, or we drop into the lower bracket tomorrow. Hoyo, Peterbot. You know, we've kind of, currently in 12th place, we've kind of had a little bit of a mixed bag here. If I could be so bold, and I want to get your guys' thought on this. Right now, it does feel like Peterbot's kind of maybe a little bit bored with the competition. Kind of just like, well, you know, I just have to hit top 25. I'm not super worried about it. But it feels like he's conserving a lot of that, like, Peterbot factor
for finals.
Oh, that's exactly right. And what I noticed about when I was watching these guys was they had 0 eliminations going to that sort of 6th zone. They've really turned down a lot of that mid-game aggression that we typically associate with a duo of this quality. They're like, right, okay, we're going to have to turn things up now and just make sure we can actually make these end games. They actually found themselves in a really nice position in that 6th zone as well. It actually pulled towards them, so they could save a lot of those materials on those later rotates and a lot of those heals that we've been seeing them using. So that game played out really favorably for them. They are not home and dry yet, though, Takata. They've still got a lot to do.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the last duo competition of this caliber was the 2024 Global Championships. And guess who won? It was Peterbot and Poyo. Not only that, they got second, first in the majors. Now, we see them here in top 12. You look at the number, it's not a bad placement. Well inside qualifying range, looks good. But then you look at the names, Peterbot and Poyo, you're like, hold on. They need to be in that #1 spot. They need to be at the top. However, look, this is the upper bracket. We can just feel things out in the match. I think where this duo will truly shine is if they make it on Sunday when they're truly battling for that trophy, for that #1 grand prize, and for that ticket to the Global Championship.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely kind of been in a situation, right, where we kind of keep seeing it go back and forth in solo situations. And both Peterbot, Poyo, they're doing what they need, right? It's like, hey, we're doing just kind of enough to make sure we're well up in that bubble. But let's come back to this bubble right now. Remember, top 25, that is currently the cutoff. Look at 26, friends, Pixie and Swizzy. Wow. We finally saw them here later on in the end game, and that's what we need to see. Now, of course, we are still outside that bubble, but this is global champion Swizzy. He cannot drop to the lower bracket, Mini Miner. I refuse.
Remember, this is global champion Swizzy, and second place at Global's Pixie. So it's like, when we come into this, it's like these guys, they have a spot on that stage reserved for them. They deserve to be on this very large stage. And yeah, again, it hasn't been the greatest day for them. I think, circumstances, Swizzy only arriving today, I think it was. It's just difficult for them to get that going. But I think what we can expect from these guys is to turn it on when it matters most. And for this weekend as a whole, if they make it to the grand finals, that's when they're going to turn it on. And if we're looking at today only, Takata, these last 2 games, this is when they need to turn it on. And this is one of the best teams at doing that.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just thinking about it. I mean, Swizzy's the only one left of his global championship trio. You mentioned yourself, his duo second place. Now, it's upper bracket. We're not playing for the prize money yet. But seeing them in 26, I don't know, maybe it's the jet lag. I don't even know what it is, but I want to see a bit of a spark from this duo here in these last 2 matches.
Yeah, of course. It's no secret, right? Swizzy having some delays before arriving here. Don't want to get too crazy up into it, but he's here now.
Yeah.
And that's the only thing that matters, right? Now we are in a situation where we have to try and make these last 2 games count. And friends, it's not even just them, right? Think about all these other duos that are currently outside of that top 25. I talked about it a little bit right before last game, but you got to think those 25 duos in the lower bracket, they're waiting, they are hungry. They say, yes, drop back down into the lower bracket with us. I've been watching your strategy. Oh, you think you're safe? I have nothing to lose. You sure do, though.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting because you're going to have teams that are looking at teams maybe that aren't performing well off spawn. Maybe a drop spot that teams are actually thinking, oh, actually, there's a bit of an area that I can exploit right there. And I'm thinking about Peterbot and Poyo. They need to make it through. And even if they don't have a great day today, even if they do make it through, they haven't had the greatest performance. Teams like Mr. Savage looking at that and thinking, maybe it's time.
Man, I'm getting nervous. I'm sorry it always happens. I stress for all of you so that you don't have to stress. But I'm getting word. Game number 5 is ready. So casters, take it away.
I thought it would be unfair just to have Vivid on the broadcast.
Let's get it, guys. Game 5 is coming. So, bro, are you sick? No, I'm not sick. Nope. I'm just here streaming because of FNCS Major 1 Summit Finals. Clix is my favorite teammate, or not my favorite teammate, my favorite player, and came to watch him play. Also, Peterbot's in this. Also, like almost every single pro's in this. And plus, I get out of school in like what I think. I don't know. Well, now in 4 days. Yeah, 4 days. So, but yeah, chat. Here we go. Game 5 is on the line. Clix and Higgs only got 30 points. Also, they are going Wonky Land. If you guys are curious. Here we go.
Where it really gets interesting because with only 2 games left, you start to see people take
Wow.
more and more
He
chances. No pun
easily got
intended.
that
He
kill.
went and contested
And his
on
teammate
over.
got the other kill.
Down
Yo,
goes Chargu,
that was
followed
probably the
Tyler and
easiest
Chance.
kill I've ever seen someone get in my life.
That drop spot, and it
Bro.
already works out here early in game
Wow.
5.
That's exactly what they needed too, because 68 points, they are right there towards the cutoff range of the top 25. They cannot afford to take another stumble, because with only one more lobby remaining, Jacob, every single point of placement matters.
What place
including
is
elimination
Power
points,
Alex
especially
in?
for a duo like
I
Clicks and
don't know.
Higgs.
Here, let me go see. Give me 1 second.
Not had
1 second, 1 second.
Quite the day they thought they would. But it was always going to be a tough one when you were fighting a team like Shark and Teeny, who, to be frank, they've been fighting off Spawn all season long in EU. And so whatever that bait and switch idea was, regardless, it was always going to be a tough idea.
Yeah, and for Clicks and Higgs, it was looking so good in game 1. You know, you even kind of had them questioning themselves if Shark Katini was even going to land here. And I think that was a
He's
wake-up
not
call
doing
for
so
Shark
well.
Katini,
He's
'cause ever since then,
46.
they've looked
He's 46
completely
on my
One of the
I
only
just looked on the
reasons,
leaderboard.
why
He's
it looked so
46.
good in
Not
game
doing
one,
too
though,
good.
is because
He has
Shark
not
Team
qualified
the
for
immediate pressure initially, but now Latte landing.
for top 25 wall, and he's 46. But I can't lie, Clicks isn't doing good either.
It
So
has been a rough day.
Clicks and
AJ not necessarily in his
Clicks will have to play tomorrow to try to play Sunday while Reek clutches up. Cooper was dead.
The revive off onto Cooper, and that's exactly what they needed. That spot on the battle bus looking
Yeah, so Clicks is gonna have to play tomorrow probably, and Power Alex is gonna have to play tomorrow
And
too.
regardless of what now happens for
Hello.
Ages and Ritual, whether they drop back into the lower bracket, then come back up,
Hmm?
Reed
Yeah.
and Cooper will be more than confident.
Sort
fighting
of. They
against these
backed
guys
off.
again.
Look what they did. They
Pressure
kind of went to
relentless.
the.
Richie
They went to
couldn't
the
stand
like.
Ages. Like you said, Taco, not feeling his best, and that won't
Yeah.
make him feel any better.
Yeah, even when Cooper
They landed
went
there and
down,
then just
he
didn't
still
finish
landed
it off.
a massive shot. But as we tune in, Clicks and Higgs
Yeah, they
have
kinda
just been
just
run
left that off.
out of Wonky Land by Shark and Teeny.
Yeah,
Quite
they
frankly,
just.
this might really be
Huh?
their best option as
Why?
far as not even trying to engage with Shark and Teeny. You said it, Taco. They definitely did not want to take a fight that allowed Teeny.
Yeah,
and Shark
Clicks
to
definitely did
control
not
the
want to
pace.
take a
Whenever
fight.
they've
Dude,
allowed them
it's gonna be
they have
so
been
depressing to
rolled.
talk
And so
about
for
it.
Clicks and Higgs now,
He's
let's
gonna have
just
to
not even
talk
fight
about
them
it
at
soon.
all.
I mean, even from the beginning, Clicks Higgs, they immediately forfeited Wonkyland rights. They went straight for the castle. They were not looking to try and actually get caught out against Shark and Teeny, but that might not even matter because they're still at the contend with Acorn and Bolts, who have just cut off Cole and Madden, and now you have to wonder, will they spot where Clicks and Higgs have actually navigated towards? Because this far north, there's only so many places left to run.
Yeah, and right now you're seeing Bolts just kind of really get active. People forget, you know, FNCS West Champion, depending on the community, you might say, oh, maybe it's not that hard, but he's also a solo LAN champion. I think that's why Acorn wants the best of the best.
Whether you want to count his win or not, we know for a fact Bolts has the talent to match up with any champion in any region, and that is what he is showing here today.
A well-established fragger, that is a certainty when it comes to that duo. But for Spinx and Muzz, Humble Hills, a couple of slip-ups, a little bit shaky, but 70 points still leaves them in that fighting range for top 25.
Oh,
and the
Clicks is
leaderboard
near
still
kids.
far too close for comfort, especially for a duo like Muzz
He's
and
by
Spinx's caliber.
Bolt and Acorn.
Clicks and Higgs might have rotated out, but wait, there's more. They're ready for the lurk play, and this is something that they know Acorn and Bolts do.
Although,
time and
what's his
time
name
again.
took a
I talked
pad.
about
I don't
Latte
know.
Landing
They're
having one of
taking the
those
pad. I
special
don't think they're
launch pads.
coming.
Well, this launch pad here is a special launch
No,
pad
they
as
took the
well.
launch
It boosts
pad.
you up farther and further. You mix it with the Flowberry. That's been their primary rotation for Acorn and Bolts all season long, and I think Clicks and Higgs
Yeah, they
know
are
that to be a
scared.
possibility for the zone after the first two is showing that it's pulling towards the north, and this is one of the few times when their game plan they don't go off of
Their
that
first
back
game was
launch
so
pad.
good.
So Clicks and Higgs gearing up for a lurk, and right now I don't think the game is going to let them.
I'm not gonna lie, I was licking my lips there a bit. I'm an EU fan. I wanted to see the two NA teams, you know, take each other out. Either way, over at Sandy Strip, we know the mess that has been this POI
Sandy
all
Strip,
day long.
they got some fights.
And right now, Fruit on the Mini, PO, they are doing their utmost best to try and withstand the pressure of Rapid
go.
and Gold.
It's
It's
never
almost
going
over.
to be An easy
I've posted 2 videos so far.
They knew exactly what they were getting
The
into.
one about the
Part of
trophy,
reason
I
they
actually do
tried to
like
leave
trophy.
originally, but they just couldn't find anywhere to
I
establish
really like it.
themselves
And then I
on the map
posted
that forces them right
Peter
back
Bot
to
walking
Sandy
out.
Strip. And even with it
I
being
was
technically
doing.
a triple contested area, you have to remember,
But it kind of did go my way because Peter didn't do what I was
success.
expecting.
There's nothing preventing them from just keying
I thought Peter
Cooper
was gonna
and
go
Livio
wonky one
outright.
of these games.
Yeah, and obviously you see Cold and Rapid rotate on out, so that's going to give him a breath of fresh air. A lot of time to spend on that side of the map as Peterbot and Pollo continue to try to get aggressive in this early game. It was in that last game, the 4th one of the day, where you
Which I
saw
don't
things
know
slow
how
down for
they
them,
were
and it kind
selling.
of worked out. They got a good portion of their points, but now they're trying to flip that
Clicks
switch,
ruined
turn
it,
right
or
back
Pig.
on. They're already off the top of the leaderboard for the most part, and considering it's top 25 that go to tomorrow, so they're almost feeling like they have nothing to lose as they start
They
to feel
won.
like themselves once again. They get
Pollo
both
got the
of those
kill there.
eliminations.
One of the great things about watching Pete and Pollo over the years is these guys always get better as the tournament goes on. Whenever they have a slow start, you can always count on them heating up and having a big game later down the line.
It almost feels like it's luckier for the rest of the lobby that it is only 6 games that they have to deal with Pete and Pollo for, because it's also just not as much information even for the duos that do find the success in the top 25 and they head into finals, whether or not they're going to get rematches.
Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be
depends entirely on the lower bracket, but it's still, knowledge is power when it comes to this game.
My, where
Curve just got a kill.
Kidduo as well. Curve is beginning to feel himself as well. Him and Veno, honestly, a team that you wouldn't have necessarily expected going into this year, but has worked out perfectly.
Look, they're in 10th place. What happened last time they were in 10th place on a day one? Ooh. Keep that in mind.
Clean slate, though, when it comes to finals. That could play a little bit of an impact. But for Veno and Curve, one thing has been made clear. Their strategies that they chose to reveal in today's competition have definitely been effective enough. And for Pete, Pollo, they're just trying to do it the old-fashioned way. Sheer power. They are taking as
Those
many
were some
fights
good
as they could
shots.
try and
Peter
find
Bot
initially.
almost
Didn't
got
necessarily
cracked.
work out in their favor, so now a little bit of a pullback. Play with the rest of the lobby, but they do it best when it comes to the end game.
This is going to be interesting here. This almost look like Nathan and Nev.
I mean, there's not much else to watch, honestly. Clicks will maybe go up 5 places.
They know they need to go north. Why make any risk? But Sky taking the whole other approach
Yeah.
towards the right side. Eventually, these guys
There's really
kinda
no one else
rotate
that
parallel
needs
as they
to
make their way
really
toward
qual,
the
right?
zone and eventually run into the rest of the pack that's already up north.
Like any big people. Cause I know Clicks is out. I know Peter Bot's qualling. I know
Sky
Rap is
Scroll,
qualling.
though.
I know
Even if it didn't work out,
most of the big names have
beginning
qualled
points with the way that the
or
lobby
are
is kind
qualling
of
at least.
sifted back to some old habits, they've been able to have
And that's what
the same
Sque-
success that we saw in
Squeezy
that
has.
Major One Finals over in EU. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They don't have a reason just yet to try
Yeah, they're
and switch
chilling.
things up because it's been working out great.
These boys got something to fix up.
Yeah, I mean every
Swizzy. Everybody wanted to see them get a chance to play here on this stage together. It's not been the most impressive of years
Yeah,
by their
that's scary.
standards, but even in those situations, they've managed
Okay,
to
so
pull through just
the
enough
last game could be
to
good.
be able to represent themselves here on this stage.
Because if they die off spawn and they lose that,
Delivering in front
that
of their
would
fans after what's been quite a disappointing day, but they are just
Oh,
on the
I
outside.
forgot it's not.
Yeah, they're one of those teams where you give them an inch, they're going
So
to
what,
take
tomorrow's
a mile.
top
So
15?
you almost want to get them out of the lobby quick.
Then who
Asaya,
said
Scary,
top
kind of winning that
15?
last game and slowing things down just a little bit. They probably already have that early game surge, so they don't need to make any rash decisions, especially with Marius right across as a solo. It's Cold and Rapid. They go from playing towards Sandy, getting aggressive, back on over to Fort Field. Chino and Pablo, I'm not sure they wanted this fight because it looks like both of them are weak, and Cold and Rapid are looking to finish it.
You say they might not have wanted it, but it looks like they came looking for it. We're in Fort Fields. That's Cold and Rapid's territory. And Pablo, Gino, they try to snatch their chain and are quickly finding out.
Yeah, and you see exactly in this situation where Pablo's clutching prowess comes into play. We don't call him one of the best clutches for no reason. He understands in this situation it's about making and creating as much space as possible, and you see exactly what he does with it. Creates these angles for him to isolate shots, fights, to potentially give himself a chance of staying alive. As Chino, I don't even think Chino's coming in to help. I think it's just leaving Pablo to fend for himself right now, but we know he can do it.
Yeah, it's probably one of those situations where they feel like they might need a miracle, so let me get ready to possibly get gold, get the reboot, go further and further, but he's dipping back in. He's probably staying alive much longer than Pablo have hoped, so Chino probably coming to the rescue for Rapid and Cold. This was their window. This was their opportunity to take a 2v1 situation, and that opportunity looking like it's flying by.
This is exactly what he aimed to do. Gives himself enough time to get his teammate back into the fight, and now they're on even footing. It's not even no more. Chino into the box. Chino low HP. He needs to take a second to chill. Wrap it down. Pablo will keep fighting, and now it's just about taking Cold out.
But Cold's not going to be able to make it for much longer. He doesn't have a whole lot of HP to work with, but still, the siphon might just come through. Chino forced to actually play out his med kit, and now Cold has completely switched things around because Rapid is still left on waiting for the revive. I just cannot believe that Chino and Pablo, they nearly got the better end of this, but now Chino forced to try and close the deal. But Cold, you have to remember, this is where he does it best.
Wow, Cold and Rapid almost died.
That he is number
Cold
one in
just
these
clutched.
situations for a reason.
And that really puts the pressure now on Pablo and Chino, who sat in 20 seconds. They will have to make game 6 count. Came up against one of the best duos in this lobby, the worst duo they possibly could have been fighting. And that just complicates things all the more.
Yeah, this is one for Chino and Pablo. There's a lot of time here left on the table for them to kind of look back and see what went wrong and try to fix it. Giannis cheating over here. They're just trying to heal up. They took a little bit of a fight. You see they have that one elimination, but they're just not trying to get too greedy. Let's just take it one at a time, but we had to cut this one back. Cold, 9 HP, and it's counting down even further. That was the play right there. Pablo, what are you doing?
This guy is just disgusting, man. He does it over and over again. And at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, that is what it looks like when you're looking for the best players in the game.
Uh-oh.
It looked like it was going to be NA on top, but instead the script has been flipped for Sky, Scroll, and Pete Pollo's conversation. Sky and Scroll, one elimination apiece, but it still looks as if some of these other duos are recognizing the fact that these teams that are leading, they're not in the same sort of pressure. They've already got their spots secured on the finals battle bus.
Well, as I'm watching Sky and Scroll, I see the top left, the feed, Cold and Rapid go down to the zone. Too many fights too early. And we see how Peterbot actually fell. Fresh off of the reboot, he gets beamed out of the sky, basically leaving Pollo by himself. And a huge homing beacon when you go for those reboots. They know exactly where you're at.
You said Cold and Rapid died to Storm?
This is a tough spot right now, though. I'm surprised that we're actually witnessing Clix and Higgs above on the surge damage threshold. Just barely sitting at 115, but
Clix and Higgs got the pull.
Think back to when
So
they
how many
initially
points is
tried
Cool?
to ambush Acorn and Bolts. It was
They
unsuccessful.
could technically still get there.
And so all of
They're
that
at
time they had
30.
invested.
If they
It's
got
incredible that they
first.
were still able to salvage something from it.
I like this game, I'm not gonna lie. Their mats are good. They have the height. Like, they don't have height, but they
do everything in their power to make sure
That's
they
what I'm
can't
saying.
just
They're
run away
pulling.
and get away with it. So they're gonna have to
I
make this
think they
game count and get
might
as many points out of it as they
somehow,
possibly can.
if they do really good this
Unless
game and
have
they
some
do
sort
really
of
good their
plan
last
B
game.
up their sleeve, Sky and
Yeah,
Scroll
I mean, you can't be
realizing,
taking
hey, there
shots
might be
like
somebody
that.
down in that box. You see it goes from a 2-tick zone.
I don't like
to
the base they
a
have. They're
5-tick.
not protecting
He
their
immediately
head.
looks on over,
If
gets
someone
the
shocks
siphon,
up,
and look, he's gonna
they're
replenish
just gonna
all
see
those
them.
materials, get some
But,
extra
I mean,
HP to
they
make
haven't
this
got
journey
caught yet,
outside
so.
of the zone that much easier.
They're just clearly
Clix
so
got someone
relaxed
for
now.
60.
They know that they don't have the same sort of struggles that so many of the other dudes are still trying to take over with. So Sky, Scroll,
They're still 52
they'll look to
teams.
continue strolling on by. Some
Or
hot shots
people.
towards Cringe and Twy aren't going to net just yet.
I mean, if I took down Peterbot and Poyo, I'd be feeling pretty confident too.
29 teams left, so
that is exactly what these guys do, and it's what they'll continue to do for the rest of this
But
game.
that's what I don't like. It's a
We've seen
small
games
circle,
like this
but
from
they
them
still
in
ain't getting
EU as
money.
well, where they're sitting in a comfortable position. They know they're qualified. They know they've
Oh,
had
Clix got a
success on
kill.
the day overall, and so they just let loose, kick back a
He
bit,
needs that
and
finish
have
so
fun.
bad.
We've seen this zone
30 white.
before over
Oh, y'all.
towards the
Oh, he got his
north
kill.
side of the map.
Clix
And the
had him
last time
30
we see
white
it
and they
was
stopped
Acorn
pressuring.
and
I don't
Bolts
know
able
why.
to utilize their drop spot
Maybe
and turn
he
it
knew
into
they
a
were already
victory
dead.
royale. As you can gotta hear the crowd going wild. Noah Riley
Resound
is on
1v1. Oh my, I did not see
233
me
above the
continue.
damage threshold, and they're relatively positioned well when it comes to the actual zone.
Big game for them. A lot of the players beneath them in that leaderboard dud in, which sets them up now with a good game here to secure themselves a spot in the final.
Anything to get some sort of a buffer zone. And Clicks Higgs, though, they have to really turn on the Jets here. They need eliminations, and they need a strong placement in Game 5. Because just like you already highlighted, Lev, they are going to be absolutely key by Sharkantini. I refuse to imagine that there is a world that exists where that wouldn't take place.
Yeah, I'm expecting a high take from them, an aggressive one at some point. They're going to do everything in their power to just win this game out, whatever that means. They're staying up on that hill, and especially with this type of a zone, they will want to keep themselves as elevated as possible to give themselves that option.
Yeah, at least be one of the last teams to rotate off the mountain into that low ground to where they can just kind of build on top, keep themselves elevated. You want to stay away from the mess that is down below. Hari's feeling that as well. He just got taken out, separated too far from Cammy, and that's exactly when they're going to strike as Mudds and Sphinx lurking around. You see they're very, very low on materials. They know Ahmed and his duo are on the other side.
That is really, really bad. Clicks is dead. It's just up to Higgs. Wow. This is sad. If they don't get more than 50 points, oh my. I do better in Div Cups than this.
Everyone is trying to claw their way through into this next zone, but the north side of the map is just so unforgiving. The constant shifts in elevation, the moment that you think that you've escaped the majority of the congestion, then you find yourself just
And then you got Sky over here up by 1,400 on his surge. Like, how are you? How, bro? Only. That's the point.
Mudds bouncing around below the damage threshold. He lost Sphinx, and even with that elimination there, he's still 200 below the damage threshold. Essentially a full elimination worth of damage, possibly more the way this thing is shaken out. But only 4 players need to go down. 4 individuals need to fall, and that's when Storm Surge will turn off and ease off the lobby.
Reason, right hand peaks. That's where all that practice goes. And we've seen him in that situation many a time, and he doesn't miss often, and he won't miss now. This is really setting up now to be the tournament-defining game for this duo.
One of the only issues they had entering that last zone was just the threat of having not enough surge, but that's going to alleviate all of it. But Muzz, on the other hand, still sitting just at 86 points, but this is his best shot currently to overcome other duos in front of him with so much of the middle ground having been eliminated super early on. Muzz trying to do everything he can, just getting these last 6 HP, but Matty is going to shut him down immediately.
Yeah, he knew he was coming from the backside of zone, but he popped out through the bush. Marius really makes that moment count there. Higgs trying to do the same. 64 builds left, one big splash. It's not necessarily the best loadout, but for someone like Higgs who's been in these clutch situations before, it'll do.
A tough task, but one that he definitely can overcome. He has the resources to do it, but it's about the execution now. Aminished and Harvey, they're trying to fight their way back into this tournament and make something of it. Pressure will be applied, but pressure will be returned. They will lose their height if they are not careful. And so now it's about scrapping to keep themselves in the game.
It's
But
really
Scroll
easy
is
to
dead
just
and
look
it's up
down, but
to
sometimes
Sky
you have to
only.
remember to look behind you. You never know who might just be creeping up. And for Sky, Mattias solos in this lobby, just looking to try and strike wherever they feel they're going to find their first elimination. But Javi and Minish, somehow, some way, even with material counts running out, have managed to hold on. Look at Higgs, though, sending himself all the way. Ultimate front side low, but can he actually lock down his position?
Sacrificing the HP, even though he only had one splash, it was a necessary evil towards his game plan to give him better positioning right in front. Let the team and the rest of the lobby take each other down. You see Rezon and Noah Riley getting active here in this game, looking towards the backside of the zone, trying to find elimination, one that they need. It's the loot that they're after. They're almost flesh out.
My God, Reason, what are you going to do next? But he can't hold strong. Noah Riley, though, still managing to steal, but no, it gets cut out. Still, 124 points. Is it enough of a jump to stay ahead of the pack? It might just be the case. All depends on what Damage and Darm decide to do next. Just how quickly are they going to take care of this lobby?
And in a lobby of chaos right now, they look cool, calm, and collected. Akun and Bolts are trying to find their own lane, and they'll drop all the way onto Elo.
This is Higgs still trying to have a clutch up. He found a Chug Jug in the middle of all this chaos, and that's really keeping them alive. Top 10 grants you half of the placements on the board. Once you get in, that's the meat that you're after, and you need to get as much as possible.
Vino's still alive and Curve is still alive.
Big shots onto their opposition, and it does look like it's going to be theirs, but for how long? Because the aggression will not
Vino's
stop.
low.
Benno's always one for that drive-by damage. Relatively successful too, because Curve and Benno have managed to stay based on top of height. Deemish, Darm, on the other hand, trying to make their way forward. They know that there's a couple of teams right above them. It's Bolt, but the moment he peeks out, it's Benno and Curve. It's Bolt and Acorn, and now Darm left to fend for himself, trying to see if he can take out either Bolt or Acorn, but there are just not many opportunities.
Fringe is still in here though. Oh, Bolt is dead.
Managed to find his refresh.
The plow will continue. He doesn't mind that Deemish has gone down. He knows
But he has to go up the hill. Yeah, Curve is still in there. Acorn's still in there. Cringe is still in there. Bolt is dead. Just up to Acorn.
Left in this game, but they are not healthy, especially compared to some of the solo players that we're seeing. Acorn goes up, tries to chop out high, but that is his demise. But it costs Twy everything. He goes down to Curve. It's all solos left alive here, and this is Curve.
Wow, bro, it was Curve. That's crazy.
Making mom and dad proud.
The NA Central champions are here, and they remind all of us that we cannot forget about them. A big win for Benno and Curve that solidifies a spot in the Sunday final.
All right then, guys. Curve, how does it feel to get your first victory royale on LAN?
Feels great. I mean, I just eliminated everyone. I just popped off.
What was that like for you, Benno, having to watch Curve clutch it on his own?
I'm not gonna lie, we were just running around. I'm having fun. He's crazy.
We're seeing you having so much fun. What's interesting to me, though, is it's a little bit like Major 1, where day one, you guys were kind of subtly working your way up the leaderboard. Obviously, there's just one more game before the leaderboard resets. But has your plan been to take it easy and just guarantee Championship Sunday?
The plan was to qual by whatever means possible, try not to show any plans, and just have some fun. I was laughing during that game. I don't know if he likes that.
And what's it like hearing Verno call on LAN? Is it different to when you're online?
Yeah, he's so locked in. Like we're the best.
You do seem like you're feeling yourselves. How is Curve doing in your thoughts? What's your rating?
I think he's taken to it pretty well. Obviously, we've not played much finals recently, so it's good to get some practice in.
It's great to see you guys thriving here on LAN. Congratulations. Everyone, please, Curve and Benno! We're going to head to a break. After this game, we'll know who's qualified for Sunday.
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the FNCS Summit. We just watched a crazy clutch out of Curve, a solo clutch. And I promise you, this arena was loud, but Papa and Mama Curve were probably being like, yo, that's our kid. That's so crazy. You got to be so happy for Curve in this situation to pick up a solo clutch VR on land.
I mean, what a way to announce yourself to the last stage,
Yeah.
right? You know, this is how it's done. I think a lot of people would have had questions about Veno, an established EU player moving over to NAC and then deciding to play with an unproven talent, a promising talent in Curve. A controller player at that as well. People be like, maybe this isn't the right move for him, but I mean, we all knew he's just capable of it. It was just about showing it. And the nerve that he has to do that on this stage, first ever LAN, playing with Veno, as a solo to Carter, that is unbelievable.
Absolutely. I mean, I was thinking some of the concerns maybe going in with Veno IGLing, Curve, you know, very aggressive controller player. You're thinking, okay, just try not to take too much damage, try not to overstep. Doesn't even matter. Just back-to-back-to-back elimination, solo clutch the VR. I mean, what else do you need?
I love too that moment. You can literally see it on Veno's face. He's like, dude, you actually did it. Like, let's go. Like, you know, you got to think with someone like Veno, the caliber of player, the first player to have an NA and an EU FNCS title, to pick up this kid and think, okay, let's see what he's got. Dude, he's just like Papa Curve. He's just as proud.
Yeah, he really is. And he's a player that we've got the pleasure of seeing his development as
They're
a
only
player
down by,
throughout
what,
the last
20?
few years of him being in comp. You know, when he was first coming onto the scene,
31st
all the way back
at
sort of chapter 3
74,
when he
they're
won
down
with
by
Aqua.
20.
He was that sort of
Not bad.
raw talent. He was almost
Okay,
the Curve
so-
of today. And
yeah.
it's pretty nice to
So
see him
they
sort of
need to
mature as this sort of
100
IGL older
Yeah.
head in the scene right now.
Click-
Great to see
Clicks
him
and
on the
Hicks still have a
earlier on
chance,
as well,
eh?
breaking down some strats. And that's what he brings to this team. He brings that calmness. He brings that confidence. Even when he went down there in that game, he was actually smiling. He was like, oh, I've gone down. Great, because I've got Curve on my side.
That's someone that trusts their duo. When you see them smiling after they get eliminated in top 5, you shouldn't be smiling when you get eliminated in top 5, but Veno knew that Curve had what it takes. This is just the start for a player like Curve. I mean, proving yourself already at an international competition of this caliber. We're just day 1. We have 3 days of competition. Sunday's coming soon. They're in 4th place right now. I mean, we're gonna see them on Sunday, and I'm excited to see how they perform.
You said statement, right? Going into finals, people are thinking, well, I might have been kind of looking at Curve or Veno around thinking, oh man, how am I gonna deal with that? Now everyone's thinking, okay, it is absolutely Veno and Curve. We have to take that fight too. I want to take a look at the standings. Let's go over this, right? We've got a single game left to go before we wrap up the upper bracket. Darm Dimash, they take over first place. Look at this. I am so happy to see them, you know, really thriving in this environment, man. Again, you mentioned statement, Mini Miner. That's what they're sending right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I mentioned it earlier on. Last minute drop spot changed. Of course, working with Coach Sven, they would have had a lot of strats coming into this as well, even not showing all of them as well, of course, in this upper bracket right here. But this is a team that we all are excited about, particularly coming from EU. They were always sort of the new Polish greats that a lot of people were talking about. You know, you talk about Kamisetti, the new wave, the new blood in Poland, and they have so many fans, and you can see why. The way that they play, they were that sort of mid to low ground team when they were playing in trios, and even in this end game, they're playing it as a duo as well, playing that lower ground, which is great to see, and a team that we can definitely look out for on Sunday as a potential win.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about new Polish duo. Don't quote me on this, but I think in 2024, they had like 40K earned as a duo. Then 25, they had over 200K earned as a duo. I mean, this team rose to fame so quickly, and now once again proving themselves on an international stage. It shows that they can do it online, they can do it in person, and they're here to fight for that trophy.
Oh man, Takada, but you remind me, right? Of course, this trophy's awesome. There's a lot of players doing well, but there's still players that need to make it on that bubble. And immediately my mind goes to Muzz and Sphinx, 26th place. We actually saw a really awesome Muzz solo clutch in that last game. That's why they've moved up those 2 placements. But boys, this is it. We've got 1 game left to go. We must find ourselves in the top 25, or we have to go back down the lower bracket, fight through 6 more games with 25 new duos.
It's going to be crazy. I mean, I'm looking at clicks there as well. Higgs, shout out to him. solo clutch. That could be the
Exactly.
clutch that keeps them in contention here. They still have one more game to go. If they drop down to the lower bracket, that wonky land looking like it's going to be contested as well by Kane, so things might be interesting there, but they want to make it happen here and now.
Even players like Chino and Pablo, we saw them on the previous page. These are some competitors that in predictions, they were saying they were going to get top 3. They could even win the competition. And now they're outside of qualifying range on Uppers day 1. I mean, as a reminder, all the players here that do get bottom 25 are going to play again tomorrow alongside the other 25 duos that are just licking their lips, waiting to see which drop spots are going to get claimed after today so they can start preparing, they can start putting in the work. But for all the players that are here right now, they have one more match, one more opportunity to solidify a place in the finals on Sunday. And you know this is where the pressure starts getting felt.
Dude, I feel it, right? I'm starting to stress for some of these players. You know, we've got one game, but look, it's okay. We've seen one game be the difference maker, right? Everything's okay. We've got this moment right now.
Yeah, and that can sort of create some pressure, of course, so much pressure for a lot of our teams. It all depends on, do you crumble under that pressure? Do you thrive under that pressure? You'd like to believe in yourself if you're a player up there that you do thrive under that pressure and that you fancy yourself in this final game. But this is really where legends are sort of beginning to be formed, because if you don't make it through today, it's going to be really difficult to make it through tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm already feeling it. You can hear the silence. The silence is loud for these players behind me right now. They're loading in, they're locking in, and they're getting ready for these final moments, whether it's a contested team that's going to battle it out quickly off spawn, or one that hasn't been contested throughout the day, but they just haven't found that success yet. It all comes down to this.
Oh man, stress levels are through the roof right now. It always happens like this, doesn't it? It always comes down to that final game in Fortnite. Fortnite does what Fortnite does, but again, this is it. This is that moment for these players. They have a single game to put all the pieces on the table and shift everything in their favor right. No. Guys, I have word of an announcement. We have to go to game number 6. I'm sorry to leave you hanging, but we need to see how this ends. I'll tell you about this after. Casters, take it away.
What?
Bro, what kind of rage bait was
What do
that?
you guys know that we don't? Then what are they hiding? I know it's you.
I don't know anything, guys. Can we get the game done so we can get to the announcement? I mean, I want to know what he had to say.
All right, look, we know exactly what these players are hoping for, but it's time. Game 6, because we need to figure out what Zeke's going to say after.
This is it, the last game of the day. Luckily for everybody at home and watching live in person, we still got 2 more days of action, but our top 25. That is what we'll be looking at when the day is said and done. They will advance to our championship Sunday. Our bottom 25 on that leaderboard plays again tomorrow in the lower bracket.
But emphasis on the top 25 here, Jacob, because it sounds so easy on paper. And yet, when it comes time to actually break through and ensure that you don't fall down to that lower bracket relegation era, teams still struggling to try and make the difference here. Flixie, Chap, ultimate scramble. Romero tries to make it to the chest first, but Flixie, he's just getting tagged up along the way. And Leiva and Romero have finally found so much success at the starting point of New Sanctuary.
Flixie and Chap have struggled to find solid ground in competitive this year, and these young guns won't make it any easier for them. Back to the drawing board it is.
Yeah, with the standings this close, when it comes to trying to get in on top 25, every little mistake goes under a microscope, and you really got to review it before tomorrow. Going into the action, Chino, Pablo, not really making a move. Kanata, Victor, Feet, standing their ground. Mini Pio and Fukun, they're there as well. Triple contested Sandy. And none of these guys want to back off of that POI, but this time around, we got something interesting right out of the gate.
This is crazy.
Instead of landing over towards Wonky Land, where Shark and Teeny would certainly run him down, they take a different approach to their final moment.
And this is Clix and Higgs prioritizing success over pride. They've lost the off spawn, but that doesn't matter. Poyo and Peterbot, they're trying to regain their pride after the misfortunes of last game, doing what they do best, rolling a team over without any consideration whatsoever. For these NA Central teams, it's just about making things stick and giving themselves the momentum going into Championship Sunday.
Well, one problem has definitely been building all day today for Pixie and Swizzy, and it's largely just the fact that they haven't yet had that standout game. Everything has just been somewhere in the middle, and sure, it's built them up 82 points, but when you are this close in the leaderboard for that top 25 placement, they can't afford any other slip-ups. This has to be a flawless matchup.
You see Aegis and Ritual in the feed. They actually got the eliminations onto Reet and Cooper, but just like games prior, we were wondering why are so many people at Sandy Strip? I'm wondering why are so many people at Latte Landing? I was thinking for a moment, Aegis and Rituals, they finally got a chance to play off spawn, but Yapko, Panzer, they're here as well. Jonas, the Falage, they're here as well. They're not making this easy on anyone.
I have seen way too many times, Jacob, Latte Landing devolve into madness just like this on EU and on NA, when you have two teams fighting off spawn all day long. Teams start to get opportunistic, especially in this final game where every point matters.
And even worse still, if you are in Aegis and Ritual position, because compared to Veloz and Jonas, as well as Yapko and Panzer, those are teams that are already relatively established for that top 25 metric. It's really just about Richie and Aegis trying to find some solid footing, because they cannot afford another early departure, or else they will be playing in tomorrow's games.
Just one of those moments to where as time keeps dwindling down, honestly, we're probably going to feel it in the pace of this game with each and every passing zone. Those opportunities go out the window. Even though you still got tomorrow, that doesn't make it any easier. You almost take a hit on your confidence, so you want to qualify here, even if it means having a pop-up performance in the last game of the day. We've seen it before, and I'm sure we'll see it again.
The fighting continues. No team wants to walk away from this one. So much invested already. If you can't find the opening, eventually you will be forced to walk away just to keep yourself in the game. But both of these teams playing for keeps. Hands up, Yapko, it's been a great day for them. They're just shutting their stuff now, trying to exert themselves in the lobby. But will they get the response they're looking for?
If anything, Jonas, Veloz throwing out a couple of Hail Mary efforts there to see if they could just isolate, take out Panzer. If they get one, it's not super likely that Yapko is going to immediately send himself forward. He might actually opt to back out.
And this is the part on these fights where things get really awkward. The Storm starts to apply a bit of extra pressure. Lurk plays come through, and all of a sudden you're jumping up on height, trying to find the shot, trying to find the angle, and they will! Jonas goes down, and Panzer not working with much by way of HP. Yapko neither. They do have the upper hand for just a moment.
They just have to be very, very careful, because remember, this was 3 teams here at one point or another, Aegis and Ritual. They used these 2 guys as fighting, as a way for them to disengage towards the outside. The higher you build up, the more opportunity you're giving them. But you can see Panzer, Yapko, they can no longer keep the pressure in this 2v1 situation. You said it yourself, there's a huge lack of that HP. He passes on over the goal. They're hoping there is going to be enough, but instead of buying a medkit, he just quickly buys the patch up. They want to get right back to putting down pressure because they know Jonas is down. The siphon was imminent, and it finally comes into play.
For Veloz, this is a almost worst case scenario even, because 102 points, you're not exactly safe. You're just on the threshold, and you can't afford the teeter-totter any further in the negative direction. He will be forced to retreat. Pico Malabuca, though, they have had quite the day for themselves, and they are not looking to bring it back anytime soon, because Shark, Teeny now looking to challenge these big boys, but Pico seemingly trading out the shots, and that's going to force Shark to wait for Teeny to take over.
This is 2 of Europe's best. And I spoke to Vico in between the last game, and he said, Levin, man, we're chilling. We're just trying to have fun with it in these last couple games. And if their version of fun is ruining Shark and Teeny's end to the day, then I think they are achieving just that. Teeny will wait patiently. They are on home soil, but that doesn't mean that they have the advantage. The left-hand peek from Teeny doesn't provide much by way of success, and so he eventually will fall at the hands of Vico and Malabuka.
Yeah, and I think Shark sensed that one come in. He immediately disengaged towards the south side of Wonky Land, giving them a chance to at least get rebooted up. You see no HP. I wonder what he's going to do.
Well, the main reason behind that, I'm just thinking back to what took place between these EU teams in our actual FNC. Yes, Vico was being called the fake demon for the longest time. And
Shark
sure,
wearing
it's not gonna
Fortnite's
exactly throw
Shark
Sharkantini into
wearing
the lower
Clix's skin is
bracket,
just
but
crazy.
It still plays a little bit of spoiler on their day.
Demons home. We know there is bad blood between those two duos. But for now, the stakes not as high. Both teams still looking comfortable as far as the format goes. These guys aren't as comfortable though. They're the main characters we're looking at as far as making this final game count. And even though they are deep here in the storm, they are not alone.
Not alone at all. Acorn and Bolts at the top of that mountain. It looked like for a moment they were looking in that direction, so I don't think Clix and Higgs went under the radar in the same fashion that they did, but did you see their loadout? I think the decision to leave Wonky Land in Game 6 works out. They were able to fish a Midas Flopper, which grants you instant a gold loadout, and they were able to find 2 different gold shotguns, so already being able to pack a punch in this game. If they could just make it towards the south, because you see Sandy Strip just outside of the zone, they could give themselves a real fighting chance to get into that top 25.
They're not the only ones on the hunt for it. When you talk about big performances that need to take place in this final matchup, Alex and Reckless certainly fit the bill here. Only 20 points have been gathered in these first 5 lobbies. So waiting to see whether or not they're actually going to be able to find that monumental come up. It is a very tough uphill battle.
I think one of the themes we see with some of these smaller region teams at times is ultimately they're just not used to having players in the lobby who are willing to fight back, right? When you're the big fish in a small pond, it's easy to exert your dominance. Well, all of a sudden, when you've got people who have been doing it at the highest level on this type of stage for years, ready to give you a challenge, it changes the dynamic completely. And so that is a lesson that they'll have to take into day 2 if they are in that lower bracket.
One thing I do think about, though, some of these teams haunted by just not really having a drop spot to call home from the starting day. And Pollo, Peterbot, everyone was wondering, they're going to be at Swiftly, but who else is going to be joining them? And yet, no one else has really seemed interested. Darn Deemish, they're willing to take a fight, though.
We've seen these two teams face off against each other in many of these games, and in quite a few of them, it's resulted in both teams backing off. Will this be the game where they actually go blow for blow and look to close things out? Too much respect on both sides, it felt like. But in Game 6, there's no respect. Peterbot, we know he likes to exert dominance on any players that land near him. But Dom and Deemish, they are no pushovers. They are 2 of the best fighters when they want to be. And they are the leaders of the day. And you have to treat them with such respect.
Hey, we could be foreshadowing something here, because we know what Peterbot and Pollo love to do if they have a chance at first and they're just outside of scope. Darm, Deemish, even though it's probably them approaching closer and closer to Peterbot and Pollo, this is something we could definitely see as the tournament continues on, as Vico takes out 51 Cole. Big shot from above, drops into the box, cleans that one up easy. Madden's able to put down a little bit of damage, but now Malabuka is interrupting this fight, not letting him feel free or loose, pushing him back, and is really trying to not let him heal up. That pressure means so much.
But Malabuka can only do so much. He doesn't have any builds to work with. Everything belongs to Vico. Can he make it to his duo to split the difference? That is still left to be given, but Madden is actually just trying to look for the full-on disengage. He was hoping that he could look for a runaway, but he's just not going to get the chance. It's bad news bears all around. And Clix and Higgs, they might find themselves in a very similar outcome if they're not careful.
Yep, but they're finally starting to pull things together from the top side of that map. Not even an actual POI, which we thought they would land it all weekend long. They rotate all the way to the east and are finally starting to make their way in. They run into Falas, they run into Jonas.
Higgs really locked in, but Higgs also had 2 gold guns, but so does Clix. Yeah, they got really good guns. I just realized that. They got really good guns.
They're just anywhere right now, and we're seeing them make the plays needed to deliver on the points. They are so close to being able to push themselves into that top 25.
Gino and Pablo are also looking for that last-ditch effort, though, to try and avoid that lower bracket 6 series games, because you think this is volatile. Just imagine what takes place, what ensues when teams understand that their opportunity to participate in the Summit Finals might be lost outright. That's where we really start to see a lot of chaos unfold.
Yeah, you can see there for a moment that leaderboard popped up. 3 different teams as this game is going on at 82 points apiece. You're seeing a couple eliminations go down, but Eyedropping Mares on 78 points. Again, just outside of the bubble. This point threshold as of now is so stacked. One mistake can cost you a trip to Championship Sunday and send you straight to the lower bracket instead. And I think Eyedropping Marius kind of know it. That's why you're seeing them and a few other teams staying inside of the zone towards those vending machines so they don't have to go through all the chaos.
Cold and Rapid. This is quite the sight for these two, clearly having fun with it.
They're on that Vico and Malabuka tech right now, but they're taking it a step further. I'm going to hold my tongue on their decision-making here, I think.
No game, Mini Miner.
I like it. I like it. Cold is just having fun, man. He's just doing his thing. Just show up, show out. And Cold probably tried to talk Rapid into it. He was like, yo, come on, let's have some fun. He said, nah, that's all you. Triple T, that's all you. I'll stay far, far away. And you think Rapid's leading him in this game? No, he's just trying to run away from him.
Yeah, Rapid doesn't want to be seen with this guy right now, and I can't blame him. But Clicks, Higgs, we know that they're probably feeling a little bit better about some of the success from the wraparound through Painted Palms, but these guys gotta be nervous, and that's gonna make the party even worse still. Clicks and Higgs, they're in 29th
Clicks just sold because
right
he
now
had
on
one
that
med kit, but he didn't know he had
leaderboard,
storm
and Higgs is
sickness.
not
But if
gonna
you looked
have
on
the
the
chance
right,
to
it
look
said
back
storm
and try to
sickness.
pick up
So
Clicks
now it's just
along
up
the
to
way.
Higgs.
He has to just keep going.
This is
Another
scary because
game,
they're only at
another
86.
opportunity
They
for Higgs
really just
to
need
make
like
it happen
20
for
more
his team
points.
as a solo.
Probably.
And this is the one that he's going to have to do. We
just
saw their
crazy.
Muzz and Sphinx, some of their biggest competition for
If
top
you,
25 right now.
if I know
have
Clicks is
fallen.
gonna go back
So
to
again,
that, but he
the people
sold
in front
so
of them
hard there.
fall by the
He
wayside. It
didn't
has
know
to
he had
be a
sickness,
big
and
game from Higgs here.
he just kept fighting and shooting for
teams
Surge.
at one
But
point on 86 points. Cold running through the bottom, takes out Shark.
Clicks
There's
did a couple good
real
ones.
beast in the ocean this weekend, and Cold
He
is
clutched
looking to
up
be
one of
that
the
guy.
Hey, he's nice with it. Probably the best thing I can say.
If I told you that's like the best frag of all time, you'd look at me
Higgs
and
died
say,
and then he
nah,
rebooted
surely
him
not.
and
This
Storm
guy ain't
like
taking it seriously.
I don't know what game
That
it
is
was,
what
but he did do that.
Cold does.
Higgs got caught.
Sky and Scroll, they're still taking things seriously, it feels
that
like.
was the first game when they were floating in the water.
And we know what that means for the rest of the lobby. Their consistency this season has been relentless. And in a game where
They just really need
many
some
teams are struggling to find footing, they are not going to give any room, any space for anyone to have a big game if they can have a say about it. Way above on Surge. The material's looking fresh. This is looking like a classic Sky and Straw game right now.
And that pan over couldn't help but notice where
Clicks
some of
and
these
Higgs
teams
do
that are looking
not
to try and
fall.
cement themselves for Sunday's finals
That is
are
sad.
actually situated.
I wonder
here
if
for the
Clicks
rest
is
of the
gonna
lobby.
end or
Reason
what.
and Noah Riley trying
That's
to see if they can
sad.
take advantage of some of these teams rotating a little bit after the fact. But
They needed
Alex,
that
he's not
game.
going to get the chance to even make it off the landing point. Just completely beamed out of the skies here. Very likely
Why did-
that the
What you just
international
said.
competition
He goes, that
is
was
going to be
well-deserved.
reviewing some
He
of
goes,
these
no
games
coach.
here
He goes,
tonight,
they don't
guys,
deserve
and
to move
just
forward.
looking back and thinking, how do we take it to the next level for tomorrow?
It's gonna be really gonna have to dig deep. You see Higgs by himself, really trying to clutch up. We saw how many players and teams were tied in that position, and he gets taken down by Controller. Clicks and Higgs will officially play in the lower bracket tomorrow.
And I hate to be the bearer of bad news here, but for Clicks especially, all I can do is think back right now to 2023, and it's hard to not let history repeat itself sometimes.
Doesn't have the best history when it comes to lower brackets. And so we'll see if he's learned from the 2023 rules. Marius, an eye drop. Shino, up alone. It's not been the best day from EU's second place team. And we might just have to see them perform again on this stage tomorrow to make up for it.
This is that point in the game, 7th zone. Whether you're barely inside of that bubble or outside altogether, you're really going to be tested. Everything you know about Fortnite, both in the physical gameplay and the mental capacity, is really going to be pushed to the limit. And that's where you see iDrop, Marius, 86 points just outside of that bubble, trying to find a sweet spot inside of the zone. They're 128 below the damage threshold. The silver lining is only 2 players need to go down before it deactivates, and there's one.
Feels like the bubble's burst though, Jacob. I mean, all the teams above them on the bubble, all the teams below them falling. And so it's really setting up to be a game for them, but Swizzy in the feed goes down, and so Pixie down as well. I mean,
Pixie's dead. Just up to resolve 1v1.
I mean, you can see the frustration in Pixie's player cam. The expectation would have never left you in this kind of situation, but reason he's not worried about what everyone else is going through right now. He's only focused on what's in front of him. That first one has already been successfully completed, and now he just needs more.
This is a man who has no intention whatsoever of playing in that lower bracket. He wants to get the job done tonight.
Peterbot and Poyo finally on the high
yeah,
ground.
They just got the height and they got the
so
best
many
weapon.
trials and tribulations throughout day number 1, but have yet to pick up that victory royale. They have 7 eliminations. This is the big stage. Can they do it? iDrop and Marius are surely trying to pull themselves within that bubble. Another elimination, 96 points, but they're taking shots from all rounds. Drop down to 26 HP. They're even separated for this last couple of seconds. Can they find a way back? No, they can't. Marius goes down.
But in the final hour, it's still iDrop left standing. You have to remember, he's been doubted all year long so far. Can he finally pull things through? iDrop cold so often, the baggage next to Marius, and now he has a shot to redemption.
Wow, that is
find an elimination. If he can get the refresh, it
I mean, they just haven't. Everyone's fighting on low, and no one's even trying to go for the height.
all the way to low ground, he can't make it back up. iDrop
No
and
one's
Marius
looking.
are out.
That's a big moment right there for everybody else at the bottom side of the leaderboard. Voco being one of them. It seems like everybody that needs an opportunity here find themselves as a solo. And for Voco, 112 points. He's inside of where he needs to be, but with no builds left, he has to wait for somebody to make a mistake, maybe jump on top. For Kidu and Werix, this is a big moment. They need a couple more points to find themselves safe. They find at least one elimination there, but they need the placement. That's worth just so much more.
Just knowing that so many top dogs though are the main ones left standing. You've got both ends of the spectrum currently.
Peter and Poyo just have 214 points, and he just killed out, and he just killed Tanada, and they still have that height, and they're just gonna spray. Wow, I think they win. Yeah, I think they win.
Circling back down, Kiduo and Werix, they've drawn so much attention to themselves with the flow
They have like 0 build.
Time is running out for this duo. They need to make a play and fast. You cannot just sit in your box when you have no materials.
They're still trying to claw.
For them to find the refresh they need, but
So
they
is
have to
Lee,
get creative now.
Yeah, Lewa, Romero trying to do just that, using the overdrive shockwave simply for the effect. They drop down towards the front side of zone, but they're a layer above a whole nother duo that they have to watch out for. As Werix here's elimination, scrambles for the loop, but he gets taken down going for it. Cammy gets another elimination. Inside of the top 6 we go.
Scroll, Sky, waiting to see who's gonna step up to the plate next. Sky,
airball.
Very rare miss there, but it
Yeah,
might actually be exactly what BOT needed. Just trying to see if he can continue carrying.
Yeah, but Sky's shambles, so this fight's not gonna be fair. Oh,
One of the few healthy duos left in this one. Romero now trying his best to continue this elimination spree going. Cammy and Hari, they have something to say about Sky and Stroll's low ground dominance. And you have to remember, with all this happening, Pete and Poyo still waiting in the wings above to try and squeeze this lobby dry. And now it's Cammy and Hari shutting them out. But how will they get back up the hill? Cammy with 6 limbs, out of character for him, not out of character for Scroll to get bigger limbs though. Takes Peterbot down. Cammy gets knocked, he can't get back up. And so it's up to Stroll to do what Sky did earlier.
I was gonna say it's our
Girl's
top
dead.
3 teams remaining, but everybody's stuck as solos, and it comes down to a 1v1. Hari here in this situation against Poyo. Remember, neither
Poyo
one of
versus
these teams
who?
have gotten the big win that they're known for, and Poyo with no builds, forced to drop down below, trying
Poyo
to fire
versus
back
who?
on to Hari, who has the high ground. Good damage being landing, but
Ooh.
Hari's just landing so much more pressure, trying to force Poyo
Poyo
outside
versus
of the zone,
Charlie.
but there's a couple of seconds left before that play comes to fruition.
Poyo
Chug
lost.
Chug going to be used for Poyo, giving himself just a little bit more time, but the zone is pulling up and over the hill. For Hari, he has a huge advantage in terms of positioning. The zone is just eating Poyo alive, one tick after the next. He finally makes his way in, but it doesn't last long. Hari and Cammy clutch out game 6.
There are only so many options left there for Poyo. Even with that 20 left in the Chug Jug, it simply wasn't going to be enough. The repositioning from Hardy to remain on high ground was ultimately what sealed the deal for their fates here today. So Frankie, let's hear it from them.
Thank you so much. Stand up, please, boys. You just got a victory royale. Harry, talk to me about that end game. Playing it as a solo, you played it perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, I just solo clutched well. That's it.
Cammy, I feel like we saw you clutching it out during the major finals, but now you're seeing your teammate Harry do it on LAN. What were you thinking when you were watching him clutch?
I was sure that he was gonna win because he was on the high and they got mats and the guy didn't have anything, so it was a free win.
And when Hari is doing his thing on his own, are you talking him through it?
Yeah, I'm always trying to help him, and yeah, it was easy.
Well, you guys are definitely qualified for Championship Sunday. It's a position you know very well, Cammy. Congratulations to the two of you. Dusseldorf, please give it up for Cammy and Harry! We're gonna head to the desk.
That was crazy. Okay, now the big announcement's about to come soon.
Takada, we've seen it all from Cammy and Hari, right? We talked earlier. Wait a minute there, we're seeing them on height. That's crazy. Wait a minute, we got a VR in game number 6 out of them now.
I'm seeing them extremely confident. Remember, they were going against Peterbot and Poyo in those final moments. That's also where they landed
There's
at
that
the start
note
of
card.
the match. Both duos around Squibbly, and they ended as well in that clash, but Cammy, Hari were the ones that came out on top. Now, both teams there, I believe they did have enough points to make it into that top 25, so we'll have to see if that clash continues on Sunday.
Yeah, it's what you expect. It's Cammy, it's LAN, it's what he does. I mean, the sky's the LAN go. You can see just from his gameplay, you just know with Cammy as well that he's got some things cooking up for the grand finals. Nice to see these guys picking up a win as well. They're a team that you don't necessarily associate with huge, massive elimination wins. But this one, what's that? 8, 9 eliminations. Really, really nice from them. And ultimately, it was, of course, the zone that ended up taking down Poyo at the end. But they did enough. And for them, it's just about getting across the line into the finals.
And what I love about this is look at the players they took out. They took out Poyo. They took out some of the top. And quick look at the leaderboard now.
Curve and Vino
Number 1
10th.
is still gonna be Beamish and Darn.
Acorn and Bullets 4th. Sky and
Takada,
Stroll
I'm seeing,
5th.
this top 5 looks a little heavy.
Beating
in,
Poyo
one of
8th.
the- and it's not NA. My heart breaks up, yes.
Glitch and Higgs are nowhere to be seen.
Through this top 25 to see which duos did not make it. Here we go. Marius, iDrop just pushed out 106 points, and it was a tie as
wow,
well
it was a
of
tie.
all things. But it looks like Darkos, Minori will make it through. But so many other duos are now thinking, Mini Miner, well, I have to take it to lower bracket. I will have 6 games. Stress all-time high. 25 duos. Am I going to the same spot? Is someone now contesting me? So many questions in the back of their
Clicks and
minds.
Higgs 35th. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
It just gets worse.
Swizzy, Pixie, Clicks, there's so many big names that you wouldn't look out of place in the top 10. Haven't qualified through to Kaza.
Look, what I have on my mind right now, in terms of Clicks Higgs, I'm looking at the lower bracket. The team at Wonky, it's King and Phaser from Brazil, representing Argentina. Then we also have Dark Dominion with Swizzy.
Oh, people are
is
already
dropping its
leaving?
Aviv and Cam. So we've
Yeah,
got
but
these lower
what about the
bracket duos that are
announcement?
now looking at what their competition
And they
is
can't
gonna be
play on
going
the
to
setup
tomorrow,
later, or no?
And all they gotta do tonight is that homework.
Oh man, it's scary stuff. There's other
Oh
things,
wait,
obviously,
no,
that
they
did
can't.
happen
They
in that
can't
game.
because
You know,
what time is
Peterbot,
it there? Like
Poyo Yo, we saw some moves, right? These guys were looking to make some things happen up on that high ground. Peterbot finally saying, all right, I guess I'll try going into this last game, you know?
Yeah, this is a team that we have to keep our eyes on for the grand finals. They're a team that we haven't seen enough of today, I feel like. You know, we've seen some good glimpses of gameplay. We've seen some good glimpses of what we may have associated with Peterbot and Poyo of the past. This one is probably a prime example of that, dominating the game, pressing all the players and the teams all the way down on low ground, doing what Peterbot does best. That elimination right there, just textbook Peterbot. And they're a team that I still think has a lot in the locker as well. You know, ultimately for them it was about getting through. But they're a team that still can win it all. They don't have, of course, now Clix going to be contesting them off spawn. They don't know how they don't sort of have that confusion going into the day. Where's Clix going to be landing now when it comes to tomorrow? That's another question to answer, but they've done it.
What's on my mind are those expectations I was talking about at the start of the day. I mean, expectations only last for so long, and if they're not matching how they performed in 2025 and 2024, the expectations won't stay there forever. Now, this is an upper bracket. They made it through. They did what they had to do. Sunday is where it truly matters, and I think we saw a bit of a spark of what that might look like.
Crazy stuff. Well, Fortnite fam.
Here we go.
I know what you've been waiting for.
Here we go.
I got it right here. Oops, don't even worry about it. All right. Let's talk about 2026 for a quick moment. We actually put together a little graphic here to kind of help explain it, but just stick with me, okay? There's many things to discuss.
Let's see what's gonna happen.
Let's start with September 26th and 27th.
September.
Is the new date
What's
of
happening?
the Global Championship. That's right.
What?
And I'm honestly very happy and honored to announce
Land event
we're
in
going
September
to
20.
Antwerp, Belgium for the Global Championship.
Where is
In
that?
addition, Major 2 has some changes. You can kind of see here on your screen, July 18th through August 2nd for Major number 2. Major number 3 is now the last chance,
Is that
which is
good?
happening August 3rd to 14th. And then you probably, I don't know, you saw something on the right side screen there. It says FNCS Solo. Yeah, we're going to do something in October.
What?
Stay tuned for that. More to come, more to follow. Don't even worry about it.
Wait,
There's
what?
also a blog that we're about to launch right now, so go
I'm
and
so
check that.
confused.
There's a couple extra little things there, like power rankings and some ranked updates, but if you want to know more, that is where you want to go. And of course, tickets, pre-registration, live right now. Antwerp, Belgium. Fortnite fan, get ready. We about to have some chocolate and waffles. Mini Miner, Tokata. How do you feel about that information?
Wow, hyped, I think, really. You know, the Global Championships, Antwerp, Belgium. I've never been, so I'm excited to, you know, see what that's going to be like. You know, FNCS Solo. That is the thing that I'm looking at. I'm like, well, hang on, Solo?
I figured you would have, I figured that's where you guys would go.
Yeah. I mean, Solos are great, Takata, because you get to
That's
see a lot
weird.
of talent coming through that you don't necessarily get to see in the duos and trios format. There's no teams to rely on. There's no teammates to carry you. It's just you. So, Solos, wow.
I mean,
I don't
some of
like
those
Solos,
iconic
bro.
names in Fortnite competitive
Solos is gonna be
outcome from
so
solo
weird.
events. Booga,
It's just-
Payson.
it's
I
in
mean,
October.
there's so many big names, and I'm trying to think when's the last time we had a solo event, you know, at an FNCS level. So this is something I am very excited to see. And also now with this new generation of players, I mean, we got players like Shark, 14 years old, leading the pack on EU almost. I mean, there's so many big things to come.
Well, Fortnite fam, we hope y'all have been really excited about that information. You probably have questions. That's
some
okay.
interesting-
Again, go check out the blog. It's going to have a ton of information for y'all to break down, to pick apart, and look into. And over the weekend, we'll be reminding you of this because it's pretty big news. Obviously, this does start to wrap up day number 1, the upper bracket mini minor. Let's start with you. You know, how did this meet your expectations? Did it exceed? What are your kind of thoughts? I mean, it's a lot to process with finding out this other stuff.
Oh yeah, we have a competition we play today.
Right.
No, it was, I mean, what a day of competition it was. I think coming from EU this season, there've been a lot of surprises and a lot of just shock moments. And I think today has kind of replicated that in so many ways. We've seen teams that we expected to do well, not finding themselves in that top 25. Teams that some people have tipped to win the entire weekend, now having to play in the lower bracket. Took so many people, and myself included, by surprise. And even some of the smaller teams as well, rising up through. Players you don't expect to do so well. Players that are playing their first LAN, shining through. Looking at you, Curve there. wow, what a day it's been.
I mean, I'm thinking of our global champion from 2025, the only remaining global champion playing here today, which is Swizzy alongside Pixie, unable to make it. Clicks Higgs. I mean, we are gonna have some interesting off-spawn engagements. Swizzy, Pixie land at Dark Dominion. That's where Aviv and Cam have marked right now in the lower bracket. Clicks Higgs. They've been landing wonky. They said squibbly, but they were going wonky. And that's where King and Phaser from Brazil are landing. So this is definitely gonna get heated tomorrow.
Yeah, man. I mean, you know, again, it's tough, but it's okay. We still have one day, 6 games in that lower bracket, but for those 25 duos heading down there, they're gonna have to go back to the drawing board just like we will, right? There's much to look at over tonight, but for now, we say goodbye.
In-game PR, what is
The lower
in-game
bracket point,
PR?
man. We love you. Keep yourself safe. See you on that battle bus.
I just came back from school. Did anyone win yet? Yeah. I don't think it was an NA team though. I don't think they're gonna show it. Here, it's over. I'll show you the standings and then chat. I'm hopping off. I was just here to stream globals. Let's see. Once my game connects, okay. It says it's live, but it's not, yeah. So this team, these are the standings. Rapid got 9th, Peterbot and Poyo got 8th, Twiz and Acorn and Bolts got 4th. It was top 25 who qualled. Clicks and Higgs did not qual.
Neither did Muzz and Sphinx.
Muzz and Sphinx didn't qual, but this was the #1 team right here, brother. It is officially over. It just ended, literally 1 second ago. So, this is the final team that made it right here. Okay, on that note, guys, I'm going to end. I did a, 4 hour and 30 minute stream. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I am out.